What's going on, everybody? Y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? I am. What's going on? What is? I will come back. I hope you guys are doing well. Y'all good? I was talking. I don't think I was added to the stage yet. Shout out to you all. My bad. Yeah, I wasn't added to the stage. Happy Tuesday, everybody. I see a lot of people up in here. Y'all must be excited. The alien has come out to address humanity. Candace, kick rocks, girl. You can't make this up. Oh man! So come to find out, Erika Kirk flew out to Candace's house in Tennessee. Now I'm just curious to know who asked for this meeting. Why do they feel like they have to go to her? Candace, why you couldn't go to Phoenix? I thought you and George had some stuff going on. You and Playboy Boys Club. Didn't he have people coming in from overseas, international travel, something like that? I would assume if you have guests coming in from other countries, they stand in your house, right? And somehow a whole meeting was hosted in that house as well. With Boys Club and all his friends. They probably were like, oh, more guests. You guys are blocking. How y'all doing? Happy Tuesday to everybody. I hope you guys are having a good day. Thus far, I had to get up earlier just to get to this point where I could start this stream at 4 something in the afternoon. Because you guys know I'm the more of the night owl, and I'm on here pretty late. But today we're getting it in. We have some videos to check out before the alien goes live. You know, she called herself an alien, so we're gonna go with that before Candace goes live. Oh Lord have mercy, you can't make this up. After having Erika, go through all the attacks and all the nonsense and the buffoonery, Erika flies to her home. I guess in a way, we can see it like this. If Candace would have came out, because she's talking about, I'm still alive, I'm still alive. They were at your house, Candace. You goon. You see what I'm saying? She doesn't even know how to act when it comes to that. Candace like, oh, I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Erika didn't plan on doing nothing to you. But even so, Erika came to Candace's house. So if something happened to Candace, which was not going to happen because Erika wouldn't stun her like that, but then it would have been in Candace's home. It would be different if Candace went to their territory. No, they came out to Candace's house in Tennessee. So for her to say I'm still alive, okay, so you don't have security in your own house where you can have a meeting with Erika Kirk and her people where you don't feel safe in your own house? Who comes out and says, I'm still alive, but the meeting was in my house? What do you mean? You have the advantage. It's like being, on top of the mountain and you're pointing down towards the person in the valley. And then the person on the mountaintop walks away talking about, I'm still alive. You had the advantage. What do you mean? The person down in the valley should be the one saying, hey, I made it out the kill box. I mean, were you kidding me? Candace, you had the advantage. They came to your house. They were in your state. Now, I don't know if they were her house, but they were in her state. It's like, what are you talking about? Girl, you had the advantage. You had the upper hand. This is how dumb the candy asses are. They don't think, put 2 and 2 together. I'm on top of the mountain and I'm talking about I'm still alive. The person down in the valley can't do anything to me. That's the point. What was Erika and her people going to do to Candace in Candace's house or in Candace's home turf where she allegedly has security, because of this whole somebody's trying to assassinate me stuff while she goes to Dollywood. You can't make this stuff up. So she came out still alive from her own home. Oh God. All right, y'all, let's get going. This is about to get fun. Because I'm on one today. So since it's earlier, I'm gonna be eating dinner in between. I promise I will not have the mic on while I'm chewing. All right, y'all will not know. Just so you know. What's going on, Diane? What's going on, Mister? How you doing? Diane, Megan Kelly says she facilitated the meeting between Erika and Candace. Oh, dear Lord. Megan, you're not the mommy of the internet. So why are you trying to be the mommy of this situation? She's so lame. She she just won't. I just don't get it. Like she had nothing to say this whole time. And then told Ben Shapiro straight to his face. I do not know Candace Owens. I am not friends with Candace Owens. I do not watch her show. I do not take in that type of content. Megan, for you to be an attorney, boy, you can't make this up. Now you want to sit here and play mediator? Is that why she thought she could just do that? Okay, so don't tell me we got to look at that video. Y'all want to see it? I guess I'll be honest. I don't watch Megan Kelly like that, but ugh, we already got to listen to Candace. She's about as airheadish as it gets. Do I have to add another airhead to my list today? Please tell me what is it worth? Like, should I just watch it, or are you guys able to spare me from that? If you want to see it, put a 1 in the chat. I guess if not, put a 2 in the chat. If you want to see this Megan Kelly video, somehow it's in my recommendation feed. Yeah, it's there. I don't know why. Oh my God. She facilitated the meeting when she didn't even want to speak about the situation. Lied about being friends with Candace, knowing Candace, watching her show, or taking in that type of content. She couldn't say Candace was flat out wrong and she needs to stop. And Candace didn't listen to anybody. So how was she able to facilitate something like that? They didn't listen. They wouldn't listen to Megan Kelly. Of course not. You can't make this up. All right, y'all let me know if y'all want to see that or not. It's, oh, God. And 2025 said Diane just watched, fuming and unsubscribed. I know, right? Number 4. Thank you all. As y'all come in, hit the like button for me. Hit the like button. Let me know if you want to add on this Megan Kelly video. If I'm going to be just pissed off, I'll stop. Because this, man, oh, we got some videos to check out before she gets on. Thank you all for being patient with me as well. Because I work during the day, so I have to plan this stuff strategically. What's going on, Conscious? Can I get a Conscious YouTube channel link dropped in the chat for me? She's listening in the bushes. Shout out to you, Conscious. I hope all is well with you and your mom and everybody there, and everybody's okay. Shout out to my mods. Hey, Saint, how you doing, honey? Shout out to all my mods, to my members, to the supporters. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Hi, Carmo. Is it Carmo? I don't want to butcher your name. She said, I'll be right back. All good. It's all good. Colleen is up in here. What's going on? Y'all can finally hear me now. No, sorry. What's going on, Caleb? How you doing, honey? Candace popped up with I'm alive, guys. Like, girl, bye. I know, right? Oh, boy. Candace, I'm going to say what Erika Kirk really wants to say, but it's just probably trying to, once again, show you that she's not studying you. Girl, bye, Felicia. This heifer popped up saying, I'm still alive in her home turf. I have the advantage if people come to my house. Why are you coming out to my I'm alive? Erika Kirk should have came out saying that. You know why she didn't? Because Candace, she has something you don't have. It's called grace. She's poised. You can say what you want to say. The Erika Kirk has a lot more grace and she's a lot more poised than Candace. Candace just ratchet hood rat at this point. With this Valley girl, like bimbo type airheadish mindset and acts like a child. You just can't make this up. How do you think there was no recording? I didn't say there was no recording. I said, where's the no video? Question mark. I hope there's video. See, we're just asking questions here. Do you see a question mark at the end of the word video? Let me know, Franklin. Perhaps you're not seeing it and I'm seeing it. Maybe I should put 2 question marks up there. It's a question, dear. Hell, I'm the one that pulled up the Arizona law. I mean, even in Tennessee. Now I have to see if Tennessee has the are they a one party consent state in Tennessee? Because all this nonsense, Candace was saying, I don't understand why Erika felt the need to fly to Tennessee. Like, no, you make her fly to you. I wouldn't have gone out my element. No. She want to have a conversation with me, she gonna have to come over here. We invited her out. She said she had something to do. Something with George in Boys Club. No, okay. We're not begging her for anything. So I'm just curious to know what Megyn Kelly said to try to, for her to believe she facilitated this. Because I asked that yesterday. Did I not ask? Who asked who for this meeting? Did I not ask that? Okay, now we got to watch it. Because I asked that question yesterday. I sure did. I said, who asked who for this meeting? All the candy asses, the cult members, the bots were sitting in here all, what does it matter? It matters. Oh, it matters. It matters a hell of a lot. That's why I asked. And now come to find out, Megyn Kelly is saying, oh, I'm taking credit for this. I did it. Oh, oh, aren't you sweet, Megyn Kelly? Clown. Can't make this up. So now I guess we gotta watch this. Oh, Lord have mercy. Megyn Kelly said, I did it. It's all me. Oh, girl. That's why I asked the question. That's why I asked who asked for this meeting. So do you all understand why, good journalists like myself, we ask these types of questions because it's called foresight. And now come to find out Megyn Kelly is the one sitting here playing mommy on the internet. Something she said she was not. Can't make this up, man. Yeah, I know. Frankly, it's oh God. Probably the most gaslit. I know, right? What's going on, Francisca? 2025 said Megyn Kelly gaslighting everybody. Of course she did. She said nothing for 3 months. Now all of a sudden, we all had to sit down and have a meeting, and I made sure of it. Oh, okay. Wow. She put that law degree to use for 10 seconds. Can't make this up. Francisca, shout out to you, honey. How you doing? Shout out to my moms. I appreciate you all. What's going on, Larry? How you doing? How's school going? I'm so excited. I hope you're ready for the holiday, honey. Yeah, that heifer went to Dollywood. You can't make this up. She petrified of Candace. Is she? Yeah, she acts like she's scared of Candace. Candace is like the big bag bully over there in what's supposed to be the conservative era, the conservative faction. She's like the big bad bully. Except Tim will get her run for her money, but then people get mad when he go after her because, oh, he's a guy. He shouldn't be talking like that. He's such an insecure man. And then when a woman does it, well, you're nobody. You don't have 5 million subs and stuff. Who said I had it? I'm gonna keep talking my ish. That's what I'm gonna keep doing. While Candace is walking around still with them yeast infections. Tell her, kick rocks. Can't make this up. All right, y'all. We ready to get started? Oh Lord, we got a lot of twos. I want to see it. No apology to Ben Shapiro was bad, Lady Luck. Oh man, are you serious? Oh, so many twos. Yeah, what's going on, Diane? How you doing? This is what I'm saying, though. It's like, thank you so much, Sade. I appreciate you. There's YouTube channel link for Conscious. Make sure you guys go check her out. I love her reactions to her videos she does. She was like, yeah, all right, yep, It's so funny. Then there's the infamous Carl. Happy birthday. So y'all go check her out. Yeah, get a good laugh in and just, it's a brain break from all this stuff here with Candace Owens and, oh Lord, Umar, the Oompa Loompa. Like, you get a good brain break. Sometimes we need that. Go watch something else, for a few hours of the day. If you're going to be on YouTube, watch something that's going to either teach you something, or have you laughing, or anything that reminds you that you're a human being, because Candace is an alien. Make sure you just give yourself a brain break, okay? Even put down the phone, read a book, go outside, let the sunlight hit you for a while. Just give yourself a brain break. Because if not, it'll drive you crazy. So I want y'all to be good and in good health. All right. Oh, nobody wants to see that video. What's going on, Blanco? I'm just putting up comments now, just trying to get you guys in. Me too, LLC. Her retorts make me holler. Yeah. Dollar said all to avoid falling out Tucker's bad behavior and anti-Semitism. Oh man. Hey Jesus, come. How you doing, honey? Megan Kelly is how old? 50 something? Like, what is she scared of? All right, let's get to it, y'all. Listen, if we're not like synchronized live with Candace, it's okay. It's just the point that we have some videos to get to first, because that's gonna at least build up to what she's gonna throw out here. But all right, let's do it. Let's start off with Megan, because she's something. She did something today.
I've been telling you.
So this is her YouTube channel, Make It Kelly. She's got 4 million subs. She shouldn't not be scared of Candace Owens. I mean, she's like a mill behind her. So it's not even about the subs. Megan, being a punk, it's just not worth it. I don't care who you are. That's why I'm apolitical. That's why I enjoy having the freedom of speech and expression, freedom of the press that I have. I bless God for it. And a certain level of boldness to be able to just say what needs to be said. I don't have to have a filter over here. I try to be careful in my wording. But as far as me thinking twice about just speaking out when something's wrong, I know I'm going to say when it's wrong and I'm going to say when it's right. So it is what it is. But she didn't want to have anything to do with it until now. All of a sudden, she's taking credit. You can't make this up. Okay, let's check out Megan. Talk words. Put a one in the chat where you can see it here. Let's get to it.
As this, I don't know if you want to call it a feud or what, between Candace Owens and Erika Kirk has been heating up, that I would have something to say on it in the coming days, and I do. It's been going on now for a while where Candace, I had that exchange with Ben Shapiro out on the tour where he said she'd accused Erika of orchestrating Charlie's murder. And I was taken aback. I had not heard that. And then in the interim, between that day and the next, I had my staff go research exactly what she had said. And then somebody just happened to ask me a question about it. Truly was not, that was totally organic. That was not a plant by me at all, but somebody asked me about it the very next night. And I actually told them, because I'd been planning on saying something on the show since Ben had made the accusation. And if it was not true, I did not want to be having something that heavy hanging out there. Someone asked about it and I said, that's actually not true. And at that time, it was not true. Candace had not accused Erika of orchestrating Charlie's murder. And I've gotten a lot of grief for saying that, but I was correct. We are relentlessly factual here in this program. And she had not done that at the time. As I pointed out at the time, she had impugned Turning Point. And I
stop. No. When you're the CEO, Megan, when you're the CEO, that includes the CEO. She never made an exception. How do you separate the CEO from the damn company? Because see, this is why we did the survey. Remember when I said, put a one in the chat if you believe that the CEO is responsible for their company? And then put a one in the chat if you believe that the CEO has the right to protect and defend their company. Y'all remember those questions I asked? For this reason right here. So when you have somebody go out and attack TPUSA, it includes automatically the CEO. They're the figurehead. And she's sitting here making it seem as if it is automatically assumed that she was not including Erika Kirk. When Candace herself said, Erika's going to have to choose between being a widow and being a CEO. And somehow Megan Kelly went to law school and still doesn't understand defamation per se. The fact that there's an inference of it. The average reasonable person who listened to Candace every time she attacked TPUSA, saying that they're a part of a cover up, everybody is faking gay. Everybody is involved. Nobody was real in his life. Everybody betrayed him. We're all treasonous. I hate everyone. These are words that came out of Candace's mouth. And to infer that, to say that they had something to do with his assassination, they're all lying. They're all covering up for it, for something. And she could never say what that something is. How do you exclude Erika Kirk, the CEO, out of that? Megyn Kelly, you about as dumb as a box of rocks, girl.
I realize Erika is CEO, but she wasn't until after Charlie died. So, saying the guys at Turning Point had done something prior to Charlie's death is not the same as saying Erika Kirk. Okay. I'm sorry. It may seem to you like a distinction without a difference, but we really do care about facts, being precise here on the program. We don't always get it right, but that's a big one to get wrong.
No, it's not wrong.
Since then, Candace has been more focused on Erika Kirk.
Ugh.
And I think that's because Erika Kirk went on a media tour and started clearly speaking out about Candace.
No, she
and
did.
So, it turned into a rather explosive situation last week where Erika went on with Harris Faulkner on Fox News and said very clearly she wants these, quote, conspiracy theories to stop, especially about Turning Point USA, which she called her Turning Point family. And she was clearly upset. We played the soundbite for you. She was clearly, she's had it. And then
you can't make this up.
She went on with Barry Weiss on CBS for a town hall. They had aired the preview, saw it, and then the actual exchange aired on Saturday night with Barry, where Erika told Candace to just stop. Okay, she just said, "I want you to stop." Actually, we'll play that. Let's play the soundbite here.
The podcaster Candace Owens.
How has she lambasted Candace again? She never even said her name, Megyn Kelly. You're wrong in that. She never even said her name. This woman just said she went out and started talking about Candace. No, she didn't. She never even said that heifer's name. Can you believe this stuff? This is why we put on closed captions, y'all. Because sometimes the stuff that comes out of their mouth is so unbelievable, you just got to read it for yourself.
Erika Kirk. And I think that's because Erika Kirk went on a media tour and started clearly speaking out about Candace.
When she didn't say her name, Megyn. What kind of, is she on another planet? We've all heard what Erika Kirk has said. She never even said Candace's name. The only thing she said is to stop. And like the rest of us, said how stupid these conspiracy theories are. They're dumb. They were dumb and unsubstantiated. No evidence to prove it. A young man just debunked her Egyptian planes BS yesterday. Because we all knew she didn't have the black box data to go along with this stuff. She just typing up out of nowhere. She's only presenting one set of facts and not the other. She couldn't give coordinates of Erika Kirk, though, at any of these pinpoints of where these Egyptian planes were. And never specified which plane. Was it the blue one or the yellow one? Let her tell it. One of them never left the ground. And it only to come to find out these planes are in different continents. 39 points were wrong. This is unbelievable. When did Erika Kirk attack Candace Owens? Let's start with the fact that she would have had to say her name so we can be clear on who she's talking about. And when she's asked a question, she answered it. And she was careful not to say Candace's name. Get the F out of here.
And so, it turned into a rather explosive situation last week where Erika went on with Harris Faulkner on Fox News and said very clearly she wants these, quote, conspiracy theories to stop, especially about Turning Point USA, which she called her Turning Point family. And she was clearly upset. We played the soundbite for you. She was clearly, she's had it. And then She went on with Barry Weiss on CBS for a town hall. They had aired the preview, saw it, and then the actual exchange aired on Saturday night with Barry, where Erika told Candace to just stop. Okay, she just said, "I want you to stop." Actually, we'll play that. Let's play the soundbite here.
The podcaster Candace Owens, okay? At one time, a friend of Charlie's, at one time, an employee of Turning Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies. What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now?
Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
And that was a clear play on words, if you will, because Candace, when she had started down the Turning Point narrative, had said, only my husband or Erika Kirk can tell me to stop this. And, like one word from Erika will stop this. And Erika didn't say anything about this. She hasn't really been commenting on podcasts and so on. But she did, as you saw in that clip, say stop. And it was not taken as the command to stop. I think Candace felt she was saying stop lying, and Candace, her defense was she's not lying. She's actually trying to do an investigation into the true killer of Charlie Kirk. I've said before, and I will say again, I think they have the true killer of Charlie Kirk. His name is Tyler Robinson. He's in custody, and I have every reason to believe that he committed this murder. Many people disagree with me. Many people believe there's more to this story, that we're being lied to by our FBI, that there are too many inconsistencies around the official story. And those people are more than entitled to that belief. I don't share it. That's fine. This is America. You can feel differently about these things. But with things ratcheting up between Erika and Candace last week, many people had been asking me, why aren't you saying anything? Obviously, I love Erika Kirk. I do. I love her. And I feel, as I said on the tour, protective of her because she's in an extremely vulnerable state right now. Yes, she's taken on the CEO position of Turning Point. And, it's a fair question to ask whether that's a job she can do right now while she's at the height of her grieving. I take no position on that. I think she's doing fine. But I also think it's fair. You can ask that. So I don't like to see her get attacked at all. And I wish that would stop. And to be honest, I wish Candace wouldn't be pursuing the Turning Point narrative at all. Never mind Erika. Though again, she hasn't graduated to blaming Erika for Charlie's murder. She's criticizing her and the media tour. And that is fair game.
No, it's not. You don't have a premise to criticize. What is going on? So Megan has tapped into some alternate reality where obviously she's hearing things that no one else is hearing. Can we go back to the point where Erika says stop and she doesn't have to respond and say more? So you either lambasting her for not saying something else, but then when she says stop, it keeps it simple. Well, Candace just she said stop lying. No, Candace herself, Megan, said only Erika Kirk has the power and the capacity to tell me to stop. She also said only Erika can tell me to shut up and to be quiet. There are whole video clips where she said those words specifically. Why should anyone take any of that out of context? It's very literal. It's very straightforward. She said, stop, be quiet, and shut up. Those were the three things that Candace Owens herself said first when it came to Erika Kirk being the one with the power and capacity to shut her up, or to tell her to be quiet, or to tell her to stop. Don't play word semantics, Megyn Kelly. You sound even more stupid than you really are. It's that simple. Candace was the one that said only Erika can tell me to stop. She never said stop lying. She said stop. Don't you think Erika has the right to defend TPUSA, her company, Charlie Kirk Show, her husband's legacies and businesses? It's mighty funny how one of them LLCs took on Candace Blexit too, where all this money is being spent very oddly or have been spent very oddly. Somehow connects to George Farmer's parlor. You can't make this stuff up. So Erika Kirk was supposed to say more while yet and still not somehow adding to some fuel that Candace Owens started. What does Candace have on Megyn Kelly? It's like there's a sex tape or something out here that Megan is afraid of. Because I don't see how you can sit here and twist up reality. We all know what we've seen and heard. There are videos Candace Owens made herself of her saying Erika Kirk has the power and capacity to tell her to stop. Not stop lying. Stop. Because, you want to play word salad and semantics. Megan, all you had to do was watch the shows. What are so-called researchers at? And let's be clear, Candace Owens is not an investigator. Impersonating an investigator is a felony. She's not licensed or certified to investigate a damn thing. She barely finished college. And it had nothing to do with criminal science or any of that. Journalism and English. Two things she's still bad at. And you got this goon sitting here saying all this nonsense, and for what? For what? What do you get out of this, Megan, by sitting here sugarcoating and beating around the bush? So since she wants to play word salad, we can all do that. Megan, no. Candace is the one that put that out there. She needs to learn not to say things that she doesn't even mean. She's 36 years old with 4 kids. Candace still doesn't know how to talk. I say what I mean and mean what I say. Don't put stuff out there if you don't really mean it. She was the one that said stop. So Erika said, stop. They said if I told them to stop, they would stop. Then she wasn't added to this dumb fuel that Candace started and initiated and perpetuated by her damn self with a bunch of cult members and bots. Hit the like button. Can't make this up. Can't make this up.
Piece of it is fair game. So in any event, Candace knows I disagree with her on this. Petty internet people want to turn that into a cat fight between Candace and yours truly, which will fail. She and I actually have only gotten closer over the past couple of months as people try to make me attack her. So fuck off, okay? I have no obligation to you.
Megan, you can kiss all our asses. On behalf of the Lady Luck Club, Megyn Kelly can kiss all our asses. Don't nobody care about you being friends. The fact is that you're too cowardly to tell her what's right is problematic. Nobody give a damn about none of that stuff you talking about, girl. You can kiss all our asses. She talking about F off. Did she say that? When they say it though, it's not a problem. When I cuss, it's oh no. Oh no. No, Megyn Kelly can kiss our ass. She can. You can't make this up. Does she say anything else of use? Because I'm going on to the next video. I don't see anything that's useful. All right, Megan, you suck. Bye, girl. Bye, Felicia. We're not doing that. I refuse to sit here and let Megyn Kelly. She said F off. Okay. Hell is hot. Helpful. Moving on. I couldn't do it, y'all. Nope. We're done. She can kick rocks. Kick rocks barefoot. I know. No, I'm not doing that to y'all. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it to myself or to you all. Megyn Kelly is fake. She lying like hell. She twisting up words. She forgot that Candace Owens is the one that said, only Erika can tell me to stop. And then Erika said stop. And it's like, well, I don't think she meant to say stop. Shut the hell up. Megyn, you supposed to have gone to law school. I've never seen this level of cowardice in all my life. You can't make this stuff up. You want to see my commentary? Oh, God. George, I timed you out, you clown. Let me tell you something. I am on one today. And my minds are ready to go off on you. I did you a favor by timing you out. I made it clear you come in here at your own peril. Stop sending all caps in my chat. You're like a petulant child throwing a tantrum. I don't care how you feel or what you think. And that's to all the bots and the candy ass cult members. I say that to you all the time. That's our disclaimer. We don't care about how you feel or what you think. You don't get anywhere throwing a tantrum in my chat. Thank you, Saint. Because I'm about to say, I'm going to let my mind handle you now. Don't come up in here with your nonsense. He'll be back under a different profile name. That's what they do. That's what they do. That's what they do. They know I don't tolerate that BS. You can go over there to Candace and go to your safe space. She'll be on later. They can go run to their safe space. They go worship and adore their true leader. We're not doing that nonsense over here. Who, child?
I've been
Go
telling
back
you
and finish this
as
crap.
this, I don't know if you want to call it a feud or what, between Candace Owens and Erika Kirk.
Only because one person asked for my commentary on this. But I'm telling you right now, I'm not sparing anything. I'm going all the way off. So we'll let that happen.
As the command to stop. I think Candace felt she was saying stop lying, and Candace, her defense was she's not lying. She's actually trying to do an investigation into the true killer of Charlie Kirk. I've said before, and I will say again, I think they have the true killer of Charlie Kirk. His name is Tyler Robinson. He's in custody, and I have every reason to believe that he committed this murder. Many people disagree with me. Many people believe there's more to this story, that we're being lied to by our FBI, that there are too many inconsistencies around the official story, and those people are more than entitled to that belief. I don't share it. That's fine. This is America. You can feel differently about these things. But with things ratcheting up between Erika and Candace last week, many people had been asking me, why aren't you saying anything? Obviously, I love Erika Kirk. I do. I love her. And I feel, as I said on the tour, protective of her because she's in an extremely vulnerable state right now. Yes, she's taken on the CEO position of Turning Point. And, it's a fair question to ask whether that's a job she can do right now while she's at the height of her grieving. I take no position on that. I think she's doing fine. But I also think it's fair. You can ask that. So I don't like to see her get attacked at all. And I wish that would stop. And to be honest, I wish Candace wouldn't be pursuing the Turning Point narrative at all. Never mind Erika. Though again, she hasn't graduated to blaming Erika for Charlie's murder. She's criticizing her and the media tour. And that is fair game. That piece of it is fair game. So in any event, Candace knows I disagree with her on this. Petty internet people want to turn that into a cat fight between Candace and yours truly, which will fail. She and I actually have only gotten closer over the past couple of months as people try to make me attack her. So fuck off, okay? I have no obligation to you to hate the people you hate or try to bring down the people you want brought down. I'm sorry, but if that's what you want from me, you do need to move on. It's not going to happen. And I've learned a lot behind the scenes from Candace about some of the things she's been put through from people I used to respect. I also, though, adore and love Erika. And I want this to stop. I do, of course. None of this is a mystery to Erika or to Candace. And a couple of weeks ago, Erika called me. And it's relevant to the meeting they just had. Okay, so I'm going to get into this. Those two had a sit-down meeting yesterday for 4.5 hours. Erika and Candace, alone. Well, I think they had two other people with them, but those were the two principals. And they met face-to-face in Nashville yesterday. No recording devices, nothing, just the two of them. And again, each had a supporter, someone from their own respective teams. I'll let them disclose the specifics of that. But they made a lot of progress, according to them. And this is what they tweeted out yesterday after the meeting. Candace said, Erika and I had an extremely productive 4.5 hour meeting that I think we both feel should have taken place a lot earlier than it did. We agreed much more than I had anticipated. Of course, we also disagreed on various points and people as well. Most importantly, we were able to share intel and clarify.
You know what's so crazy is that, oh gosh, she's sitting here saying F off to people who tried to turn her against somebody else, and no one tried to do that. They simply wanted you to speak the truth. All this nonsense you saying, Megyn Kelly, you could have said this 2-3 months ago. You could have said this the moment you heard the alien from another planet start going in on TPUSA. Start going in on Rob McCoy and Mikey McCoy and Frank Turek and everybody else that was actually there at the event to see in person Charlie Kirk get shot. The security detail that's worked for him for 8 years. That I heard Tim Pool say that she shares the same security detail. Because she thinks her and Charlie Kirk were one and the same, and somehow he was gonna marry her and not Erika Kirk. So you got the same security detail, and you want to sit here and lambast them online, on social media, after the head of security, Brian Harple, said that they were subjected to being doxxed. Their family, their friends, their loved ones were doxxed. Their children were being doxxed. Credit cards, information was stolen. And she kept going on and on and on. While Megyn Kelly was aloof in La La Land. She's lost her mind. She's gone to some alternate reality where, unicorns fly. And then when she's confronted with something, oh, I'm not the mummy of the internet. Why the hell are you trying to be now? Nobody perpetuated this feud. Candace started it. She kept it going. Erika Kirk never even said her name, and she said stop at least twice. And even was nice enough to say please. And this moron thinks, oh, it's because the internet. No, Candace's cult members were the ones saying all this BS, because that's all they do. They don't read worth shit. Candace doesn't even understand the difference between the number 9 and the letter N. So I don't expect her cult following to be anywhere near as intelligent. Because the cult leader has to be smarter than the cult. Or else, what's all that narcissism for her? If they're going to have someone in the cult smarter than them. No, that's not going to happen. She's too narcissistic to give anybody else some credit here. And they're the ones out here hopping in everybody's comment sections saying the BS that they say, proving us right that Candace was only doing this for likes, views, clicks, subs, and money. The idiot George was kicked out simply because he's sitting on caps throwing a tantrum and having some sort of epileptic episode while still saying somebody's not going to be Candace. I'm not trying to. Why the hell would I want to be her? She's being sued by Emmanuel Macron and his wife, and they're going to mollywop her in court. No one is jealous of being sued by another president of another country, which they're going to have to pay up tens of millions of dollars. Who the hell would be jealous of that? Where's the logic in that? I don't want that burden nowhere near me. That's a dumb thing to wish upon yourself. Why you think you're trying to be like somebody? George, you're the only one that's insecure about life and yourself. Bots are working overtime. It's almost Christmas. I have no quarrels about caring anything about that. But that's what they're doing. They go out and spread that misinformation. They go out and antagonize. They go out and add to this nonsense, trying to defend her. Stop talking about her. We're stopping shit. You don't run none over here. They're doing that. But Megyn Kelly acts like none of this is happening, even though she could easily just look in the comment section. How about this, Megyn Kelly? When Candace video premieres, go to her live stream chat, and you'll see everything you need to see about who's really perpetuating this crap. On Twitter X, she literally has people dedicated to worshiping the ground she walks on. It is so disgusting. It's as if these people don't even value themselves. They put her before themselves. And guess what we do? We laugh at them. I'm not trying to change their mind. Let them wallow down in the mud with Candace. They can do it. I don't care. I'm not trying to change any mind of any cult member or sycophant. The bots are bots. I mean, who are we to try to change their mind? Let them go along with that level of stupidity. We're going to laugh at them. But Megyn wants to sit here now and try to pretend like she's the mommy of the internet. No, I facilitated this. I had something to do with this. No. Because Erika Kirk wasn't stun her. She didn't say her name. And I'm glad she didn't. She wanted her to be as irrelevant as she truly is. Candace has to be sensational and lie like hell just to get that views and the clicks and the likes and the money. All I have to do is just keep telling the truth. And her bots come right over here. Funny how that works. You can't make this stuff up. And she's sitting here talking about F off because no one is in the mood for her to be this damn hypocritical. After 3 months of saying nothing, you let this flare up in front of your face and you said nothing. Good mommies of the internet don't do that, Megan. I'm not going to sit back and watch my kids fight for 3 months and then say, everybody else out there is sitting here fueling this stuff and my kids up in here fight. No, I'm the parent. I'm the mom. No different than being a friend. You can do gentle corrections. You can do corrections with love. That's what the Bible says. We are to hold each other accountable and to correct one another. And somehow, Christ is king, except when he's not, when it comes to Candace Owens. And then you have people like Megan Kelly and this Brandon Tatum person that want to sit here and tiptoe around Candace like they scared of her. Because they some clowns and shit. And she want to tell everybody to F off because people wanted her to hold Candace accountable. All this stuff she's saying now, she could have said 2 months ago. That's how ridiculous it is. So you stood back and let this flare up to the point where you're like, oh, it's just a huge fight and everybody else is perpetuating. No, it's just Candace and her cult members and her bots. That's it. You have people like independent journalists and people who are just trying to report the facts, trying to keep all these dumb lies and debunk the stuff Candace was saying to keep some of this at bay. And people who are more influential said nothing. And then when Tim Pool says something, his house gets shot at because they were trying to scare him. I hope he sues the crap out of Candace. You can't make this up. Now Megan Kelly want to see and tell everybody to F off because they wanted her to be an adult and to try to get Candace to calm the hell down and to stop doing this nonsense. Remind her of how we act here on Earth as human beings because she's an alien. Yeah, that's what we were asking you to do, Megan. Tell the alien to act like a human being for 5 minutes. That was too hard for her.
By intent. I will, of course, have a full rundown for you all tomorrow as I am currently exhausted. But I wanted to quickly let you guys know that absolutely nothing was held back. And the immediate result was that tensions were thawed. That's very good. Erika posted something 10 minutes later, writing, had a very productive conversation with Candace Owens. More to come from both of us. Looking forward to AmFest this week. That's Turning Point's biggest event of the year. It happens this weekend, later this week into the weekend. Time to get back to work.
Right?
I will let Erika and the Turning
How
Point
you
crew
back to work?
and
Whatever.
Candace Owens fill you in on what happened at that meeting and so on. I just wanted to note, because many of my viewers have been wondering why I haven't
Erika
said
does not
anything,
need to speak on
given
that.
my previous statements about Erika. And the reason is that I have been working behind the scenes to try to foster a détente between them. Erika called me weeks ago
Ain't fostered
and asked me
nothing.
if I would be part of this sit down with them, which originally they had contemplated might be for consumption by the public, might air.
Yeah, so Erika called Megan and said, listen, we're going to do a live stream to debunk Candace Owens. We invited her out. Either you're going to step up or not. Pick one. You can come be out there and be a part of that so you can help facilitate a mod or whatever you're going to do. But we're doing this. We're getting the facts out. We don't care how Candace Owens feels. And then Megan Kelly goes, oh no, I can't believe this is happening. It's such a burden. Why you guys can't get along? Never mind not putting the blame where it belongs. Because obviously Candace has got something over Megan Kelly.
In some way, shape, or form, and asked if I would facilitate that meeting between the two of them. And I said yes immediately. Of course I would. I reached out to Candace. She said, absolutely. I'm thrilled it's you. I'm in. And the two of them took it from there, trying to negotiate the specifics of what they'd both be comfortable with, where, when, etc. And eventually,
No, it was an invite out there to Phoenix. They invited her out there to Phoenix. Candace said no because George said no. We're talking about the other one. And not one time did anybody say anything about a private meeting between the two of them. It was supposed to have been a live streamed debunking session. That's it. And Erika being the CEO, of course she was going to be there. So let's not lie about this, Megan, because I have no reason to believe anything you've said. What happened was Erika Kirk called her and said, we're going to do this live stream show where we're going to go ahead and debunk all this BS and give a formal response to all this nonsense Candace keeps talking about, especially where it's rendering people death threats, because the cult members and the bots are stupid. Are you going to come out and mediate or facilitate or something like that? Oh, yes, I'll do that. It was never meant to be an in-person, one-on-one private conversation. It was going to be a live stream. And then Candace, of course, comes back and says, well, George said no, and he instantly said no, and I can't do it, and it doesn't work. We already have plans and people coming in from other countries and blah, blah, blah. But why can't they do it virtual? Just send me a link and do it virtual. I would love to do the virtual session. Just send me a link. Did she say that? Am I missing anything so far? I wanted to live stream the debunking session. Flat out. So Candace couldn't prove nothing about what anybody lied about in particular because she never presents evidence. And then the stuff she puts up is stuff she's made up off the top of her head. Like the pictures of those flags from other countries with lines drawn to a center box, with some data about a plane that doesn't go back to the black box data or the FDR at all, or fake emails that she somehow created between her and somebody that doesn't even exist. Or somehow an assassination attempt where she can't show us evidence of this French government employee calling her about payments made and a paper trail that she refused to post up, or the FBI text message, or confirmation that she filed a former FBI complaint. So when she can't even show evidence of her own dumbass lies, of course we don't expect her to prove evidence on anyone else because she said they lied. Because Candace said so, it's not facts. And she's going to find out the hard way when these court proceedings begin with that Macron lawsuit. They're going to mollywop her in that court. And I'm going to be all too happy to report on it. So Megan agrees to go out and facilitate this live debunking. Candace is like, oh, I can't do it, and punks out. She's a punk. She punks out. Her cult members still don't catch it. They still don't see it. They don't see how she was punking out. Oh, it's all my safety and blah, blah, blah. No, don't make an excuse for it. Just tell her to get some security and go out there. I clowned her for a whole week about it. You scared to face her face to face? You can't go out there face to face. You got an invitation to do it face to face, and you won't even do it. And then at the midnight hour, we're going to have an in-person private conversation face to face, but who knows what was said. And for 4.5 hours, they met. And for some reason, Erika Kirk was still nice enough to say we're not going to do the live stream, even though that still should have happened. It should still happen. No one owes Candace any trust. We don't have to trust that heifer. When she won't post up simple evidence, we owe her nothing. And Megyn Kelly is trying to make an excuse for it and to try to paint this picture as if it was always supposed to be an in-person private meeting. No, it was going to be a live stream debunking session. And they were going to respond. And they told Candace Owens, if you want to come out here and be a part of this, you're going to have to be a part of it in person. She couldn't do it. And somehow that all gets put on hold. And then Erika Kirk goes to Tennessee. While Candace Owens comes out of that disingenuous talking about I'm still alive. Hell, for that is your home turf. What do you mean you're still alive? You would have the advantage. What do you mean? If you dumb enough to let people come to your house and they do something to you in your house, I don't know what to say. Why would you let somebody come near you in your home turf if you're truly afraid of them? The whole idea that Candace is scared of Erika Kirk or was afraid of TPUSA is BS. because you don't let people come to your home or to your area where you live and reside if you're afraid of them. Just like you don't go to Dollywood if you think assassins who are trained to kill people are after you. Because there's no common sense or logic to doing that. It's just stupid. And then she comes out to I'm still alive. You will let her come near you in your home territory, and you claiming to be scared that she's gonna do something? That's stupid. Why not meet halfway? These are questions that the cult and the bots aren't gonna ask. Why didn't you just meet them halfway? Y'all pick a spot in the middle of the country and then y'all meet there. Whatever's between Phoenix and Tennessee, pick a spot in the middle and then y'all meet in the middle. That way you're both neutral to this area. Neither one of you have the advantage. And everything can remain neutral and impartial. No, Erika goes to Tennessee, to Candace's home turf. The same state where Candace was telling her cult members to file false reports to the authorities if they ever saw some Ukrainians around. It's stupid. You can't make this stuff up. Erika Kirk still went over there. And this heifer come out talking about I'm still alive. After asking her own cult base to make false reports to the authorities if they see some Ukrainians. Like, how would you be able to detect that with a naked eye? The average person can't do that. So they would just be committing crimes all day and filing false reports to the authorities, wasting time and resources. Like the police wants to deal with any of their BS. And you still allow somebody to come to Nashville, Tennessee, to your house, Candace, and you scared of them? Moron. Just moronic.
It changed after they hit some roadblocks. Again, that's for someone else to tell you about.
It's not a
if they so
roadblock.
choose.
Candace didn't go.
Not having anything to do with yours truly, but hit some roadblocks in scheduling and the specifics that led them to just say, let's do this privately, not on camera, not in a live stream, just us. And I thought that was a great idea, and I fully support it. And I have been in touch with both of them repeatedly. Okay, so that's what I've been doing. And I understand my core audience knows who I am and would never have assumed the worst about me, that I was just abandoning Erika or getting ready to pounce on Candace and, insert myself into this on one side. I'm not getting ready to do that. And I don't want that. I don't think that's God's role for me here. I really fully believe God's role for me here is to possibly play a role in getting this whole thing to a better.
But not be the mommy of the internet, because she made that clear. She's not the mommy of the internet. So why are you concerned with anything going on on the internet, Megan? This is awful. If this is the type of attorney she was, oh my God, how did she get that law degree?
Better place. I think I might be in a position to help construct that. Maybe not.
Oh my God,
but
you suck.
Sitting here in my studio in Connecticut, just slinging mud at one side or the other, or tearing people down, or expressing my disgust, my outrage, that is pointless here. My goal and my job here, I think, is to try to
Who told her to just be disgusted? What she said about what she did and did not agree with, she could have said that 2 months ago. The moment TPUSA came up out of Candace's mouth, she should have said, I don't agree with her going after TPUSA or kind of bringing them into this narrative, because you're automatically insinuating Erika Kirk, because now she's the CEO, girl. It's that simple, Megan. You see, I'm not going to lose any sleep tonight after saying any of this about you, that heifer, anything else that I don't agree with. Not one bit of sleep. I'm going to sleep peacefully.
Understand, yes, where Candace is coming from on this. I know you're not supposed to say it. You're supposed to just immediately condemn her.
Not coming from anything.
But I love the Turning Point guys, and I don't believe for 1 second any of them had anything to do with Charlie's murder. Not for 1 second do I believe that. So
why did you say this 2 months ago, heifer? But she's telling everybody to F off. She's saying this now, but she couldn't say this 2 months ago. Do y'all see that? I don't believe it for 1 second. That's all she had to say. I mean, really, this is all she had to say. This is a starting point. Megan, you are bad at this, girl.
So,
you can't make this up.
people who care about Candace and love Erika have been in a tough position as this whole thing has escalated, and care about Turning Point, which I deeply do. And I will make sure that their legacy is not destroyed. And I will do everything within my power to help them thrive, including supporting my own kids in forming
Oh
a
my
Turning Point
God.
chapter, and going out to AmFest and helping headline that event, and encouraging everyone I know within the conservative movement to go and support them and to donate. So that's where I am. But that doesn't mean I need to sling mud at somebody who sees it differently than I do. And it,
She's not saying it differently. You said you wish she had not brought in TPUSA into the conversation. So if you didn't even agree with that, why couldn't you tell her that? That's what people are asking you, Megan. You're not in court, you weirdo. None of this will even fly in front of a judge. They will be already exhausted of your word salad. It's lunacy. It is absolute lunacy. You go in there and play word salad and play semantics and all this stuff if you want to. I can imagine how fast a judge would have sanctioned her just for trying to be insulting to the court. Megan, you suck.
especially doesn't mean I should remove myself from a position that I think few hold, where I might be able to actually help this thing go away if I can, or at least
Go
get
away.
to a better place. All right, just at least get to a better place, not just for them. I don't think this is good for anybody's mental health, but for America,
You said Candace
you know,
that.
for our country, and definitely for the conservative movement.
Candace don't care
There are
about this.
so many
She already
really
said it.
important battles that we're going to have to fight together against the radical left. And if there's any way that strain of argument and contention can be dissipated, can be
Is Candace still a conservative? Somebody let me know. Perhaps I missed it where Candace said, I don't care about your midterms. I don't care about your conservative party. I'm not voting at all. I mean, how many times has she indicated that she's no longer going to be in the least bit supporting conservatives at all? I mean, how many times she said that? Oh, it's the midterms. She has literally mocked the concept of the midterms and people going out, being able to vote based on facts and evidence and information put out, policies on various platforms, and not based on some BS because Candace said so, with no evidence or facts to post it up to support anything she said. No one cared about the planes, and she made it a big deal. She made that an issue. No one cared about these planes. These planes did send off firepower to Charlie Kirk. We don't care. Megan Kelly couldn't even tell her that. She couldn't even say, you're demanding evidence from the FBI from this investigation with the Utah Attorney General, who's spearheading the investigation, by the way. The FBI is there to support. And you're demanding evidence to be released that is pertinent to a murder trial you've already said you don't care about. Candace also said she didn't care about the murder trial investigation. She said that flat out. I do not care about that investigation. Flat out. She said in the whole video. So if she said this, how is it that Megan Kelly didn't hear that? She got selective hearing too? Is this how this goes? Megan Kelly has selective hearing. She sounds as delusional as it gets. What the is going on? She's extraordinarily delusional. Man, she will survive in court now. No judge would want to hear that. You trying to tiptoe around this subject, counselor. I don't appreciate that at all. You're saying things that your client has not said in the least bit. I can imagine Megan Kelly trying to defend Candace in court. Oh, that would be just airhead on top of airhead.
managed to a place where it's not quite as
Oh, God.
upsetting, awful, tough on a lot of people I love, then I would like to be that person.
Oh,
if I can.
child boo.
This isn't about me. It's totally not about me. It's about those two,
never
and I
has
commend
been.
both of them. I mean, honestly, like,
It wasn't
that
about
took
Candace
a lot
either.
of guts for both of them. Erika is grieving. Erika was away all week on the road promoting Charlie's book. She just did. I know people have given her blowback on the press tour. She committed to the stops that Charlie committed to. She is truly trying to fulfill
No one gave Erika any issues about her press tour except Candace Owens' cult following in the dumbass box. That push out Candace's narrative because they treat her like Jesus Christ. They don't see her any differently. They want us to say something to kiss her ass. I'm not doing it. If there's a fact that so happen to prove Candace right about something, that's one thing. Like we went over the taxes, and then the math turned out to be where the rent and utilities and the maintenance for this random 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment in Arlington, Virginia, lined out to what was on the tax statement. I gave credit to that. I said, okay, that makes sense then. I take that, I accept that, because it's math. That can be factually proven. Math is math. I'm not going to give credit to something where she's just throwing out nonsense and can't even post up evidence or a text message or an email or a photo. Who's the shooter? Because that's what Candace said she was going to tell us. It's been 3.5 months. Who the hell the shooter? I highly doubt she believes it's Tyler Robinson. So who's the shooter? That is what she was supposed to be looking into. And we're no closer to that. Megan Kelly somehow is like just aloof. She's so aloof.
Charlie's legacy and promise on his book. It's not easy for her. People say, oh, she's loving it. She's not loving it. She'd rather be home with her babies because she is now a single mother. She's got a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old.
Only Candace
need her back at home. Not to mention Turning Point. And it took guts for Candace to go too. Let's face it. You know, she's been ripping on Turning Point, an organization that Charlie built, that Erika's running mercilessly for weeks now. And she'd been coming under fire for not accepting the invite of the Turning Point guys to join their live stream, which was supposed to take place yesterday, responding to her claims. And then, you know,
they have the right to do that.
The big kahuna, the CEO, Erika Kirk herself, and Charlie's widow, she's got a couple of roles in this whole story, reaches out to her and says, I will come sit with you directly. And so, you know, she could have run from that. She could have found 10,000 excuses not to do it. You know, I'm just happy to sit here on my set and hurl allegations without saying them to your face. She didn't. They sat for 4+ hours yesterday. So I'll let them.
You gotta be kidding me. She's not even giving Erika enough credit in this. Erika never even said Candace's name. Erika was asked about these conspiracy theories that only Candace was throwing out there. Hell, want to imagine Egyptian planes doing anything. We didn't care about that. And her code is only going to care about what she says. So it's so ridiculous. She let somebody come to her house that she doesn't feel safe around. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. Candace is a damn liar. This misleading, the false perception. I'm still alive. What the hell is wrong with you? You let this woman come to your house. Are you stupid? If you didn't feel safe, you wouldn't let her in your home or anywhere near it. It's like the highest level of stupidity on steroids ever. And all Candace does is just show that she's doing this for PR, for clicks, views, likes, money, for her subs, for her cult, for her bots. Not one time did any of them have any independent thought and use common sense and ask, why would you let her come to your house if you were afraid of her? Why are you telling us you're still alive? But she came to your house. You understand how hypocritical that is, right? You know, because hypocrisy is the same thing as lying. And they don't understand that either. Candace does not understand the definition or concept of hypocrisy. But it's highly hypocritical to say, I'm still alive. And to try to pose this whole so-called, I'm in danger. And you let Erika Kirk come to your home. It's so stupid. But no, the coach is going to say, oh, well, where is she? We're so concerned. She's at home. In case the cult members, the candy asses, can't hear either. Candace was at home this whole time. She's been home. Still alive after letting someone come to her house that she feels so threatened by. You know, because stupidity.
Take it from here, but I wanted to tell you what my role in it has been. And I'll just say this final thing. To the hateful people whom I used to call friends, who have been all over the internet trying to shame me and say that no one should ever listen to this
You should be ashamed, girl. You're a clown. You are a whole clown, and I don't know why anyone gave you a law degree.
program again because I haven't
You're a
spoken
bad
out
Felicia.
on the Erika Candace conflict.
You won't be honest about it.
I don't have any pearls of wisdom other than go fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves. You have no fucking clue what's going on. You don't know what I do behind the scenes. And your world is so myopically online. You fail to understand there are.
She's so fake about this. She's like taking extra breath. Y'all notice this? How everything's so breathy and airy when she's talking here because she don't really mean it. She's mad because people called her out. Megan, people get to do that. It's called free speech. This is the same thing that Candace Owens' cult members have to learn in my chat every day. They come at their own peril. You want to sit here and tell everybody they're off when people were trying to tell you the stuff you're saying about what you did and did not agree with when it came to the alien Candace Owens. You could have said this nonsense 2 months ago. It's not that difficult. You're just weak and pathetic.
Real humans involved here, and actually being able to touch grass and
We
have
know
relationships
that.
with them,
Candace
which is
doesn't
something
care.
I'm doing, could prove to actually benefit all involved. Maybe it won't. Maybe it won't at all. But it's at least got a shot. I'm not sure your Twitter shame game has gotten anything of value done.
You better.
There are a lot of
girl,
politicians that
bye,
should be getting
girl,
coal
bye.
in their stocking for Christmas, but Birch Gold thinks as
Girl, bye. The nonsense of it all. The buffoonery of it all. No one learned anything from that. The only thing she could have said that was merely of value is they called me to facilitate it. And I said yes. That's it. The rest of that stuff she could have kept to herself. What the hell was that? God, y'all wanted me to react to this. I try to keep you all happy. Now hit that like button. And any supers, anything you all want to drop my way, I'll appreciate that. Just for that headache. Megan Kelly, you are the absolute worst. Y'all just hit the like button. Hit the like button. Engage in the chat. I appreciate you all for tuning in. And make sure you guys are sharing this content and subscribing to the LLC. I'm looking forward to the day I can celebrate 30,000 supporters. We're almost there. We're almost there. We're like less than 200 people away. So let's go. Share the content, spread the word. We're gonna get to the next video. Megan Kelly is a thunkhead. I can't take you seriously, Megan Kelly. I can't believe you have a law degree. Let me see. Let me get to Milk Bar.
On the Charlie Kirk show last
dropped a new video. Can I get one of the mods to drop Milk Bar's YouTube channel link in the chat? You guys make sure you keep him in your prayers as well. He lives in Australia. So you can imagine, he's got a lot going on out there. I did reach out to him and email him for a collab reaction before what happened with Bondi Beach. And I can certainly understand why, he might be paying attention to what's going on. You got to pay attention to your surroundings. It was horrible. It's horrible. 11 people lost their life. So we don't advocate for a loss of life here. We just don't. I'm not even saying it. I would rather the candy asses go move to a different continent and they start their own cult there. But just wishing death on people, no. Or celebrating death, no. Horrible stuff that's happening. So, shout out to Milk Bar TV. Let me get the channel link in the chat, and you guys can check out the videos. And we have a few before we get to Candace, before that headache just starts to become a real part of my reality. Megan Kelly done did enough. She's done enough damage. Can't make this up. So there you go. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Let's get to it. Put a 1 in the chat where you can see it here.
on the Charlie Kirk show last week, Andrew said someone powerful called Erika and asked how much she knows, and she said, I know everything. I think she knows everything. She's his wife. What is a wife? Everything she said on stage yesterday. A confidant. Every secret that the world is not meant to know about Charlie Kirk, she knows about Charlie Kirk. Who was stressing him out? Why did you lay your head next to your wife or your husband? My husband knows everything there is to know about me. And
he
so,
doesn't.
yeah, there's no question that she knows everything. This is a faithful couple. This is a woman who consulted a priest and prayed when she felt that somebody had put a hex on her husband. And I just think everyone is being a little unfair by trying to assign so much ill will towards someone who hasn't done anything to warrant that. It does not feel appropriate to me. I haven't seen any reason to do that. What lie has Erika told that I'm supposed to be focused on? The amount of pressure that is on her right now, she has not come out and said anything to me that makes her suspicious. I would have been the first person. If I felt that anything was there, I would have said something. Truly, but I know that Charlie was very happy with Erika. And I know that Erika was a reason she was pushing Charlie, as women do, to really think through his ideas and think through what it was that he believed in one way or the other. She made him happy. And I just want you guys to know that. And so when you're putting stuff out there, just imagine that you're in her shoes. Imagine the size and the scale of that company. And imagine that on top of everything, you've got people that are digging into every layer of your life and not necessarily getting everything right. And I just really just feels to me like it's unfair.
And you're making hundreds and thousands of dollars every single episode going after the people that I love. No, stop. To stop.
Publish that, you crying over your husband's casket, and to publish his dead body on Instagram was a decision that was made by Erika. And we can watch that. Take a look. That was not our business. This is why there are many people who do not believe that women are equipped to lead companies.
Yeah, this script flipping is something else. Y'all, shout out to Milk Bar TV, man. This dude. Oh, Milk Bar is the man. He has a way of putting this content together. These are clips from Candace's videos from her show that all her cult members keep saying no one is watching. Here you go. We're watching her show. You just don't like what we're getting out of it. We don't care. You can't make this
companies, because what you are watching here is an unbelievably emotional response that is absent of any logic. If you really care about your team, answer the questions. I just do not accept any of that. Turning Point is acting suspicious, and she does not feel that it is what she wants to do as a matter of priority. She sat down with the New York Times. She made time, by the way, in case you don't remember.
Once again, what? Is it reading? Is a lack of reading a problem? I'm still getting questions about who said it was not recorded. First of all, Megyn Kelly said it. And, if you want to sit here and cap for Candace, wouldn't you naturally be capping for Megyn Kelly too? Wouldn't the cult members be up in here, trying to defend Megyn Kelly, because Megyn Kelly is not speaking ill will about their cult leader? Megyn Kelly said it. Are y'all believing that? To the cult members, to the candy asses? I know people of reasonable sound mind don't believe then Megyn Kelly said, because she's a clown. I'm talking to the candy asses, to the candy ass cult members. Do you not trust what Megyn Kelly said? She said there was no recording. If you see my title, you see at the end of the word video was called a question mark. A question mark denotes a question. No video? It's a question. That same thing that Candace Owens asks as if she can understand and define. The copy and the paste of the same comments is so bot-like, it's not even funny. And then you get mad when we call you a bot. Why is the bots not scanning the question mark at the end? I don't understand that. Why isn't the bot sitting here defending Megyn Kelly, I guess, because Megyn is sitting here kissing the ass of Candace. So Megyn said there was no recording. Wouldn't the candy asses go and believe that? Yeah, okay. I expect the candy ass cult members to believe what Megyn Kelly said, right? But she loves your cult leader. She said there's no recording. I'm asking a question. I'm not making a statement. There's a difference. It's called English. Is that like we understand the English language? A question mark is a thing.
To fly to DC and basically say Charlie loved you. That was like the 15-second speech. We have a clip of that speech that she gave. So Erika Kirk has time. Not her priority. Not a good idea. Okay, it may work in PR world. You guys, I know how it's an obvious PR campaign. It's never been more obvious of a psychological operation. Whoa, Erika Kirk shuts down no, she didn't even respond to one of the conspiracies. She gave us emotion. She said, I'm a mother, I am a wife, and we never asked about whether she was mother or wife. She's just expanding the wings of people that we're not allowed to critique because they're in the family. If you call them fam, you can't critique them, right? At AmFest 2023, I went alone at the PBD Live podcast. I stood there talking to a woman for the whole hour the show was going on. Talked to her about my heritage, Armenian, and she shared that she and her husband care deeply about my people. At the end of the conversation, she let me know she is Charlie's wife, Erika. She made me feel welcome when I was alone. God be with the Kirks. If there was anything that could rile Charlie up, it's questioning his moral integrity. Yeah, they are very, very good people. Charlie and Erika are fantastic people. It does feel, I would say it feels elite. I don't have time for the little people. Okay, I don't have time for your small pocket donors. I got time. If you ain't spending for a table.
What's the proof that Candace Owens donated to TPUSA? Here's a message to your leader, to the Candy Ass cult members. Go ask your cult leader, the person you refer to as Jesus Christ. Where is the evidence, transactions, payment confirmation, something to show proof that she donated to TPUSA? Because she believes in outing donors. Candace Owens believes in outing donors because reasons. So where's the evidence, Candace, that you donated to TPUSA? We'll wait. She gonna post it up, or do we have to find it? Because I highly doubt it exists. I highly doubt any evidence exists to show that Candace, the alien Owens, made any contribution or donation to TPUSA. So who the hell is she speaking on behalf of? Oh yeah, we're not talking to little donors. You're not a donor at all, heifer. Where's the evidence that you donated to TPUSA, Candace? She probably would lose some of her cult members because they'd be like, how dare you give to the enemy? Just like she let Erika Kirk come to her house.
You ain't getting a response, okay? Because we busy. We very busy. She's going to fight. She's going to fight, and she is going to fight on the good side because every woman would know what her husband's going through. So I can't even imagine what it feels like experiencing this tragedy, having to come to terms with this tragedy. I wasn't sure what direction she was going to go. She was like, I was like, look, she's got a whole business that she's got to figure out. There's a lot of people in her ear. Maybe they did this transition too quickly, and she's just keeping her head no. What she's saying is Turning Point USA is untouchable, and it's a no from me.
Who cares? Show proof that you donated to TPUSA. You called yourself a little donor on behalf of us little donors. Show proof. Because otherwise, you just running your mouth, you alien. She's such an alien. She called herself an alien, by the way. We're just repeating her words. Candace called herself an alien. We're okay with that.
Erika Kirk, man, she really is just the moment. Charlie worked. We knew who Charlie was because he was authentic. Okay, he didn't just go, well, I only make time for big pocket donors.
I'm Nick Brooks, a California attorney.
Yeah, listen, we got a new Nick Brooks video too.
I'm Nick Brooks, a California attorney.
I have reached out to him, so prayerfully, hopefully, he will be on the LLC. Yeah, I'm so excited. I love when we can get some attorneys on board and come and share with us information. I told him he is just doing a fantastic job and to keep it up. And of course, Jay Witt, my brother in Christ, Jay Witt. Jay Witt is also a mod here. I'm a mod on his channel as well. So we are definitely looking forward to trying to get him to come on and impart some wisdom and knowledge on us, especially his legal perspective regarding the Macron lawsuit. I have a lot of questions, a lot of questions. And when I have questions about certain topics, I go to the experts, and, an attorney would be the expert. Megan Kelly is just a clown. So make sure you guys go check out Nick Brooks' YouTube channel. He's almost at 1,600 subs. Y'all make it happen. Make sure you're hitting the like button over there, and let's keep his videos up in the algorithm. Let me copy and paste this video down, and then if I can get one of the mods to drop his YouTube channel link in the chat, that would be fantastic. So it's gonna be awesome. Hopefully he'll schedule something this week or perhaps the weekend. We're coming up close to Christmas. But I would love to have him in the LLC to be able to speak with us and to just give us some just wholesome, well-rounded, and impartial legal information and legal insight about this case. I'm excited. I'm excited. And he's so adorable, y'all. He's so adorable. All right, let's get to it.
Attorney. And today we're asking whether Candace Owens has gone too far in publicly defending Tyler Robinson, the man accused of assassinating Charlie Kirk, and what legal lines apply when you talk about an active murder case. Owens has already told millions of her followers that she does not believe Robinson pulled the trigger or acted alone, directly contradicting prosecutors. We'll walk through defamation and interference with justice risk and apply them to what she's actually saying. Here's the setup. Charlie Kirk was tragically shot and killed at a Utah college event in September, and 22-year-old Tyler Robinson now faces aggravated murder and related charges, with prosecutors pursuing the death penalty. While the DOJ weighs a possible federal hate crime theory, the official line from investigators is that Robinson acted alone. Owens has spent weeks on her show and social feeds pushing alternative theories, saying Robinson did not pull the trigger and insisting there were other actors involved. Legally, there are 3 lanes to pay attention to here: defamation, interference with justice, and what courts call fair comment on matters of public concern. Owens is talking about a public figure's assassination, an accused killer, and supposed hidden conspirators, all in front of a massive audience. So the core questions are, when are her claims protected opinion or speculation, and when do they drift towards false factual accusations that could support a lawsuit or anger prosecutors? In plain English, defamation is a false statement of fact about a real person that harms their reputation, published to others without a good legal defense. Calling out government inconsistencies or asking questions is usually protected. However, inventing specific criminal facts about named private people is much riskier. Interference with justice theories focus on whether someone is trying to intimidate witnesses, poison a jury pool, or otherwise obstruct the process. At the same time, commentary on high-profile criminal cases gets strong First Amendment protection. Apply that to what Owens is actually doing here. She says Robinson was involved on the September 10th assassination of Charlie Kirk, but insists that he did not pull the trigger and did not act alone, directly contradicting prosecutors who say he acted by himself. She questions the murder weapon, suggests there may have been a second shooter, and hints that other people in Kirk's orbit might be hiding something, while sharing selective text and paperwork. That's mostly framed as, this is what I believe, but some of it sounds like factual claims about real, identifiable people. Realistically,
Yes.
the highest immediate risk...
Oh, I'm so glad he said that. Notice he says selective. She will truncate a video in a minute and pick and choose what she wants to put out to the public. Candace, that's called being misleading. Also synonymous for lying. Sharing selective text and paperwork. That also includes videos as well. You know, Tyler Robinson saying vehicle, car, and part of the other part of the video, he actually said vehicle, automobile, car. Whichever way it was. She cut the video so that you don't see the remaining portion of it where he actually uses the word she claims he didn't use. That is called misleading. That will not fly in a court of law. Why is Candace even doing that? If you're going to disseminate information, present the full facts of it. And then you let people take from that what they want. It's bottom line. If I say I'm not knowledgeable in something and I want to turn to you all to help put some information in the chat, I have no problem asking you all for that. I have no problem with saying, hey, you guys engage in the chat. Let me know what this information is. We got any experts out there, people who understand aviation? How long will a plane be in the air in our airspace before our people up there trying to take it out the sky if we don't know why they're up there? 0.003 seconds. I learned from you all. There's no reason to select anything. You all should be getting the same factual information that I have. That's why I drop links and give resources. Candace will literally sit here and clip a video that you can go watch for yourself in its entirety. And for what? She knows her cult members aren't going to watch or read anything. Bots don't care. But to people who want to see, okay, she's known to lie and be misleading and intentionally misdirect people and to be deceptive. I don't have to trust her. So naturally, most people are going to fact check it. And it turns to find out, oh, he did use that word she said he didn't use. That is a flat out false allegation. It's a false claim you're asserting to be a fact. And it easily can be debunked by just simply playing the rest of the video. She go in there with this Macron lawsuit to do that if she wants to. They're going to mollywop her in court. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. I'm so glad he said this.
Mostly framed as, this is what I believe, but some of it sounds like factual claims about real, identifiable people. Realistically, the highest immediate risk is a defamation claim from someone she strongly implies is involved in Kirk's killing or cover-up, especially if they're a private or less public figure. Prosecutors also hate having a huge influence or questioning evidence in real time, but they'd be very cautious about turning that into any kind of charge because of the First Amendment and the political blowback. The DOJ's focus right now is building a death penalty case, not chasing commentators. The broader lesson for anyone with a platform is this: you can criticize the government's case, point out gaps, and debate motives, especially in a huge political assassination. But the danger zone is when you start confidently assigning criminal roles to specific individuals without evidence. Even if you've never even seen a courtroom, you can blow up relationships, face demands to retract, and become part of the story instead of just covering it. There's a big difference between here's what we don't know yet and here's who helped kill him. If you found this helpful, hit like so more people see it. Before you go, tell me in the comments whether you think Candace Owens is courageously questioning a shaky case or recklessly smearing people in the middle of a murder prosecution. If someone you know follows Owens, Kirk, or true crime politics, send this to them so they can see where the legal line really is. And if you want more breakdowns like this from a California attorney, subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next episode. Thank you very much.
He's so awesome.
Hey, everyone, real quick.
Shout out to Nick Brooks. Oh, man. Fantastic commentary, straight to the point. He keeps it simple, and he keeps it factually correct. That's it. Keeps it factually correct. I noticed that she played the video where he said car, and then he said vehicle right after that. You know, she watched the whole video and just put out what she wanted people to hear. Exactly. Thank you. Is it Nanya? Thank you, Nanya. Because, like, once again, I'm not here to change the minds of the cult members. You worship the ground Candace walks on, you want to support her, I don't care, because you don't pay my bills. But don't try to change our minds either. Don't get upset when we don't trust anything she says. We call her lying. Don't try to convince us of what she's not lying about when we can prove what she is lying about. And you wouldn't be able to take that to the court of law, because no judge would allow half this nonsense to go on. They go logging in them hearings when she started going to court with the Macron lawsuit. The judge will kick all of their behinds out if they get into that live stream and then they start flowing in the chat like they do now. They get kicked out. Oh, the court is not letting us watch. No, you're just being an idiot. You're not going to be able to stay in that hearing at this rate. Oh, man. That woman is just throwing out random accusations and making bank on each episode she spews her conspiracy theories out on. Yeah, Candace is doing it for real. Diane said, omission of evidence. Exactly. She leaves out pertinent information. She doesn't even give baseline facts and context. Candace, what's an endowment again? Before you sit here saying someone's stealing money while we look at her tax statements, you can't make this up. Fred said, at babbling, I'm glad you see that because her cult members have lost their minds. Yeah. Ciao. She knows her followers are idiots. She does, and she doesn't care. She would rather they live in this state of delusion. All she cares about is them reinforcing her low self-esteem and confidence. Candace has no self-esteem and confidence. None. You can't tell me that she does not know she has a cult following like this that will believe every word she says, and she's not taking full advantage of it. That's what makes her an opportunist. And then they go out and prove us right by saying she's got more followers, she's got more subs, she's getting more likes, she's getting more views. Because that's what it's all about. They confirm our statements on that. They confirm when we say Candace only cares about making money and getting views and likes and clicks. This is so crazy. Shout out to Nick Brooks. So we have up next the Story Box. I actually like the Story Box. He's got the cutest accent ever. And he spoke on a portion of video footage from Steve Crowder, who gave his thoughts about Erika Kirk and meeting up, going to Candace's house. Although Candace claims she's scared of them. Yet she let these people in her house because of reasons. And he gives a response to that. I haven't been able to find the actual Steve Crowder clip. And to be honest, I've been working, so it's okay. But we're gonna check this out in the beginning. I think he does his sponsorships and stuff. So let's get down to this part here. Can one of the mods let me know if Candace started her alien show yet? So we can get to laughing.
That are her husbands, but for some strange, very strange reason, because
wait, I must have missed something in the beginning. Let's go back.
15th is a no-go for travel when it comes to Turning Point USA. She can't go anywhere. She's not available for in-person meetings. She can't turn up at Turning Point USA because reasons that are her husband's.
Thank you, Adam.
But for some strange, very strange reason, because Erika Kirk decided to say this, or decided to organize, I believe, a private in-person discussion, she's suddenly available. It's very intriguing to me. This is like a saga better than Days of Our Lives. You remember that show? Erika Kirk posted this on X the other day. Candace Owens and I are meeting for a private in-person discussion on Monday, 7/15th, instead of the Turning Point USA live stream, debunking and destroying all of Candy Owens' lies. And I have agreed that public discussions, live streams, and tweets are on hold until after this meeting. I look forward to a productive conversation. Thank you. Now, before I have anything that I want to say about this, I want to show you what Stephen Crowder had to say about this. Have a watch.
Erika posted that Candace Owens and I are meeting for a private in-person discussion Monday, December 15th. Candace and I have agreed that public discussions, live streams, and tweets are on hold until after this meeting. I look forward to a productive conversation. Candace said, I'm very much looking forward to this discussion. Look, here's my prediction for this, okay? This is going to take place, and afterward, I would bet that Candace will say, look, I said that Erika would be the only one who could make me stop if she asked. And the questions have been answered in relation to TPUSA being implicated. I think she's going to walk this back. I think that there's probably quite a bit of pressure right now. The tides have turned. And I think it's probably going to cool temperatures quite a bit. I would be willing to bet that Candace is going to have to walk some things back or play this a little more carefully moving forward. And the truth is, it would be best for this to be put to rest. It doesn't mean that anyone evades accountability, but truth is what matters most here. And I hope that's what comes of this. I would be willing to bet that Candace walks it back, and this is not going to be continuing down the same path.
Yeah, and Candace did start to face a lot of pressure because of that comment that Erika was the one who could make her stop. Erika did tell her to stop, and people were pointing out that Candace had not stopped.
Right.
So we'll see if it was an in-person thing or not.
Yeah. So, and you guys let me know what you expect from this. I hope. I really do hope so. It's, if you want to go on and say, you want to say Mossad, you want to say the French Legionnaire, the Legionnaire Gendarmerie, whatever, 13th Brigade, even though they don't have brigades, fine. But the implication that TPUSA and his family, and Candace can say she didn't imply Erika Kirk, but you see this out there. A lot of people implying that she was complicit or involved. They're going to have to go through this trial. This is this woman's husband who died. I get it. She's CEO of TPUSA, but she is a grieving widow. I really do hope that there can be a ceasefire here and she can enjoy. as best she can Christmas with her family and for the first time children without a father. When you think about it, it really is just.
How many of you?
So I'm gonna pause there, and then we're gonna go find out what Candace is saying because she started her show. All right. So let's go on over to here. This is her episode. Erika and I sat down. Here's what happened. And of course, she does this thumbnail talking about E-Day in Nashville. I mean, really, Candace, you didn't have to let Erika come to your house, girl. But let's see what's going on, y'all. I'm going to try my best not to pause too much, but y'all know how I say. So let's get to it. I'm trying to get to like the beginning. I don't care for our intro or anything like that. Y'all ready? Put a 1 in the chat where you can see it here. Let's go.
I just want to say Shabbat Shalom to everybody back at home. Happy Hanukkah.
Hold on.
I just want to say Shabbat Shalom to everybody back at home. Happy Hanukkah to our greatest friends and allies. And, this is a good time to mention that Israel does have a right to defend itself. Tucker Carlson is Adolf Hitler. And TikTok does need to be purchased by the Mossad. It's just how I'm feeling today. I am not different. Maybe you are different. Welcome back to Candace. Okay, you guys are crazy. You guys are absolutely crazy. The amount of people who attacked me for sending out a tweet being like, hey, I'm good, I'm alive. We had a very productive conversation. And they were like, she got the call. She got the call. She's betrayed us. She's doing something else. I can't believe it. This has all just been a show. Calm down.
It's still a show.
What do you think happened? Erika said.
We don't know. Why don't you play the video? Because hopefully you recorded this thing.
Stop. And then I was frozen for 4 hours and 30 minutes, just like as they just put all of these talking points into my head. That is not what happened.
Yeah, because they're talking points. It's not facts or evidence. They're talking points. Because this is a show. This is a show. I'm glad she said this. Candace, terminology sometimes matters. Words matter. This is a show. So she's got talking points.
I keep telling you guys, I am not governable. I am basically akin to Kanye West. I never felt more seen than when he tweeted a lot of years ago, just fired my manager because I realized I can't be managed. That is me. That tweet right there, I was like, oh gosh, yes, Kanye, I get this. Okay. Nobody is changing their mind anything. How ridiculous would it have been if I'm doing all of this, investigating, asking all these questions,
investigating,
and then Erika Kirk offers to answer some of these questions, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to go. I can't betray the people. I don't want any answers to the questions. I just want to ask them. No, this is the entire reason we are doing this. We've been looking at the situation going, why can't Turning Point USA just answer basic questions?
Because you were accusing them, not asking them anything. And once again, she's not a licensed or certified investigator. She's not investigating squat. She barely reads. She won't even let a full video play to hear someone say car or vehicle. Just so we're clear on this. I don't even understand what is she doing here. Her cult members believe whatever she says. All she has to say is this, and they're going to go with it. And then they're going to start parroting that nonsense in everybody else's videos and live streams moving forward. What were you all expecting? Of course, she's asking questions. You didn't expect Erika not to go to her home. They're just going to say whatever she says now. They're not thinking about what she's saying and how hypocritical it is. She the one that told us that George told her no. I clowned you for a week, heifer, and you know I did. Candace, you're still bad at this. And she now all of a sudden of course I was going to ask her questions. Why? You're supposed to be telling us who the shooter is. Not sitting here trying to attack and go after TPUSA. No one there shot Charlie. But you won't say who shot him. It's been almost 4 months. Erika Kirk just gave her more freaking content.
And I can tell you guys that yesterday, for 4 hours and 30 minutes, there were no rules. They said you can ask us any question that you want, anything that's on your mind, which I appreciated. And some of you guys are thinking, who is they? Who is they? It's the Jews, obviously. Just kidding. It's Justin Strife. Justin Strife was in the room. It was just Justin Strife and Erika. George joined me just for the beginning portion of the conversation because he had that thing going on that I told you on the 15th all day. He was in a conference. And then I brought my cousin Mia, the one that has a really bad attitude. I just bring her there for vibes. I think it just confuses people. They're like, I don't understand what's this person doing here. And the reality is she's like always just listening to Cardi B music. But she's my cousin and I always have her around. And so that was it. She was kind of sitting a little bit away, but at the table, it was really just the four of us until George left. And I will be honest, I did not know what to expect going into the room. I did not know if they were going to be open. I didn't know what Erika's energy was going to be like, if it was going to be more of an argument, if there was going to be legal threats. You guys were telling me not to drink water, so I didn't drink water. Well, I brought my own water, but I didn't drink that water too. It was a lot. There's a lot going on, okay? And the conversation started with Justin Strife very sensibly saying, what are we looking to accomplish here? Like, what is the actual aim of this conversation? And he was pretty clear, and Erika was very clear, that they were sort of most upset with what obviously a bit of a fever pitch, what I tweeted, that it was a godforsaken company and people should not.
It was more than a fever pitch, Candace. Like you said, it's a talking point. Something you put in your script, in your pre-recorded shows. And you said any and everything you could to get her to respond to you because court of public opinion matters and so does PR. Because let's not forget, she said, oh, this is very bad PR. They ought to put me on their payroll at TPUSA. Maybe I can help with their PR. Why? You won't even contribute and be a donor. You're telling people to get refunds back. I wonder, did they ask her about that? Why are you telling people to get refunds back? What is that? What is that? Why are you outing and doxing our donors? Why are you doing that? No one cares who's donating to TPUSA. Just like I don't care about any other nonprofit organization getting donations. Blexit once upon a time got donations too, Candace. We're finding out. So I'm wondering, these talking points, this stuff you're throwing out here in your script with no evidence to prove it, you wanted them to answer to your BS that you're just coming up with. This is all one big show for her. A show.
To give money to it. And I have to own that. That's aggressive. That is actually aggressive in the retrospect. I was very frustrated. And I don't know. I felt like we weren't getting any answers and there were so many lies. And then I was getting attacked for asking all meaningful questions that was within their capacity to answer. And I told you, I definitely, my problem in life is that I can rise to anger very quickly. I shared with them that I really felt like I was under attack for telling the truth from the very beginning, like casually when I mentioned the Catholicism thing. Like, what was that about? I was like, look, I say something in a tribute to him. Alex Clark and Andrew Colvett then jump onto a podcast and they're doing that weird interview, which is clearly aimed at me. And they've teased the interview as like aimed at me, but they never say my name. And that to me felt like it was the first, I don't know.
Why should they? I mean, that's giving credence to your existence on earth. Erika never said your name either, but somehow Megyn Kelly thinks that you were going back and forth with her online. It didn't matter. I don't think Erika Kirk would have even said anything to address Candace had she not been asked the questions, because she never said her name. She never said Candace Owens' name. Never. She's not that important. Candace invoked herself into this and lied like hell. And now she can't even apologize.
First bit of mud that was slung, which their answer for that was, hey, that was a really crazy time. A new system had to be put into place. And by no means did Erika give any person the authority to go out and say that the Catholicism thing was a lie. It kind of turned into this big thing. Whatever. Okay, that kind of obviously was not the meat of the reason that we wanted to sit down. I will say I was immediately refreshed by the fact that one of the first things that Erika did was she owned the lies, or rather, I guess they would cage it as miscommunications that were coming from various
They
people at
weren't
the company.
lies.
Like, look, this is a company.
You have to prove they lied. You have to show evidence of how they lied. You just saying they lied, it's not evidence. Because Candace said so, it's not a fact. She won't even post up any evidence or paper trail of this so-called assassination attempt. So the whole thing with the FBI, the French trying to come after her, the Israeli operatives and the assassins from France and the French Legion thing, all of that is done because there was just more talking points for her dumb show. Is she past that point? Is she never going to repeat those talking points again? How's this going to go?
With 650 people that are employed, everybody at this time is exceedingly emotional, and they are communicating, and no matter what somebody says on Twitter, they assume that this communication has come down from management, and that's not always a circumstance. But they owned right away, which felt great, that if you guys recall, Erika sat down with Glenn Beck. I actually missed this portion because I didn't get to watch the interview in its entirety, and we were pulling clips because a lot was coming out very quickly. But there was a portion that was going around that was viral, and it was Erika saying that she had Charlie's phone and that Charlie never texted anybody the night before saying that he thought that they were going to kill him. And that obviously reflected poorly on me because I was the one who said that he did, in fact, text multiple people the night before. And then I went on Jimmy Dore on Friday, Jimmy Dore's show, and I clarified. I said, Andrew Colvett told me specifically that he was one of the people that received this text message. So I got that first person. I didn't get that from a source. I got that directly from Andrew Colvett. And then somebody who had access to Dan Flood's communications said that Dan Flood similarly received a text message. They owned that right away and explained. Erika said that she has Charlie's phone. She's looking at his iMessages. And it turns out that he, like everybody else, communicates on Signal. He communicates on Telegram. And that those when she heard me say that, they then went and looked. And yes, that what I said was true. Andrew Colvett received a message the night before, and Dan Flood received a message the night before. Now, they asked me if I had actually like a concrete a copy of what Dan Flood got the night before. And I said, no. If somebody told me what it said, which was almost exactly what Andrew said, which is they're going to kill me. Andrew did not know who they were, that he was referring to were, but they clarified that the message that Dan Flood received said the left is going to kill me. So I can't confirm that one way or the other. I have to trust them on that because I didn't.
Wait a minute. She just said something is true, but she can't confirm who told Andrew Colvett that. And she doesn't have the actual message herself. So she just said, I can't confirm that one way or the other. Are you seeing this? Why does none of this? What? None of this makes sense. So you can't say who told Dan Flood this. Andrew Colvett can't say who told him that. She just said, I have no way to verify this. But somehow she's saying this is true.
From Andrew Colvett. And then somebody who had access to Dan Flood's communications said that Dan Flood similarly received a text message. They owned that right away and explained. Erika said that she has Charlie's phone. She's looking at his iMessages. And it turns out that he, like everybody else, communicates on Signal. He communicates on Telegram. And that those when she heard me say that, they then went and looked. And yes, that what I said was true. Andrew Colvett received a message the night before.
But then not post up the copy of the message on Signal and Telegram. So why can't she just post this up? What she said was true, but she said then after that she has no way to verify it. Are y'all hearing this? Let me go back. Okay.
he, like everybody else, communicates on Signal, he communicates on Telegram, and that those when she heard me say that, they then went and looked, and yes, that what I said was true. Andrew Colvett received a message the night before, and Dan Flood received a message the night before. Now, they asked me if I had actually like a concrete a copy of what Dan Flood got the night before, and I said no. Somebody told me what it said, which was
Somebody?
almost exactly what Andrew said, which is they're going to kill.
Who's the somebody? And yet again, why can't the message from Signal or Telegram, wherever it came from, she's not saying which one they're verifying the message was posted on. Was it posted on Signal or Telegram or both? She's just saying he communicates using Signal and Telegram. But she's not confirming which platform was the message on. She can't say who's telling who what. Somebody said this, somebody said that. What the heck is going on?
Dan Flood received a message the night before. Now, they asked me if I had actually like a concrete a copy of what Dan Flood
Because you would need that.
got the night before, and I said no. Somebody told me what it said, which was almost exactly.
Who told her that? What did Dan Flood tell her that? I have to scrutinize this because it doesn't make sense. If someone told you something, they're asking you to give them evidence of this message. Why would they confirm it to be true? You can't even say who told the person that called you and told you this. You're not even giving a name here. Andrew Colvett said something to you, but someone told him that, and no one knows who that person is. Why in the hell would they confirm this? Are y'all seeing this?
Dan Flood's communications said that Dan Flood similarly received a text message.
Hold on. I gotta go back. I'm going back. Because none of this doesn't make sense. Does not make sense.
The night before. And
when she could just post a message.
Then I went on Jimmy Dore on Friday, Jimmy Dore's show, and I clarified. I said, Andrew Colvett told me specifically that he was one of the people that received this text message. So I got that first person. I didn't get that from a source. I got that directly from Andrew Colvett. And then somebody who had access to Dan Flood's communications said,
who has access to his communications aside from him? Here's what have been my question. Okay, let me call Andrew Colvett and Dan Flood, and let's sign them into this call right quick and see if they can send over a copy of those messages. They claim they received them, right? So Andrew Colvett and Dan Flood should be able to post up the messages that they received. You mean to tell me someone's going to call you and tell you something like that? And you said you love Charlie Kirk. And he's concerned about his life being taken. And they still did not manage to post a damn message? Make that make sense? She said Signal or Telegram, then didn't specify. And even out of all of this, why can't we see a message now? This meeting has happened. She's saying they confirmed something. I don't really have to believe anything Candace Owens says. And it's her fault because look how convoluted this is. Someone told this person this, and yet neither of those two people that have these messages sent her a damn copy of it. They didn't text her or send her a print screenshot. They didn't download it and email it. Where is the freaking message? Where's the message? Why didn't Andrew Colvett or this Dan person, send her a print screenshot of the message? Why would they confirm something we still can't see tangibly? She can't say which platform it was sent on. Did they even confirm? Okay, you're right. This was sent on a Signal platform, or this was sent on Telegram, or he sent it through both. And here's a copy of it. So that now you can show people this message. Because if she's going to sit here and say these messages are true, why can't we see it now? It's not a secret anymore. So why isn't she posting it up? What exactly did they confirm to be true? Would be my question. Because she said a whole lot of stuff that's confusing here. What did they actually confirm to be true? That there was some messages received, or that the message was Charlie Kirk saying that someone is going to kill him? Because she's been very vague.
That Dan Flood similarly received a text.
Now go back again. I want y'all to hear this.
Sat down with Glenn Beck. I actually missed this portion because I didn't get to watch the interview in its entirety.
That's a damn lie.
Because a lot was coming out very quickly. But there was a portion.
No. See, they clipped it up. Like she just said. They got clips. Because that's what they do. They just get clips of things. And then they only play the clips that fit their moot point. That fit their dumb narrative. It's misleading. Just like she did with the Tyler Robinson video. Only played the first part where he didn't say a word. And then only for people to go back and fact check her and see that he did say the word at the end of the video. They get the whole video. They watch the whole thing. They just clip out the parts they want to clip out to be misleading. So she saw the whole full interview. She knows that Erika Kirk had her husband's phone. Why wouldn't she? She was like, I have his cell phone. And somehow she didn't ask, hey, can I get a copy of that message? I mean, if you're going to sit here and say they confirmed this to be true, why not just show the message? She's not even saying who's telling who what.
That was going around that was viral. And it was Erika saying that she had Charlie's phone and that Charlie never texted anybody the night before saying that he thought that they were going to kill him. And that obviously reflected poorly on me because I was the one who said that he did, in fact, text multiple.
Part of that problem, she keeps saying, in fact, everything's a fact with no evidence. Still, even after this 4.5-hour meeting, no text message. She demanded that TPUSA show the message. And she meets with Erika directly, who has her husband's cell phone. And you still let her walk away without giving you the message. This is what I mean by laziness. Or else she's still skirting around the issue here.
People the night before. And then I went on Jimmy Dore on Friday, Jimmy Dore's show, and I clarified. I said, Andrew Colvett told me specifically that he was one of the people that received this text message. So I got that first person.
So she purported something from Andrew Colvett as a fact. Why did she do that? Because Candace is bad at this. You don't purport third-party hearsay as a fact. That's not how it works. It's hearsay. Someone telling you something that someone told them, or they're basing it on a message that they received, but they don't want to see you the actual message itself. Make that make sense? If Colvett had this message, why didn't she ask him, can you send me a copy of this message? Can you do a print screen of the message and send it to me? What the hell is so wrong with her asking for evidence here? Unless it doesn't exist. I hope Erika does not respond to this crap, because this will never end.
I didn't get that from a source. I got that directly from Andrew Colvett. And then somebody who had access to Dan Flood's communications said that Dan Flood similarly received a text message. They owned that right away and explained. Erika said that she has Charlie's phone. She's looking at his iMessages. And it turns out that he, like everybody else, communicates on Signal. He communicates on Telegram. And that those when she heard me say that, they then went and looked. And yes, that what I said was true. And
what you said, what was true? I want to be specific in this, because she's skipping out a whole lot. That the messages existed, that he uses Telegram or whatever the other platform is, or a message that he actually sent out to two people saying someone was trying to murder him. And you didn't get a copy of that message?
From Andrew Colvett. And then somebody who had access to Dan Flood's communications said,
name that person. Name that somebody. Why wouldn't it be Dan Flood himself? If If it's his communication and the message was sent to his phone, why does someone else that has access to this need to tell her that? Why didn't he tell her that? If they have access to it, why didn't she ask that person to send her a screenshot of the damn message? You understand how stupid this is? A good journalist doesn't walk away from an opportunity to get a receipt. Someone that has access to his communication told you there's a message in this man's either phone or tablet. It's a message in the phone. Let's just go with the phone, because Andrew COVID said it came to his phone. It came from Charlie Kirk's phone through Telegram or whatever. Let's say it came through their phones. Someone that has access to this damn person's communications told you that this damn person received the message as well. And you didn't ask, can you do a screenshot of that and text it to me or email it to me? Because wouldn't they be able to see the message and be able to take a picture of it? Once again, we're at this so-called paper trail of these payments going from the French president through Club de Sant. And someone's telling her a paper trail exists, and she doesn't even bother to ask for email evidence of this paper trail. Same situation right here. This is the same BS. She didn't even bother to ask for a copy of the message. You can't make this up.
That Dan Flood similarly received a text message. They owned that right away and explained, Erika said that she has Charlie's phone. She's looking at his iMessages, and it turns out that he, like everybody else, communicates on Signal. He communicates on Telegram. And
so is that what they confirmed? That he communicates on Signal and Telegram, and not necessarily the message said that he was going to get murdered? Candace, your double speak doesn't fly through me here. Because at the end of the day, you didn't have concrete evidence. You can't say who this person is that has access to Dan Flood's communication or anything that came from Andrew COVID. And you still didn't manage to get a copy of that damn message. But you want TP USA to post it? Why? You should have gotten it.
And that those when she heard me say that, they then
Why
went
you
and
stumbling?
looked, and yes, that what I said was true. Andrew Kovac received a message the night before, and
that's what she's saying is true. Andrew COVID received the message. Dan Flood received the message. But because she's not posting it up, who knows what the message actually said? Yeah, they received messages of God knows what. You can't make this up. And you wouldn't get a copy of this and post it up. The one piece of evidence that you could show where there was a real concern of imminent threat to Charlie Kirk's life that he felt was going to happen to him, and you didn't get a copy of the damn message, you moron. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. You can't make this stuff up. Do y'all hear this? Do y'all hear this? She said they confirmed her to be correct. But what she said correctly is that they got messages. But she still did not bother to get a copy of the message if it said that Charlie Kirk expressed that he was concerned that someone was going to murder him. And somehow this very important message she still didn't get a copy of, and she's not posting up. It is absolutely stupidity on steroids to let that go away, to let them walk away and not give you a copy of that. If they confirmed that to be true. It sounds like what they confirmed it to be true is that messages were sent, but not being specific about what it said. Because she's thinking that she's dancing around this. And no, we're seeing straight through that shit, heifer. No, unbelievable. Sometimes you just gotta get through the fluff. But she can't say who told her this that has access to Dan Flood's communications, though. She can't give us that person's name, but she can out everyone else. She can dox a child, a minor, but she can't tell us who had access to Dan Flood's messages. This is and they want to sit here and say that she's investigating something. She's not even, God, a decent reporter. Candace, you are so bad at this. This is absolutely horrible. You let them walk away without giving you a copy of this message that specifically stated Charlie Kirk saying, I believe someone is going to murder me.
Andrew Colvett told me specifically that he was one of the people that received this text message. So I got that first person. I didn't get that from a source. I got that directly from Andrew Colvett. And
with
then
no proof.
Somebody who had access to Dan Flood's communication.
Not Dan Flood himself, though. Somebody with access to Dan Flood. Not Dan Flood, though.
And said that Dan Flood similarly received a text message. They owned that right away and explained. Erika said that she has Charlie.
It may not have even been the same thing. You gotta read, you gotta listen. Candace and her dumb word salad, it still lacks substance. She won't name this somebody that had access to Dan Flood stuff. Andrew Colvett says something along these lines about a message. Neither of them gave her a copy. So you can't even verify that.
His phone, she's looking at his iMessages, and it turns out that he, like everybody else, communicates on Signal, he communicates on Telegram, and that those when she heard me say that, they then went and looked, and yes, that what I said was true. Andrew Colvett received a message the night before, and Dan Flood received a message the night before. Now they asked me if I had actually
she's confirmed they received messages. But not that it said that Charlie Kirk felt that someone was trying to kill him. They confirmed they got messages. Could have been from this Telegram. He uses Telegram. He uses, what was the other one? Signal. But not specifically what they said. And she has no evidence to show you that.
And yes, that what I said was true.
About them getting
Colvett received a message the night before, and Dan Flood received a message the night before. Now they asked me if I had actually like a concrete a copy of what Dan Flood got the night before, and I said no. Somebody told me what it said, which was almost
somebody is not named though. That somebody is not named. Wouldn't that be pivotal? Wouldn't the candy ass cult members be hounding her about, can you name this somebody? Because we really need to know who this somebody is, because that is not directly coming from the person that got the message. And we need to see proof of this message because we want to confirm if it said specifically from Charlie Kirk that he believes someone is going to murder him. We need to see that message. So the candy ass cult members are just going to let this fly? Or are they still trying to figure out what's going on here? Because I just literally deciphered through all that BS you just gave us. All they did was confirm that Andrew Colvett and this damn person got messages, but not confirm what they said. And it could have possibly came through either Signal or Telegram. That's it. Candace is an idiot.
Exactly what Andrew said, which is they're going to kill me. Andrew did not know who they were, that he was referring to.
No. The message didn't say that because she can't even say who told her this. God. And there's no message to show. For fuck's sake. You can't make this up.
But they clarified that the message that Dan Flood received said the left is going to kill me. So I can't confirm that.
She can't confirm what the messages said. You all hear this? Are you all hearing this? She can't clarify it. And Erika Kirk was sitting in her face with her husband's phone. And she can't even clarify what the message said. She literally just effed herself up. See, this is what happens when you have people just going along with because Candace said so. and they're not listening to what she's saying. The Candy Ass cult members hate it when I react to this because I'm going to get through the fluff. They only confirmed that messages were sent. She can't name the person that had access to Dan Flood's messages, and she just said, I can't confirm what it said, basically. She can't even say word for word what the message said, and she doesn't have a copy of it to post up so that we can read it for ourselves. This is not investigative anything. This is a clown putting on a show. I literally had to sift through this fluff for it to still come out for her to have to admit she has no idea what the message said, and she has no way to verify it. Because she didn't even bother to ask Andrew Covid or the person that has access to Dan Flood's messages to email her or text her a copy of that shit. Candace, you're bad at this.
Andrew did not know who they were, that he was referring to were.
Can't make this up.
But they clarified that the message that Dan Flood received said the left is going to kill me. So I can't confirm that one way or the other. I have to trust.
Yeah, you can't confirm that no way or the other. Yeah, because I'm going to snip this, Candace, because you're a moron. You have no idea what that message said. And you just sat here and said they proved you right. On what? The only thing they proved her right on is that messages went out. She has no idea what it said and has no way to clarify what the message said. So first she was saying it is a fact that he said that somebody is going to kill me. Now she's saying the left is going to kill me. And then it said, I have no way to verify what they said. Because of course she doesn't. Of course she doesn't.
The they that he was referring
They
to
who?
Were, but they clarified that the message that Dan Flood received said the left is going to kill me. So,
but what about what Andrew Covid received? They could have gotten two totally different messages. The only thing they confirmed is that Andrew Covid got a message and Dan Flood got a message. Who the fuck knows what was actually in those messages? We could easily assume, based on what she's saying, it's two different messages that went out. One message went to Andrew Covid saying one thing, and another message went to Dan Flood saying something else. Why didn't she bother to ask for a copy of this? I don't understand. Because that's what good journalists would have done, Candace. Good journalists would have said, can I get a copy of these messages that went to both of their phones so that I can read it? Because she didn't have concrete evidence of it at all. She just confirmed it. They asked me, did I have concrete proof for this? I said, no, I'm just going to what was told to me. That's what she does. I'm going to put stuff out here and then force them to do the dirty work for me and to prove me right when there was nothing to show. Because it doesn't even fucking exist. Messages exist, but not messages that said someone is going to kill me tomorrow. And she has no way to verify it. Sweet Jesus.
I can't confirm that one way or the other. I have to trust them on that because I did not see that concrete message. I was told that it said they.
Of course not.
Now, obviously, we discussed the moment, and I'm laughing.
Yeah, I can't confirm that one way or the other. Yeah. Because this is a snip, Candace. Because you're a clown. Clown shit. I can't confirm that one way or the other. I have to trust that. I thought she didn't trust nobody. I thought she didn't trust the feds. She doesn't trust TPUSA. She doesn't trust Erika. I don't trust anybody. Just God and my vision. So now you got to trust what they're telling you. So what did they confirm again? Messages went out. All they could confirm is that a message went out, but can't confirm what it said because she doesn't have any concrete proof. You can't make this stuff. Oh man, I hate to see journalism be just ripped to shreds. Like Candace is the ultimate destroyer. You make the idea of being an independent journalist look horrible. Candace, don't ever say you're an independent journalist. You want to keep impersonating investigators from the CIA? Go ahead. It's a felony. Good luck to that. But don't ever say you're a journalist. or a reporter, because this is piss poor. And you still let them walk away, not showing you the message yourself so that you can verify what it said. Because if it came from her husband's phone, wouldn't she be able to show you the messages in her husband's phone? Sounds like all she confirmed was that he uses Signal and Telegram. They could have been fake messages. Anybody thought about that? Y'all know what phishing emails are? They're scams. These messages could have been completely fabricated and faked under some fake account, sent to Dan Flood's phone and Andrew Covid's phone. It could have been faked. She has no way to verify it either. So this very serious message of Charlie Kirk saying that I think someone is going to murder me comes down to quite possibly a hoax, like a phishing scam sent through a Telegram or a Signal app. This is why I don't have Telegram, by the way. You get so many fake messages from fake accounts coming from Telegram and WhatsApp. So she has no idea to verify that it came directly from Charlie, that it even came from his phone. It could have came from some fake account. She can't verify what the hell it said. And it sounds like 2 different messages went to 2 different people. Any questions? Because, Candace, you're bad at this, girl. This is why I'm the queen of this. Because I do listen. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. I can't confirm that one way or the other. Because of course you can't. She don't have any concrete evidence on this. Nothing. This is why I keep saying I don't have to trust shit she says. I can call her a liar because she has no evidence to prove it. But she said it was a fact that message was sent out. And now she says, I can't verify it one way or the other. And you know what the candy ass cult members are hearing right now? Wah, 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 wah.
Me, Andrew did not know who they were, the they that he was referring to were,
Wah, wah.
but they clarified that the message that Dan Flood received said
so
the
done.
left is going to kill me. So I can't confirm that one way or the other. I have to trust them on that because I did not see that concrete message. I was told that it said they. Now, obviously,
God.
we discussed the moment, and I'm laughing here because you TikTokers are actually out of control. You guys are going to be the reason that Israel.
I did not see that concrete message. Why are you laughing at this? That message was supposed to be a very serious message from Charlie Kirk expressing that someone was going to kill him. And you're mocking it. Like the clown you are, Candace. You're mocking this. She just brushed it off. Now, I have no concrete evidence. I have no way to verify it. Moving on. He said he thought somebody was going to kill him. But, whatever.
Israel gets TikTok
Airhead.
because you guys are acting a fool all the time.
You're
And
an
the
idiot.
videos were so hilarious of you guys mocking the Barry Weiss interview. It's great. It's good to laugh at ourselves. And Barry Weiss is always worth laughing at. But I was
So
sort
are
of
you,
like,
you moron. What's that concrete evidence you said that was so serious? It was so serious. We're still waiting on her to drop names from TPUSA because something she found out that was so hurtful, so painful. It warranted her to sit here and to interfere with their ability to bring in revenue by telling people to get refunds, to stop donating to a nonprofit organization where they rely on proceeds of donations and contributions. Something she found out that was just so detrimental and damaging. When the hell did she name names again? But Candace, you don't mind with interfering with their ability to make money. It's called tortious interference. You can be sued for that. you can be sued for tortious interference. And she never did drop those names or say what the actual issue is.
Hey, I felt name checked
God, Tomato.
by the podcaster, Candace Owens, this obvious setup, and then asking me to stop. And it's interesting to hear Erika say
This
that
is so
the reason
crazy.
she didn't ask me to stop in the beginning because she was actually learning things from the show. She was actually learning things, and that I think she similarly felt that Barry Weiss was trying to create a moment. Obviously, it's who Barry Weiss is. It's the Zionist lobby. She's trying to right perceived wrongs because I'm against her side.
You idiot, you just calling people Zionists for no reason. Candace, why didn't you ask to see those messages? For the love of God. You could have literally said, can I please see these messages? Because I want to confirm what was actually said in them. And maybe they did show her. And she just doesn't want to repeat that because she knows those messages didn't say what she purported as a fact to have been sent. Because she said it was a fact. Because words are still hard for her. Candace, you reported that as a fact. That means you should have had concrete evidence and proof before the words came out of your damn mouth, girl. She's an airhead.
That does not surprise me. That's kind of why Barry Weiss exists. That's the reason they
She's
put her
saying
at
talking about
CBS,
Barry Weiss.
is
Stop,
because
please.
she's just
Kick rocks.
committed to stacking the audience with people that
Who
are
are
going to
you?
present the pro-Israel cause and talk about anti-Semitism and talk about like crime being on the rise. It's kind of an embarrassment, but I actually do accept that. And I should also clarify that Barry Weiss obviously picked those questions. They were not random, like I told you.
So what?
It wasn't like people were coming to the mic and it was
The whole show is scripted. This entire episode was pre-recorded and pre-scripted. And you can tell when she's off script.
an open mic and they didn't know if they were going to get. It was all very much planned by Barry, but Erika said that she knew the general idea, like they were going to mention me and mention the conspiracies, but she was not given that specific, the podcaster, Candace Owens, question. So I think that's very
who
clear.
cares?
Now, I did not at all recant any of my suspicions, and I understand people disagree with me about particular people at Turning Point USA. I communicated what I communicated in front of the whole world. My skin crawled after I spoke to Terrell Farnsworth, the person who took the cameras down. He lied to me several times. I explained to them, which felt good to have that direct communication, how Terrell lied multiple times, and that I did not understand why he was there that day. They echoed what he said. They defended what he said.
Yeah, because you can't say he lied simply because you think that he lied. You have to prove it. Just like you can't prove this message about Charlie Kirk saying someone is going to kill him. Just as a point of note, a very serious one. Charlie Kirk and Erika Kirk received death threats all the time. So let's use a little bit of logic and common sense here. If they received death threats all the time, why would whatever message he received the night before be any different? Charlie Kirk was used to receiving death threats. Why would Dan Flood and Andrew Kovic make it seem as if something in these messages they received from either Signal or Telegram be so significant, but not turn it over to the authorities? They didn't report these messages that night to the police. Charlie Kirk was used to getting death threats. But somehow, Candace saying that night before, Charlie Kirk getting text messages that he probably received all the time, unfortunately, which were death threats, was so significant. But yet, no one confirmed and verified whether or not they were sent over to any authorities for any reason. The police, nothing. No evidence that they reached out to If they were in Utah the same day, let's say they were there the night before. No evidence to show that they called in or they went to the police station and reported it. We're concerned. We just got these two very serious threats. He's truly concerned someone is going to take his life tomorrow. Somehow, this didn't come up with anyone else except from Candace. And she had no concrete proof to prove it. She can't say the name of the person that accessed Dan Flood's messages. I want you all to really think about this. From someone who received death threats all the time. Somehow the message he got that night was so significant and so severe. Candace can't even verify it one way or the other. No proof they went to the authorities. But she said it was a fact. It was an absolute fact. She just said that, but not say specifically on what. Because she has no way to verify what the messages actually said. And she just brushed it off and went on to the next subject. Make this make sense? This is absolutely deplorable. All because Candace said it. Oh, it's a fact. What you mean? No, that's not how facts work. A fact is only a fact when it's verified with proof, with documentation, with evidence. And she never had concrete evidence. I told you all this. She never had the messages. And TPUSA is not going to post up something they don't have either. And if they had to post up random death threats that Charlie Kirk received all the time, they would be posting up thousands of messages. It wouldn't be any different than what he received that night. So her bringing that out was to do what? Other than to get people angry and aroused at TPUSA. To try to make it seem like they were a part of this cover-up. When Charlie Kirk received death threats all the time. What made that message any different than the rest of the death threats he received? No evidence. She literally said, I have no concrete evidence at all. And she had a whole meeting and she still let Erika Kirk walk away and not even give her a copy of these so-called messages that went to Andrew Covid's phone and Dan Flood's phone. Whether it be from Signal or Telegram, I don't give a damn. The fact that she still can't show us the message herself is problematic. And people are saying she's investigating something. What? How? Simple question. I need a copy. Can you provide me with a copy right now? Can you do a screenshot of that and text it to me? Can you email it to me? Do you mind? It doesn't even take that much investigatory work to do that. It's a simple question. See, she's asking questions, but she's not asking questions that involve her getting actual evidence. The same way she should have asked this high-ranking French government employee, can you please send me a copy of these paper trails, these payments, the transactions you're saying that's going through this Club de Sang? She doesn't ask questions in areas where she needs to ask questions, but she asks stupid-ass questions that can't be answered because she already knew she didn't have the evidence in place to present to anyone and that it never existed. And it says she's investigating something. Once again, she still can't tell us who the shooter is. She's doing all of this for a show. This is a PR stunt for this girl. And she's enjoying it. Tune in tomorrow, guys. I got some tea to drop. Might as well be a gossiper. That's exactly what she is, a gossip columnist. She's a blogger. Because no proof, no evidence, can't verify it, no nothing. The Candace cult member should be livid. How dare you let Erika Kirk leave your presence and not give you a copy of the message? The woman with the husband's cell phone still walked away and didn't give her a message. Y'all see how stupid Candace is? She's such an idiot.
They were trying something new that day, that they typically live stream, which is what Terrell said. They typically live stream and I said, every college event. Well, they said, well, yeah, they live stream the events that are tour stops, but they don't live stream like the outside prove me wrong type events. And that was something that was new and it required Terrell. And I said, even if that was all real, if that was all true, I still didn't feel good about the conversation that I had with Terrell. And I can't ignore my gut about the many little lies that he told. I thought the video he recorded was weird. I know he comes from a very powerful family. I
No
personally
one
do not
cares.
trust
None of
him.
that is
And
irrelevant. We don't care because you still failed to get a copy of those messages. A viable, credible threat you claimed was a fact that Charlie Kirk knew someone was going to murder him the next day. And you didn't even get a copy of the messages. There's nothing to get. Somebody said I should be helping investigate. Let me explain something to you. I don't need Candace help with anything. If I had to get involved in this, Candace would have to take a whole back seat. I can show her how it's done from behind a microphone. Candace, you are bad at this. You're bad at this, Candace. I wouldn't be there to help her. She could have simply asked one question. Can you please take a screenshot and text that to me? Why does she need help with asking that simple question? You all claim she's investigating. People who are licensed and certified to investigate, they know how to ask questions like that. They know how to acquire simple evidence, text messages, an email, a telegram, or a signal message. They know how to get that information. I'm sure if she would have asked, they would have given her a copy of it. What the hell did they talk about for 4.5 hours? No one needs to help her ask that simple question. She's not a child. She acts like one, but she's not. My question is, why aren't the candy ass cult members putting out a demand for her to get this concrete evidence? No one needs to help her do a damn thing. We don't owe her that. She faced Erika Kirk and still didn't ask her to send a message. She still can't say who accessed Dan Flood's messages. Who's this person that had access to it? That's hearsay. That wouldn't fly in court. See, the thing is, Candace needs to finish school, get a damn degree. And if you're gonna sit here and be an investigator, at least go get licensed and get credentialed. She's got nothing but time. She's got the money. There's nothing hindering her from continuing her education and actually getting a real degree that she can actually show everybody on camera. Don't expect the rest of us to sit here and baby her. And she thinks she knows it all. So why don't you all tell her? How about you call Erika Kirk back and ask her, can she send you a screenshot? It's simple. It's that simple. How about you all tell her, don't make statements and say it is a fact without the concrete evidence. Journalism 101. Get your facts straight first before you go open your mouth. What the hell we need to help her with that for? You let her tell her she know it all. She don't need our help. She need to learn how to actually ask questions and actually pretend like she's got a little degree. You can't make this up. She could have asked one simple question. Can I get a copy of this message? If you have his phone and these messages went out to Andrew COVID and Dan Flood, can you please send me a screenshot of these messages? Because I have to see this concrete evidence. You're talking about a great concern from Charlie Kirk about someone literally taking his life the next day, despite the fact that he gets death threats all the time. So what makes these two messages so unique and stand out to where she felt like she needed to report that as a fact, like this wasn't something that was happening all the time? Now Erika Kirk is getting kidnapping threats. Imagine that. They've already been receiving death threats. What made those messages so unique that she had to sit here and harp on that and attack TPUSA for not releasing the messages? Messages he gets all the time. But she lets Erika Kirk walk away and not give her a screenshot. If she's stupid enough to let that happen, there's no helping Candace. There's no helping Candace. Simple question.
I obviously do not like the fact that I said, Tyler Boyer lied about this thing and came up with an excuse and said, well, Terrell was asked to take the camera down. That's the reason, he said on Twitter, because the police wanted him to take it down and secure the footage. And I said, I know that's not true. And they said, well, after all of that, after he took the cameras down, there was a police officer or Fed, whoever it was, that spoke to him and asked him to secure the footage. Well, that makes sense, but it's not a reason for why he took it down immediately. It makes sense that after
no, that's normal. That's just normal. Let me take this down for evidence. The fuck is going on? What the fuck is she saying? Oh my God. Oh my God. They claim she's so smart. Candace, whether the police officer told him right away or after 10 minutes later, the premise of doing that is only for the purposes and intent of handing it over as evidence. That was the reason why he did it. It doesn't matter when the police asked him for it. The intent was to still take it down to preserve evidence. Has she never heard of preservation of a crime scene? I know it's difficult to do in a crowd like that where you got thousands of people running around. But any evidence you can gather and collect, you do it right away because before it ends up missing or tainted. Because she doesn't know this. She doesn't understand how investigations work. And the stupidity that comes out of her mouth is a reflection of that. Because she refuses to just read the information. That is something she can Google. How do the investigations work? How does the investigators go about going over a crime scene? Oh my God.
I personally do not trust him. And
no one cares. No one cares.
And I said, every college event. Well, they said, well, yeah, they live stream the events that are tour stops, but they don't live stream like the outside prove me wrong type events. And that was something that was new and it required Terrell. And I said, even if that was all real,
it's all real. You can't tell them what they do and don't do in their company, girl.
And I understand people disagree with me
Dear Lord.
about particular people at Turning Point USA. I communicated what I communicated in front of the whole world. My skin crawled after I spoke to Terrell Farnsworth, the person who took the cameras down.
You said things with no base knowledge.
Several times. I explained to them, which felt good to have that direct communication, how Terrell lied multiple times. And
with no proof.
I did not understand why he was there that day.
Because
they echoed what he said. They defended what he said, that they were trying something new that day, that they typically live stream, which is what Terrell said. They typically live stream. And I said, every college event. Well, they said, well, yeah.
So they confirmed what he said. They typically live stream. They're confirming what he said. So what did he lie about? Candace, a lie is where you say something is a fact and you have no concrete evidence to prove it.
Live stream the events that are tour stops, but they don't live stream like the outside prove me wrong type events. And that was something that was new. And
no, it's no different. Why are you making it? What is she talking about? It was live stream, but it's not a live stream prove me wrong type of event. What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? I don't speak cult. Can someone make that clear to me?
Farnsworth, the person who took the cameras down, he lied to me several times. I explained to them, which felt good to have that direct communication, how Terrell lied multiple times, and that I did not understand why he was there that day. They echoed what he said. They defended what he said, that they were trying something new that day, that they typically live stream, which is what Terrell said. They typically live stream. And I said, every college event. Well, they said, well, yeah, they live stream the events that are tour stops, but they don't live stream like the outside prove me wrong type events. And that was something that was new and it required Terrell. And I said, even if that was all real, if that was all true.
So they live stream portions. Okay. The prove me wrong with the questions part. Why is she doubting that's what happened? We saw that in videos. We saw them live streaming and recording the prove me wrong sessions of the tour. So if they, like I said, she hasn't been there since 2019. She's carrying on as if They're not supposed to change the way they do things. She doesn't get to dictate that. She's not the CEO. She's irrelevant, and she keeps trying to invoke herself into it. So they live streamed the prove me wrong sessions, the questions, the Q&A stuff. Okay. Just because she has a problem with it doesn't mean they lied. Once again, we've looked up the definition of the word lie. If you're new here, I suggest you Google the word lie. You can't make this up.
I still didn't feel good about the conversation that I had with Terrell, and I can't ignore my gut about the many little lies that he told. I thought the video he recorded was
She still can't say what he lied about.
weird. I know he comes from a very
They
powerful
confirmed
family.
what he said.
I personally do not trust him. And
So what?
I obviously do not like the fact that I said, Tyler Boyer lied about this thing and came up with an excuse and said, well, Terrell was asked to take.
But he didn't lie. He just told you what he needed to tell you. He took it down for evidence to give it over to the investigators. She just said it confirmed what he said. This is what I mean by entertaining her buffoonery, using this for content. It doesn't matter what they say and do and show. She's not going to believe any of it. Just like this concrete evidence she refuses to show us about this message. This someone she keeps throwing out there. Someone told Dan Flood this. Someone told me that has access to Dan Flood's communication. Who's that someone? Yeah, there's no way for me to verify this. So, it is what it is. This is where we at.
The camera down. That's the reason, he said on Twitter, because the police wanted him to take it down and secure the footage. And I said, I know.
They would have wanted him to do that. It's called foresight, Candace. It's because you don't know how crime scenes work. It doesn't mean that was not the intent. That was the intent the whole time. You're just not smart enough to know that, I guess. I don't get it.
That's not true. And they said, well, after all of that, after he took the cameras down, there was
someone was shot. Of course they're going to want it.
Spoke to him and asked him to secure the footage. Well, that makes sense.
Duh.
It's not a reason for why he took it down immediately. It makes sense that as you're...
It's the reason why he did it, girl. Where else was it going to go? He witnessed someone get shot in front of him. You don't think the police would need that? That's logic and common sense. Those two things, two terms she still doesn't understand and she can't define. I understand logic and common sense, Candace, is a foreign concept for you. You being an alien and all here on our planet amongst humanity. But it's logic and common sense. He took it down because he knew that it would be evidence after seeing someone get shot in front of him and it was captured on the camera. It is common sense to take down the camera footage to keep anyone else from stealing it so that it can go to the investigators, because that's what you do. If you see something happen in front of you, a whole crime being committed, wouldn't you at least, if you see a bullet or gun or something, or you see someone recording something, wouldn't the first thing you would do is, once you're done recording it, or once you've seen the bullet fly somewhere, you see the gun drop, you at least make sure the police get the evidence? Wouldn't that be the logical thing to do if you're trying to do the right thing? To keep someone from taking the information, the evidence that you're seeing right in front of you after having witnessed someone get shot, and you see a key piece of evidence in front of you, wouldn't you naturally want the police to get a hold of it? Most people with a conscience would want that. Most people with a soul would say, let me go ahead and just pick up this thing, get a let me go grab a glove or something where I don't have to touch the gun or touch this bullet so my fingerprint won't be on it. Or at least lay something over it. And then I'm staying here and make sure when the police get here, officer, here's the gun right here. I just put this over it so no one would see it. No one would grab it or anything, because I wanted you all to get this key piece of evidence that is definitely going to be needed in your investigation. The average reasonable person would do that. Someone recorded something, you catch someone getting shot in a video. Officer, I have the video footage in my phone. Right here. You see a camera recording? Officer, there's a camera recording right there. I got a copy of it from the bar owner is hanging over this bar. They just showed me the video footage. You might want to go get that video footage so you can see the bad guy. Because you're going to need this in your investigation. Most people know to do that because of common sense. And because they just witnessed a crime go down and they don't want the bad guy to get away. This is crazy as hell. Who you calling a left winger? Yeah, who you calling Tripper knows better? Tripper know. He knows I'm not left or right. I'm just me. I'm the queen of this. You see here, come on, who you calling a left winger? What the hell does that mean? So common sense means you're a left winger? Oh, okay. It's something I didn't know. I didn't know only left wing people have common sense. What about right wing people? They don't have common sense? You can't make this up. This is insane. Y'all, that's what I said. There's nothing worse than a goon who won't use the brain and the common sense God gave a billy goat. I don't speak cult. I'm hearing through all the fluff, and Candace is still effing up. And so what's it about? Why don't you help her with? I'm not helping her with a damn thing. I will never purport myself to be an investigator, first of all, because I know I'm not licensed and certified to be one. I always say that I'm an independent journalist that does research and reporting. I recognize that I have respect for those who are actually educated, licensed, and skilled and certified to be investigators. I have respect for those people. I have respect for them. Because it takes a lot of critical thinking and just ingenuity. Being able to know how to process a crime scene. Something Candace Owens does not know how to do. Google, how do you process a crime scene? The fact that someone recorded or caught something on a camera that was a crime and they took it down to give to the investigator does not mean that they lied. Because you weren't there, Candace. You have no idea what happened. And these people witnessed this right in front of them. Through all the trauma, all the chaos that was going on, people running around the campus. Someone still said, let me grab this because the police is going to need this. Because what if they had not done that and then someone random would have came along and stolen it? Would have stolen the camera, definitely the actual SD card inside the camera. What if it would have came up missing and stolen? Then what? So because he took it down right away, before a police told him to do something that the average person would do because common sense is still a thing. Common sense and logic. Somehow he lied to her when he said, I gave this to the investigator. And she was the one asking to see it. And she was not entitled to see it. She didn't have the authority to see any evidence that could be used in a murder trial. And she still doesn't. She was not important then, and she still isn't now. Bullying your way through this, Candace, is not going to get you any more credibility than you've already lost. You have none. You're in the negative when it comes to it. She has negative 9,882 with her credibility level. Take her years in my eyes to get out of that negative zone just to come up to a zero. She has a net negative balance when it comes to credibility.
Investigating, you're going to say, who's got the footage? You know, let's lock it down. But it didn't make sense to me that Tyler Boyer lied about it. And I don't trust Tyler Boyer. And that does
He
not
didn't
that
lie
is
about
never
anything.
going to change.
He told
Similarly
you to
with
kick
Rob
rocks.
McCoy. He makes my skin crawl. I can't explain it. I look at him
cares?
and he's a bad person, and nobody can make me feel one way or the other about that. I was surprised to learn, and this is kind of gets into, I guess, us not knowing the inner workings at Turning Point USA, that Rob McCoy actually does not work with Turning Point USA in any capacity whatsoever. And so him communicating as he has done, like, I'm the pastor, I'm this, I'm that, it's just not real. Like, that is not real. And we should know that that's not real. And when he says that, call him out on that separately from Turning Point USA. I was operating under the assumption that he worked for Turning Point USA. And I said, if obviously that's wrong, I'm happy to correct that. But also,
So Candace makes an assumption and then wants to sit here and say, how dare he exist while I make an assumption? But yet, she wouldn't be saying anything about him if Charlie Kirk was still alive. Because she wouldn't. That was his pastor.
so what were we to assume when he hit the stage at the memorial and said, I'm America's pastor, and then had the Wikipedia updated and said, well, I'm assuming he had it updated because who else would do that he started Turning Point USA Faith. So I guess, to be clear, we were just wrong about that. And I will have a lot more to say about Rob McCoy and where I believe he fits into a lot of things. So I'm not letting up on that. Now, one, that Rob McCoy actually does not work with Turning Point USA in any capacity whatsoever. And so him communicating as he has done, like, I'm the pastor, I'm this, I'm that, it's just not real. Like, that is not real. And we should know that that's not real. And when he says that, call him out on that separately from Turning Point USA. I was operating under the assumption that he worked for Turning Point USA. And I said, if obviously that's wrong, I'm happy to correct that. But also, what were we to assume when he hit the stage at the memorial and said, I'm America's pastor, and
Nothing.
then had the Wikipedia update?
No one told you to assume anything. You know, because this all caps person wants to yell and scream for my attention. You don't know what happened. It's so funny because what happened occurred in many, many videos that were recorded. How do you not know what happened? Are you not aware of what's going on here? How aloof are you going to get in my chat? I just asked that they be original and stop copying and pasting the same old comment. We don't know what happened. How did you miss all the videos that shows what happened? At this point, I don't need to see any video of any conversations between Erika Kirk and Candace Owens. You know why? Because Candace Owens came out. She's still trying to twist up and lie about stuff. When she concludes with, I have no way to verify it. Or I made an assumption. Or I just had a bad feeling. None of that are facts. None of those things are facts. Even if he took it down to give to the police, it was moments later after he took it down, but that was the purpose of taking it down. She's literally trying to separate logic and common sense out of this whole conversation. Why would I need to see that in the video? I highly doubt she sound this stupid talking to Erika Kirk, but let's just assume for a moment that she did. Can you imagine the look on Erika Kirk's face as she sits here and says, well, I didn't know when he took it down, why he took the camera down to begin with. Why would anyone want to do that? You just see somebody get shot. There's a camera behind the person that was shot, recording it. And you don't think, well, this might be fruitful in an investigation. I think the investigators of the police will definitely want to see this. So they have to have a motive to take it down before the police tell them to hand it over. Here's the thing. No one owes Candace anything from TPUSA. She just bullies herself around as if she thinks that she's more important that she really is. They didn't have to show her any video footage that's not available to the public. He did the right thing. He took it down because he knew that the police would ask for it. And he gave it to him. Why does she need to see it? She's not a licensed or certified investigator. She doesn't work for the DA's office. She's not an attorney. She doesn't care about the investigation. So why does she need to see it? We don't know what happened. So obviously, all the videos of Charlie Kirk being shot somehow are just, it doesn't exist in your reality, I guess. I'm going to assume that. He's missed all the videos of Charlie Kirk getting shot. You can't make this up. Quite frankly, no matter what they discussed, what Erika and Candace talked about in person, it would be irrelevant if she's going to come out and sit here and literally defy all logic and common sense. And then confirm that she never had the evidence of a message in the first place, which I always said. She never had the messages and they don't exist, which is why she's not posting them up. Because if they did exist, she would be posting them up. And I think it would be very depressing if we had to sit down and read all the death threats that Charlie Kirk received. That was not a new occurrence or a new phenomenon. But if a message that stood out that Charlie Kirk was so concerned about regarding someone taking his life, she didn't ask for a copy of it from 2 different people. Now 3, including Erika Kirk. Get out of here.
And said, well, I'm assuming he had it updated because who else would do that? That he started Turning Point USA Faith. So I guess to be clear, we were just wrong about that. And I will have a lot more to say about Rob McCoy and where I believe he fits into a lot of things. So I'm not letting up on that. Now, one piece of this where I still don't understand it, and the magic bullet. Okay. Now we all recall what happened. I casually say on the show, hey, I saw the footage. There was no blood. And honestly, when I said it, I didn't process how big of a deal that was.
No, she lied because you lied. You lied like hell. You never process anything, Candace. You never think before you speak. You say things are a fact with no evidence. You claim people are lying because you don't like them. You don't think about nothing. I told you all, she's an alien because she said it. And she sacrificed her brain when she sold her soul to Lucifer as a 2-for-1 special. Like a chicken box. You can't make this up. I didn't process this. You don't process anything. She doesn't process information. The letter N, the number 9. She doesn't process basic things. Common sense. You're going to take down camera footage and SD card because the police will need that. Somehow that wasn't processed. Oh, I don't like Rob McCoy. I assumed he was, when he said America's pastor, well, what else will we assume? Anything else? Maybe he feels he's America's pastor at his church. What made you think he was the pastor at Turning Point or TPUSA Faith? All the information she looked up. Somehow, that one piece of thing that could have been verified, she didn't verify. What the hell? All this nonsense she's saying, she could have did a Google search for. How to process a crime unit. She would know. Most people are going to want, the investigator is going to want the actual video footage showing you what happened. Now she's going to speak to science and bullets. 2 things that are concrete. No matter how much you want to have your imaginary friend in your head, Candace, tell you things. This so-called Harry Meyer. When is Harry Meyer going to manifest himself? I'm just curious. Can you not do that here on our planet? Wherever your mind is, can you go manifest him there? We don't know if it's a new like demon seed or something being unleashed upon us. We don't have time for that. But she's listening to these voices in her head and it's telling her all this nonsense with no evidence. Somehow she's still sitting here, just being insulting, talking about she's talking to the dead spirit of Charlie Kirk, and he still can't tell her who the shooter is. Why isn't she saying that by now? Tell us who the shooter is. Now we're going to talk about this magical bullet and the magical school bus that it came on because reasons. You can't make this up.
Very quickly, what happens is Andrew Colvett whips up this tweet about what happened with the bullet, and he said he wanted to address all the discussion that was being had about the online chatter. I'm obviously paraphrasing here. He says, I apologize, it's going to get graphic, but he spoke with the surgeon. The bullet should have gone through. The surgeon then explained that what he's typically seen on these wounds, and basically this was all a miracle. Charlie saved lives, even in death. And the internet clocked it, this miracle, the healthy bone. His bone was so healthy and the density was so impressive. Like, this is a quote, by the way. His bone was so healthy. I want to read it. This is allegedly from a surgeon. Quote, his bone was so healthy and the density was so impressive that he's like the man of steel. It should have gone through and through. It likely would have killed those standing behind him too. And we were just like, that kind of was like the beginning.
No, you were like that because you don't understand the various grains of a bullet. Shout out to the Luxters who dropped so much knowledge on guns and bullets, various grains of a 30-06 bullet. The smaller the grain, the smaller the bullet, the easier it is to fly. The smaller the hole may be, and the less likely chance that it's going to leave an exit wound. Because if you're talking about it fragmenting upon impact, that's exactly what it's going to do. You got these idiots out here testing 30-06 bullets, but not specifying which grain bullet they're using either. And they could be using a grain bullet that's not the same bullet that was used to shoot Charlie Kirk. Because ballistics testing is going to prove that. That's a matter of science. Ballistic analysis is based upon science. It is scientific evidence. A term Candace still cannot define or understand. So, because she doesn't know how bullets work either, this is her assumption, not based upon any science, not based upon any data, nothing. And mind you, she has not seen the autopsy report, which would be able to say if there were fragments inside of the body. The autopsy report is going to specify that and where exactly it was found. And then those fragmented bullet pieces are going to go to analysis for the ballistics to be tested. Well, they'll be able to then determine the type of bullet used and the grain. That's how that works. She won't look this stuff up.
Of the WTF, right? I feel like that was kind of the beginning of it. And immediately people in the comments responded to Andrew, and he said, this individual said, this post is so fake as it would violate HIPAA. Like, there's patient privacy. You can't just call up the surgeon. And then Andrew Colvett replies and says,
I know damn well.
I would not have posted without.
I know damn well. She's not talking about some HIPAA when she posted up a screenshot of Charlie Kirk going to an ER that had his name and date of birth in that screenshot, and she didn't even blur it out. I know damn well. I know damn well. Oh, it's the hypocrisy for me. It's the hypocrisy, Candace. The hypocrisy. The hypocrisy. You can't make this up. Oh my God. This girl posted up Charlie Kirk's ER visit. It was a screenshot from an EMR system, electronic medical record system, from the hospital where he was admitted through the ER. Some hospital staff violated HIPAA privacy laws and emailed that information to her, along with a screenshot of an internal email from the chief nurse telling the staff, listen, this person is here as a patient. I only want this person, this person, this person. It's standard protocol, by the way. You have a high profile individual coming to the ER, especially with something very traumatic. You get nurses assigned to that person, and that's it. They don't see anyone else. They just see and treat that person. And then that's how the chief nurse on call for that unit, wherever it is, that's how they handle it. Same way when Beyonce had her baby. And it caused a whole wing of a hospital to be locked the hell down. It's the same process with Charlie Kirk going to the ER. And as soon as the chief nurse learned of that for the ER, then she puts the specific nurses on his case, like in his room, assigned them to his room. And that's it. And somebody in that hospital emailed a snapshot of that EMR visit where it was easily identifiable as to who the patient was. It's not like we looked at that information and we were left wondering, okay, how do we know this is Charlie Kirk? Like, no, it had his name, his date of birth, it had like the department type and some other outlier information that's specific to their system. You can't make this up. So they violated HIPAA privacy laws, and they did that without consent from Erika Kirk. And they emailed it to Candace Owens, who then disseminated that information that she obtained illegally. And then she posted it out on her channel in a video without consent from Erika Kirk. You can't make this up. And now she wants to see her talk about HIPAA privacy? Get the F out of here.
Full permission. Now, he said he spoke to the surgeon, and they confirmed that Andrew spoke to the surgeon, but that they did not know that he was going to write that tweet. They did not know that he called up the surgeon. So, like, it very much came across to be like Andrew was just flying by the seat of his pants.
It doesn't matter. You don't understand HIPAA privacy laws. So there's nothing in this message that said that gives away any personal identifiable information. Oh, he had good bones. It stopped the bullet. I talked with the doctor that did the autopsy. Absolute miracles. His bone was so healthy and density is so impressive that he's a man of steel. Like it should have gone through and through. It would have like it killed those standing behind him too. In the end, the coroner did find the bullet just beneath the skin. That didn't give us any specific information. It's not like we're seeing his blood type. We're not seeing what blood vessels were severed in the neck. It's not giving us any specific medical information. She posted a screenshot from an EMR that had the patient name, date of birth, the department, and other information related to that EMR system without consent. Because she doesn't understand how HIPAA privacy laws and CMIA works. And yet somehow this is supposed to be a violation of HIPAA. No, it's not. If you understand HIPAA privacy laws, then you understand what type of information would deem it to be a violation of HIPAA. It has to be patient health information, like personal identifiable information. There's nothing personal in this message that is private and specific to Charlie Kirk that would tell us anything about his health other than he's got good bones, he's a man of steel. That can mean anything. It's not even giving us, it's not even giving us the bone density percentage, not giving us a blood type. It's not giving us anything specific. Just look up HIPAA privacy laws for F's sake. Candace, you are bad at this.
That he's like the
You
man of
can't
steel.
make
It
this
should have gone
up.
through and through. It likely would have killed those standing behind him too.
Stop it.
And we were
It's
just like,
hypocrisy. Oh, Lord.
that kind of was like the
She
beginning
failed to
of
read
the
HIPAA privacy laws.
WTF, right? I
Oh,
feel
my
like that was
God.
kind of the beginning of it.
I'm so done.
And immediately people in the comments responded to Andrew, and he said,
Oh, Lord.
this individual said, this post is so fake as it would violate HIPAA. Like, there's patient privacy.
Never
You
mind
can't
her
just
post
call up the
of
surgeon.
the EMR.
And then Andrew
screenshot.
Colette replies and says, rest assured, I would not have posted without full permission. Now, he said he spoke to the surgeon, and they confirmed that Andrew spoke to the surgeon, but that they did not know that he was going to write that tweet. They did not know that he called up the surgeon.
They don't need to. Why would they need to know that? It's like them saying they know exactly what you're doing every second of the day. They can see the tweet and see that no personal identifiable health information was released. That's it. That's how it qualifies to be a HIPAA violation. There's nothing in that tweet that has anything to do with his personal identifiable information regarding his health. Nothing. Nothing. And the consent, Candace, would come from Erika Kirk, the next of kin. You know, that same consent you failed to get when you posted up that EMR snapshot. You can't make this up.
So, like, it very much came across to be like Andrew was just flying by the seat of his pants. I don't know. It, like, he was just flying.
Of course,
dark
you
on it.
don't
And I
know.
was
You
like,
don't
that
know.
seems
Move
very
on,
strange
girl.
to me, because why would a surgeon do that? Like, the first thing the surgeon should say,
What did they do?
Is, I can't speak to you. I don't even know. In theory, Andrew wasn't even there when Charlie died. I don't even know why this.
Okay, first of all, if the wife gives consent, then you're not saying that part. You're not saying if Erika gave consent. You're not saying that. Did she even ask? Well, did you give consent for the doctor to be able to relay that information to him? You know, he wasn't the only one that said he learned about the information in the autopsy report. So that the head of security. Don't you think Erika Kirk gave them consent to relay this information to the head of security, to Andrew COVID, probably Rob McCoy? Candace, just because you feel left out does not mean Erika Kirk could not have given consent for the doctor to share details about what's in the autopsy report. And it seems like he just gave an overview. He didn't give specifics. They're not naming anything specific in this. She doesn't know what HIPAA privacy laws are.
Surgeon even knows this guy, actually. Maybe he hung around after, but, you know, Andrew was not one of the people that got into the hospital or anything like that. So this is quite
Now you're just rambling, girl.
the
Move
PR
on.
guy who's calling the surgeon. And so that just seems
She's jealous because they didn't tell her anything. Move on. We get it. You posted up a screenshot of the EMR, though, of him being admitted with his name and date of birth on it. No one needed to see that. That didn't tell me anything beyond who the shooter is. Something you should be telling us by now. Candace, who is the shooter?
very
Who's the
inappropriate
shooter?
for a person to do, period. And I would say it was kind of the beginning, but that was what I got from that. Now, obviously, we
I had to
discussed
speed this up.
the security. I brought up Brian Harpole, this interview with Sean Ryan, and I think we can believe Turning Point when they say that they did not approve of this. They had no idea he was going on Sean Ryan. I think that's pretty clear. I don't believe he works there anymore. So that was kind of him just getting out there and perhaps trying to rescue his own reputation. And I think that only made his reputation worse, actually, because people rightfully sensed that he wasn't telling the truth in that interview, that he was being cagey, that he was saying things that didn't make any sense. Again, you constantly have these people that believe, like Brian Harpole, that with enough performance, he can sit down and you're just going to convince people that this is real. And this is just a different time. Like I said,
Isn't that what Candace does? Candace, we can tell when you're off script because you start slurring. You start stumbling and stuttering. That's what she's doing. Yeah, she took a whole photo for a thumbnail to put up this pre-scripted, pre-recorded, premiered video. Because her doing this in real time would be a disaster. Because when you gotta lie, you gotta make it make sense, right? You gotta make your lies make sense, I guess, in her mind. I'm still just I'm blown away at her inability to get the copy of that message that she said was a fact that Charlie Kirk had expressed that someone was trying to kill him, and TPUSA did nothing about it. And she can't even show us the actual concrete proof.
TikTokers are out of control. They will check you in 4 seconds. Okay. Things
The
that
same way we do with her.
The biggest piece of this that I want to communicate, and that I did communicate to them, and I hope that they took me seriously on this.
No,
I'd rather
they
that they
didn't.
take my strong
Candace, I can tell you they didn't, because no one else does except your cult members. And no one cares about that.
advice on this. I said one of the reasons why I really want to sit down is because I want to walk out of here and feel confident saying to my audience, hey,
Oh my God.
there's stuff going on behind the scenes, but Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. That more will come out, but you can take it from me that this is what happened. I was looking to achieve that because there's been a lot of singling from various people, some people who are experts. Some
Stop. What did she just say?
I want to walk out of here and feel confident saying to my audience, hey, there's stuff going on behind the scenes, but Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. That more will come out, but you can take it from me that this is what happened. I was looking to achieve that because there's been a lot of singling from various people, some people who are experts, some people who have been involved in cases that there's
coming from the woman that did not read the indictment or has no idea how processing a crime scene works, or HIPAA privacy laws, or how to get a text message.
obviously going to be stuff that the public does not have access to. And so it is at least plausible that they have seen very clear footage that we've been asking for of Tyler Robinson getting up there. And
because they're the investigators and you're not. Candace, they don't care that you're walking this earth right now. They're not stunned you. You're not owed anything. This entitlement. I don't know if it's like a certain era of people like born after 83, 85 or something like that. These mid to late 80 babies that walk around here talking about, y'all owe me this. We have the right to this, right to that. But Candace didn't ask for a copy or hard evidence or concrete proof of this message. Still, never had it, and still let Erika Kirk walk away without getting a copy of it. And she still can't justify why she posted up a snapshot of an EMR that was illegally sent to her. No consent, no reason behind it. We learned nothing from it. No one needed to know he went to this ER when we can trust he went to the hospital. I didn't need to see a snapshot of that EMR to learn anything new. She's talking about Egyptian planes. Candace, who shot Charlie Kirk? You're the one that said you don't believe it was Tyler Robinson, because all these things you're asking about are completely irrelevant to the actual shooter. It's not like you saw photos with a clear footprint and you're like, these footprints are just weird. They're going from the canopy to the car, but yet we see video footage of this person walking back and forth. He left footprints. They're not looking at that at all. And this person had a gun on him. You're not even giving up anything plausible. Because plausible would mean, what would the average reasonable person deduce from that information? So to the candy ass cult members in the box, I'm going to help you out and throw you a bone. I'm going to tell you exactly what plausible is. Imagine Charlie Kirk sitting down, and then you hear pop, and then you see someone that was standing right next to him that he doesn't know who it is. No one at TPUSA know who that person is. And they were like within an arm's reach from him. And next thing you know, you see this guy walking away. He's leaving footprints behind. And then you notice on a video camera footage that he has a gun on his right hip. He goes to a vehicle. Video camera footage tracks this suspicious person to a vehicle that just so happened to be parked at the end of the driveway where the vehicles that Charlie Kirk and his security detail came in. So it was like 4 SUVs parked in a box, and they set it up that way to kind of serve as a barrier because there was no real gate or anything like that. This person gets into a black SUV and they drive away. It is plausible that that person could be seen as suspicious and possibly be questioned because they have a gun on them. They left footprints behind. They were within an arm's reach of Charlie Kirk at this canopy, at this tent. And they get into the same type of car, same color, make, and model that Charlie Kirk and his security detail was driving. That just so happened to be parked just at the end of the driveway, a few feet ahead of it. No one questioned it. No one wondered what this vehicle is doing here that looks like the other vehicles that Charlie Kirk came in. You see, that's called plausibility. Plausible that this person may have done something, especially when you can put a weapon on them. But she's not saying anything that's plausible. She's talking about Egyptian planes. Nothing that puts the person at the scene of the crime with a weapon in their hand that looks suspicious, that may have even driven away in the same type of car that Charlie Kirk came in, thereby confusing his security detail, having them think that it's one of theirs, even though they wouldn't be that stupid to not know, but still. There's some plausibility in that. And then you put that to the forefront and say, can we please send this to the police so they can find out who this person is? Because I think this person should be questioned, considering the lineup of facts that we're seeing in this video. The footprints, the gun, the fact that no one knows who he is, and he gets in a car that looks like Charlie Kirk's truck. Do you understand that now? That's called plausibility. It would be more plausible for that person captured in videos to be questioned than it would be for somebody just because they were wearing a maroon shirt, but no weapon, no gun, no threat at all. They're just a spectator in the crowd. This person at least has a gun on his hip, and we can see that. Does that make sense? The average reasonable person will look at that and be like, yeah, that's really suspicious. Plausible. She can't even give that. She can't even say it would be plausible for someone like that now to be very suspicious. And he definitely had a gun on him. That would make more sense. Candace is sitting here just throwing out spaghetti at the wall, y'all. Saying all kinds of garbage that have nothing to do with nothing. She's not narrowing down the idea or possibility of another shooter. I just literally created something off the top of my head. And that would be more plausible than anything else. I'm giving out an example. I'm giving an example of what a suspect it would be plausible for this person to be seen as a suspect. I'm just giving an example. Candace is not doing that. She's giving us planes and inanimate objects flying over 30,000 feet ahead of him. But can't say this person would be suspicious because of all these factors. That if you saw this person in a video, they're leaving footprints, they got a weapon on them, they were close to Charlie Kirk when he was shot, then they suspiciously walk away, no one knows who he is, and then he gets in a vehicle that looks the same as the security details and the truck that Charlie came in. That would be more plausible for that person to be suspicious. She can't even narrow down to that type of possibility. This is common sense. Candace and her crew is still saying that the rifle was found at a chicken coop. You're not even putting the gun on the person, Candace. The gun was found at a chicken coop, but she doesn't believe Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger. So, Candace, who put the gun at the chicken coop? Because we just need a good laugh at this point. Who put the damn gun at the chicken coop? You can't make this up. You can't make this up. Who put the gun in the chicken coop? She won't even tell us that person. Dear God. Is she saying Tyler Robinson dished the gun? You can't make this up. This is crazy. Was that Debo's chicken coop? You can't make this up. She blaming everybody except for the person with the gun. Y'all, you just gotta laugh at this point. So Candace is still not telling us who the shooter is, but then saying I can't 100% say it's Tyler Robinson. I have to be sure, even though she doesn't understand how a crime scene is processed, or HIPAA privacy laws, or how bullets work, or the various grains of bullets. None of that. No. Candace, we don't care if you are able to say that 100%. You're still mad that the doctor didn't tell you about the autopsy report. I'm sure she called that hospital. Bet money. Candace called that hospital probably from 2 and 3 different numbers trying to get information on that autopsy report. And they told her time and time again, ma'am, we can't release any information to you, okay? That would be a violation of HIPAA. All right? We cannot disclose that information about a patient, ma'am. Yes, but do you have any idea who I am? I was his best friend. I was like his sister to him. You know what? I was his sister. I was his sister. And I'm just trying to follow up. I'm just trying to see what's going on because I'm losing my mind. Ma'am, we cannot tell you anything about the patient's health information, okay? We're so sorry about your loss. We understand that you're grieving and that you're upset. And I'm not trying to add to that. But we cannot release patient information. We don't know who you are. We certainly cannot release it over the phone. You would have to have the next of kin, do a patient authorization release form. And they would have to, in person, tell us who you are. You have to come down here, show your ID. We would have to see that. We would have to have this stuff to back up and support us releasing this information. It's a violation of HIPAA, ma'am. That is illegal. We can't do that. Ma'am, we're so sorry. We gotta go. Okay, we can't release patient information over the phone. But we're so sorry for your loss. Okay, ma'am. You have a good day. Okay, bye bye. She's still going off. Candace still rambling on. You can't make this up. And can you imagine it? She's still rambling on the phone. And they're like hanging up, and it's a dial tone on the end. That's what she mad about. She mad and bitter because they didn't tell her any patient information that they don't have to release over the phone. And yet you get this hospital staff who should have been fired and charged, violated HIPAA privacy just to sit here and confirm that he definitely went to that hospital in the ER and told us nothing else. That information told us nothing else. Thank God. But the fact that she disseminated that without looking up whether or not she had the actual authority to do that, whether she was given consent to do that, is why I say, Candace, you are bad at this, girl. You're bad at this. A whole meeting and you still walked away with no concrete evidence.
Taking the shot. Like, they have access to UVU cameras. So I was hoping to hear that. And I said that I want to hear why people feel so confident at Turning Point USA that Tyler Robinson is the guy. And at this
because he's
point,
all over the camera with the gun.
Call the lawyer, like, their lawyer who is involved in this case. One of the lawyers that's involved in this case. There's always a team of lawyers, especially for something like this. And what I got from the lawyer did not make me feel that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. It did not make me feel.
Yeah, okay, because she's not going to believe anything you tell her. because she's already made up in her mind. I'm going to believe my delusional nonsense and never mind the actual video camera footage of him running across the roof with the gun in his hand with a black towel over it. Or the fact that fingerprints and DNA is left all over that rooftop. You know, or him trying to climb down on the side. More DNA. Because they can just get DNA. Candace, they can get DNA. Best believe that boy scratched his hand up a little bit. And then he admitted to it. You can't make this up.
Confident that he didn't or did shoot Charlie Kirk. I was very surprised by this. He spoke
You don't
a
care.
very long time. I asked, can you share with me what it is? And I said, when you share it
No.
with me, I will not say what that thing is.
It doesn't
That's
matter.
if we want to protect the integrity of the case. I'm not gonna. If you say we've got the footage of him taking a shot, I promise I won't say that to the audience. But I will communicate to them that you have something that is solid.
Candace, what the hell did you just say? You're saying, I promise I won't tell the audience. This is what I told him. Why even tell us that? You can't even prove you're trustworthy by not even relaying that part of the conversation. Candace, you are bad at this. You're soulless at this. Why would you even disclose that part of the conversation, Candace Owens? Candace Amber Owens Farmer. Why would you even disclose that part of the conversation? They can't trust you with a chicken bone.
That he didn't or did shoot Charlie Kirk. I was very surprised by this. He spoke a very long time. I asked, can you share with me what it is? And I said, when you share this with me, I will not say what that thing is. That's if we want to protect the integrity of the case. I'm not gonna. If you say we've got the footage of him taking a shot, I promise I won't say that to the audience. But I will communicate to them that you have something that is solid. And no, to the exact contrary, this guy effectively said, not effectively, he said that they have nothing but the affidavit. Okay, so what we have seen is what they have. What is being discussed publicly, you are this whole
Yes, because the rest of the evidence is with the prosecutor and the defense attorneys representing Tyler James Robinson. Candace, because even laws regarding evidence extends to other attorneys. These are the attorneys for TPUSA. Even if you were speaking with the prosecutors, they wouldn't give it to you at all for no reason. We have laws in place that say you're not entitled to this, and no one deems you that special, girl. You're invoking yourself into this situation, trying to put yourself higher than where you really belong. They don't owe you that information. They just damn don't. Just in case Candace and the Candy ass cult members forget, Charlie Kirk had other friends as well. She was not the only friend. She probably would not have even been the first that he called if he needed help. Nope. Why would she think that an attorney that is supposed to be upholding laws actually do the right thing, and somehow they're the bad guy for not disclosing anything beyond whatever you see out on the public view? Whatever's released to the public is all that you're entitled to, heifer. We're not telling you anything beyond that because we don't have to disclose that information. There are laws in place. You're not entitled to it. You're not his wife. That'll be the only other person we'll disclose this information with. She's also protected under that protection order, Candace. You still can't tell us about this gag order you thought you were going to be violating that had nothing to do with you. She literally wanted to invoke herself so bad, she tried to invoke herself into a gag order that had nothing to do with her. Me asking for her to post the gag order up was me challenging her to post this stuff up that she thinks applies to her. I never said one existed. I want her to prove that. She's the one saying that she was going to violate a gag order. Now, personally, I would love for there to be an order with her name on it. And then she goes out and says, I'm going to violate this just so she can be held to contempt. And then they can have a contempt hearing. And then they can find her, having been held in contempt. Then they can lock her ass up for 30 days. She can go in there and think about some things. But this is what happens when you want to sit here and mislead the public and be deceptive. This is what happens when you lie. This is it. Now she's mad because they didn't tell her the attorneys of TPUSA, who's not leading the charge on this investigation, by the way. The same investigation, Candace, did you remind Erika Kirk that you didn't even care about the investigation? Did you remind her that? She should have told Erika Kirk, I don't even care about this investigation. Because she said that on a video viewed by millions. She said, I don't care about this murder investigation. I don't care about that investigation. That's actually being spearheaded by the Utah Attorney General. Crime was committed in the state of Utah. They're spearheading that investigation. The Utah AG brought the charges to the criminal court of law. And you're sitting here still going on and on about the FBI. Now you're sitting here demanding this information come from TPUSA's attorneys. They're not a party to the case, Candace. Whether they know anything more or not, it's irrelevant. They still can't tell you. What am I expecting Turning Point USA attorneys to know more than the prosecutor and the criminal defense attorneys for Tyler Robinson? Why does she think TPUSA's attorneys can tell her more than that? Can somebody explain to me, what the hell she think? She actually thinks that TPUSA attorneys can give out information related to an investigation they're not even a party to. They're not representing the defense. They're not representing the state. Why is she expecting that from Turning Point USA's attorneys? Why is she expecting that? It's so stupid. This is coming from someone that cult members think is very smart. Why she refuses to just Google basic information, such as, federal rules of criminal procedure and how evidence is released. Why TPUSA's attorneys wouldn't have that either way. And if they did, they still are not obligated by law to disclose this to her because she's irrelevant. She's not a party to the case. She's not a victim. She's not even a witness. They owe her nothing. We have laws for a reason. So all of a sudden, laws don't apply when it comes to her, but it applies to everyone else. First Amendment free speech rights only apply to her, but no one else. Get the F out of here. You can't make this up. No one owes her that. TPUSA is not going to give her anything. Utah AG prosecutors and the criminal defense attorneys are the only attorneys that are going to have this evidence related to this investigation. Period. That's it. And they're going to share that with the jury that we don't want tainted. You can't make this stuff up.
Non-expert problem with you don't know. It's what you read, his messages that don't have any dates on it. Tyler Robinson writing out everything in the clean alibi. That's
Her
what they
text
have.
message didn't have
And
dates.
what he
times
explained
either.
to me was that that's the affidavit stage. That's where it's at. And then what takes place now is the investigation is ongoing, right? So right now they're looking for more information. And once investigators, they could very well have obviously footage, and that is why they might feel.
Of course
that
they have
definitely
footage.
Prosecution, but the reality is they don't actually share that information.
No, they don't.
With the victim. They don't share that information.
Does she not know that? Candace is just not learning that because she doesn't understand how laws of court works or investigations work or crime scene and evidence. Okay. Because she's just not learning this, you all. She's 36 years old with 4 kids, and she's just learning how evidence works. And then she's just learning that they don't have to share this. You can't make this stuff up.
Erika, they don't, in this part of the process, they will not know what investigators have discovered. This is what the lawyer told me.
No, they won't.
Until May.
Because they're not the
Okay?
investigators.
They have not seen anything that you have not seen, is what I want you to know.
Duh. We don't need you to tell us that, Candace. You know, maybe she needs to say this for her cult members because they only listen to her and no one else. We already knew this. I've literally been saying this for 3 months. I even pulled up the federal law on releasing evidence related to an open investigation. You can't make this up. Oh, this is stupid. This is just priceless. Let's go back. Let's hear her say again something that we've been saying that finally, I guess, TPUSA attorneys are just getting her to realize because she's a moron.
That you have something that is solid. And no,
She's a moron.
To the exact contrary, this guy effectively said, not effectively, he said that they have nothing but the affidavit. Okay, so what we have seen is what they have. What is being discussed publicly, this whole like non-expert problem is like, well, you don't know. It's like what you read, his messages that don't have any dates on it, Tyler Robinson writing out everything and the clean alibi, that's what they have. And what he explained to me was that that's the affidavit stage. That's where it's at. And then what takes place now
She
is
doesn't
the
understand how
investigation
this
is ongoing,
works.
right? So right now they're looking for more information. And once investigators, they could very well have obviously footage. And that is why they might feel that, oh, we're definitely gonna get this prosecution. But the reality is they don't actually share that information with the victim. They don't share that information with Erika. They don't in this part of the process. They will not know what investigators have discovered. This is what the lawyer told me until May. Okay. They have not seen anything that
Candace, why are you just now figuring that out? You're just now listening to someone. That has been said. So, you know, when you sit here and you say, I hate everyone, Candace, and you think everyone is filled with hate, it's hard for you to learn information. You know, going back to basic alphabets. So, Candace, what they told you is what many have said all over social media. There is information you can Google and research and read because reading is fundamental. And you're just not figuring that shit out. She's just not figuring this out. Oh, my dear Lord. Of course they don't share evidence. We have federal laws in place and federal rules of criminal procedure in place that reiterate the same thing. She could have researched that information and read it and then called one of her 3 attorneys and asked them questions. You know, like, how does court rules work with criminal matters? Because she's going to find out the hard way how it works with civil matters. Oh my God, the Macrons are going to mollywop her in court. And she actually thought she was entitled to know that evidence. Candace has been sued enough and she has filed lawsuits herself to know how evidence works. She just wants to pretend to be stupid. So we're going to treat her like it. We're going to treat you like you're dumb, girl.
you have not seen, is what I want you to know.
You can't make this up.
So with that in mind, I'm sitting here going, why are you signaling? Why do I feel like the public's being gaslit on this? There's been nothing that's convincing. There are so many commentators who have gone out and said to you, it's overwhelming. The evidence is overwhelming. The text messages that don't have a date, that don't even sound real,
never mind the videos of Tyler Robinson running across the roof and climbing down the side of the building with the damn gun in his hand. She said it was left by the side of a chicken coop.
Overwhelming. That to me feels really fake and gay. I really do want to say that to every commentator
Candace.
that is out there trying to tell the public and insisting that if you say it enough times to become real, you're actually
no. That's what you're doing, liar. Why don't you post up that message you claimed was so damning that TPUSA definitely had, to which you never had concrete proof to show, and then you allowed Erika Kirk to walk away from you and still not give you a copy of that message. She just kind of glossed over that, by the way, to the cult members. Your cult leader failed to get a copy of a message where she claimed it was a fact that Charlie Kirk said that someone is trying to kill him. Even though he gets death threats all the time, which is unfortunate. But she failed to get a copy of that message. And Erika Kirk sat right in front of her for 4.5 hours. She's an idiot.
Just being dishonest. And I offered that a more honest way to communicate would be to say, we think he's involved. We feel strongly. I've said that. I think he's involved. We are very hopeful that throughout this investigation, we are going to get that concrete thing. And that's
you're not
where
getting
we're at
it
right
before
the
jury.
Stage that we are at. That is not what we are getting from them. That is
no. You're not getting the evidence before the jury gets it. You moron. You're not getting it. That's it. You want to taint the jury selection? They told her this. This is why she saying just that much. Because she, wants to bait people into stringing them along so she can keep making content. Because if she tells you all everything right now of what she was told and even pretends that she has an understanding of this, then what would keep the cult members from, to come back the next day? I mean, it's like you've told us everything. You said it all, Candace. We got it. She's not getting the evidence. Nope. You can sit here and talk about whatever you want. You're not getting it. We want the jury to see it. We want the jury to deliberate. We want to get a ruling and a verdict. You are not getting it, just like no one else. The only people who need to see it are the parties to the damn case, girl, and the judge and the jury. That's it. This clown literally thinks she's entitled to it. Yeah, okay.
Like, I just feel like that's really important to let you guys know. Let the gaslighting stop. They have what you have, okay? There is nothing else. They are in an investigative stage. Erika has been named as the victim. They will know more in this May hearing, which is the probable cause hearing. That's what the lawyer told me. It's probable cause
We
hearing.
all
And that's
know
when they will
that.
see
You
the
just
evidence.
finding
That's
out.
when they get to present the evidence, why they are going to stand there before a judge and be like, yes, we need to move this forward. It's not just an affidavit. We're not pulling together scraps. We have concrete evidence. Until then, okay, until we all get on the same page and understand what else they have, I am very confident stating the opposite of all of my, I guess, well-paid peers in that
What?
I don't believe that Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger. And what I also said to them was,
Oh, she got to keep stringing you all along. The cult. She's like, oh no, if I say that, okay, that makes sense. Then next question will be, okay, now what? Because she's not a journalist or anything. How dare she goes out and does any research and investigate anything, that she's not licensed certified to do. How dare she does anything close to that? How dare she ask legitimate questions that make sense? And she's still not telling us who the shooter is. So meanwhile, while she sits here and I guess tells us everything we already knew, she's just not finding out because she's slow and simple. Now, she's going to keep saying, I don't believe he pulled the trigger, while she can't tell us who did. She still can't tell us who pulled the trigger. That takes us back to the dilemma, Candace, of we still want the bad guy off the street. While you're incapable of getting simple messages from this damn person or Andrew COVID, who is the shooter? You should be able to narrow that down by now. We're going into 4 months soon. You should be able to tell us who the shooter is. Tell us who it is.
and I said this in front of the lawyer because I don't know why I'm like this. I was like, you might need a new lawyer. I was like, because this person's trying to sell to you that this is solid. One of the rules that me and my
She
husband
didn't
have
say that shit.
is that if you have a lawyer that tells you like you're 100%,
She didn't say that.
it's very clear that you're going to win. You need a new lawyer. Okay, that's a cheerleader. That's not a lawyer. A lawyer, even if you should 100% win, should be telling you the.
Why would they need a lawyer? TPUSA is not representing them in this case, Candace. The Utah Attorney General and the prosecutors there are representing the state. Tyler Robinson's attorneys is representing the defendant. TPUSA attorneys aren't representing either party in that case. Why would they need to get a new lawyer when they're not a party to the case? It's stupid. They're not a party to it. They have nothing to do with it. They're not going to be going in and speaking for anyone. They don't represent the plaintiff or defendant. Why would TPUSA attorneys need to be replaced when they're not even going to go in and make any arguments? So now she's sitting here trying to attack the attorneys' jobs because that's where we're going with this. She's going to now attack TPUSA's attorneys. Didn't Erika tell you to stop?
Risks here. You know, I feel good about this case. Like, let me talk real to you. I feel good about this case, but here's where things could go wrong. I want you to understand those risks that are involved. We don't have this yet. We don't have that yet. And especially given what I told them, which is your lawyers or the investigators, rather, not their lawyers, because they're not the ones investigating. It's the state of Utah that's investigating. They have not called.
So if that's the case, Candace, why are you asking TPUSA attorneys to give you evidence? Why would you assume they have it if they're not even investigating it? The FBI isn't either. I hope you all hear what she just said. They're the ones investigating it, not the FBI, not TPUSA attorneys, not Candace. The U.S., the Utah, the state of Utah Attorney General, his office, his department, they're investigating it. Why is she asking for evidence from TPUSA's attorneys and they're not a party to the case?
Okay, that's a cheerleader. That's not a lawyer. A lawyer, even if you should.
Why would they need to get a new one?
Win should be telling you the risks here. You know, I feel good about this case. Like, let me
What
talk real to you.
risk?
I feel good about this case, but here's where things could go wrong. I want you to understand.
How would they tell the risk? Candace, you're such an idiot. How would they tell her the risk? How would TPUSA tell Erika Kirk the risk when they don't have all the evidence that they're not entitled to see no more than you? Because they're not the attorneys representing the state or the defendant. You clownhead. Why does any of this matter? They're not a party to the case.
Is that if you have a lawyer that tells you like you're 100% going to win, it's very clear.
Who told her that?
You need a new lawyer. Okay, that's a cheerleader. That's not a lawyer. A lawyer, even if you should 100% win, should be telling you the risks here. You know, I feel good about this case. Like,
they can't tell her that. They're not a party to the case. What the hell is she talking about?
Let me talk real to you. I feel good about this case, but here's where things could go
I don't
wrong.
think they
I want you
told
to
her
understand those
She's
risks that
lying.
are involved. We don't have this yet. We don't have that yet. And especially given what I told them, which is I'm the only, your lawyers or the investigators rather, not their lawyers, because they're not the ones investigating. It's the state of Utah that's
I'm sorry.
investigating. They have not called the one solitary person, as I told you guys, who filmed as he was on the roof. Remember the guy that's like, oh,
Investigating. It's the state of Utah that's, and I'm trying to get this
there's
screenshot.
somebody on the roof and he sees him.
The state of Utah that's investigating. So her acknowledging that's one party to this case. If Turning Point USA's attorneys does not have the evidence because they're not a party to the case, they don't represent the state, they're not representing the defendant, then why is she lying about them giving Erika Kirk some assurance about the percentage of them winning something when they're not the ones representing a party to the case? She could be the victim all day, but a victim is not the petitioner or the defendant. They're just the victim. The only time her attorneys will come in and do anything with her is when she gives the victim impact statement. That's it. That's the only time you're probably going to see them in court. It's the day that Erika Kirk is set to give a victim impact statement. Otherwise, her attorneys have nothing to do with that investigation. And they won't need evidence in order for her to give a victim impact statement either. They cannot assure that someone is going to win a case, the state versus James Robinson's attorneys. They can't give any assurance to Erika Kirk that the prosecutor is going to win by anything because they don't see the evidence. They don't know what evidence the state has. And they're not involved in that investigation. They know nothing. Like you don't either, Candace. So how can TPUSA's attorneys give Erika Kirk any level of assurance of how this is going to go when they're not privy to the evidence? They're not a party to the case. I have to hammer this in because the dumb cult members are in my chat saying everything but, because they're failing to read still. And she's sitting here literally being deceptive and misleading when it comes to TPUSA's attorney's role in this whole thing. You're lying, Candace. You're intentionally being deceptive and misleading. This is the epitome of lying.
And he sees him crouched down.
Why don't you let her get at this whole lie?
Are at. That is not what we are getting from them. That is like, I just feel like that's really important to let you guys know. let the gaslighting stop. They have what you have. Okay. There is nothing else. They are in an investigative stage. Erika has been named as the victim. They will know more in this May hearing, which is the probable cause hearing. That's what the lawyer told me. It's probable cause hearing. And that's when they will see the evidence. That's when they get to present the evidence, why they are going to stand there before a judge and be like, yes, we need to move this forward. It's not just an affidavit. We're not pulling together scraps. We have concrete evidence. Until then, okay, until we all get on the same page and understand what else they have, I am very confident stating the opposite of all of my, I guess, well-paid peers, in that I don't believe that Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger. And what I also said to them was, and I said this in front of the lawyer, because I don't know why I'm like this. I was like, you might need a new lawyer. I was like, because this person's trying to sell to you that this is solid. One of the rules that me and my husband have is that if you have a lawyer that tells you like you're 100% going to win, it's very clear that you're going to win, you need a new lawyer. Okay, that's a cheerleader. That's not a lawyer. A lawyer, even if you should 100% win, should be telling you the risks here. You know, I feel good about this case. Like, let me talk real to you. I feel good about this case, but here's where things could go wrong. I want you to understand those risks that are involved. We don't have this yet. We don't have that yet. And especially given what I told them, which is your lawyers, or the investigators rather, not their lawyers, because they're not the ones investigating. It's the state of Utah that's investigating. They have not called the one solitary person, as I told you guys, who filmed as he was on the roof. Remember the guy that's like, oh, there's somebody on the roof, and he sees him crouch down. I said, I spoke to that person, and his testimony would be devastating to your prosecution. He saw the person on the roof. He filmed the person on the roof at 12:23 p.m. and he did not see that person take the shot. And this is not some random student. This is a guy who trains people to shoot guns at a range. He knows guns. Okay. He said what he saw was a smaller gun. He said that this person was dressed in black tactical gear and there was no recoil. That's devastating. That would be devastating to the prosecution. And yet investigators haven't reached out. Now they offered back. Well, maybe they haven't reached out because they have an even clearer video where that's true. That's actually.
Let me go back. Because apparently this person recording can see exactly like it's right in front of him. Yeah. How will he know how big or small that gun is from that distance? How will he know that?
Because they have an even clearer video. And that's true. That's actually a good rebuttal. They're like, we don't even have to talk to this guy because
Play
the video will speak for itself. And we saw what we saw.
Play the clear video.
Lawyers, or the investigators rather, not their lawyers, because they're not the ones investigating. It's the state of Utah that's investigating. They have not called the one solitary person, as I told you guys, who filmed as he was on the roof. Remember the guy that's like, oh, there's somebody on the roof, and he sees him crouch down. I said, I spoke to that person, and his testimony would be devastating to your prosecution. He saw the person on the roof. He filmed the person on the roof at 12:23 p.m. and he did not see that person take the shot. And this is not some random student. This is a guy who trains people to shoot guns at a range. He knows guns. Okay.
He knows guns, but can you see a gun there from that distance? Can y'all see that? What do you all see? Just with your naked eye. Because that's exactly what they're going to ask him about if they do. First of all, what makes her think that they have not seen this video? Because she's just not realizing that the state of Utah is the one investigating, and TPUSA attorneys do not represent the state, which was the plaintiff, nor the defendant. And they don't have any evidence either. What can y'all see with the naked eye from that distance? What can you see? You can't even barely see the person. Candace, your testimony has to line up with the evidence. What's going to happen is, Candace, when you go to court, the Macron's attorney, they're going to show some exhibits and they're going to ask for permission for this to be admitted as evidence into the case. And it's through the testimony that exhibit is admitted as evidence into the case. Testimony is evidence, but it has to line up with your evidence. What can you see in this video with the naked eye? This is somebody that trains people to shoot. And somehow, in this video, he can see everything as if it's right in front of him. And we can't see that in this video. Was he recording through his glasses or something? Does he have a computerized eyeball that's able to scan in? Is he part robot? Because whatever he was seeing, we should be seeing that same thing. Because apparently he could see this dude close up, like he's right in front of him, to get a clear image of him and the gun. Because if you can see the gun, you can see his face. You know, here's where logic comes into play, Candace. Because you're not that smart. Logic says, if I can see the gun and I can see recoil, I would be able to see that person's face that's right next to the damn gun. So he should be able to tell us exactly how this person looks. He should be giving us facial features, color hair. He had to take his glasses off to take the shot. So even if Tyler Robinson was wearing shades or something like that, or some sunglasses, he had to take them things off, or at least lift them over his head to take the shot. That means you would have a clear visual of his full face. So Inspector Gadget is standing there recording. RoboCop number 2 is standing there recording this video. And this video is out on, public platform. Anyone can watch this video. It's not secret. I'm sure the investigators have seen this. They probably have already talked to the guy. And then they realize there is no way in hell he can see a gun and recoil, or whether a bullet came out of the gun, if he can't see the face of that individual. And the face of Tyler Robinson would have been right next to the gun. Probably more sitting on top of it to see through the scope. Because there was a scope on the gun, was it not? You can't make this up. Thank you. Thank you, somebody. What's going on, Megan? How you doing, honey? Exactly. There's a scope on the gun. So if you know how the gun looks and you know where the scope would be positioned, you would be able to see that person's face because they got to look through the scope. He's not wearing any glasses, probably still had on his hat, but I'm sure he had it lifted up so that it doesn't obstruct his view. While he's looking through the scope, if you could see the gun itself to see if it was a smaller weapon, any recoil, a bullet come out of the gun, why couldn't you give a very detailed description of his face? You should be able to see his hand. That means one hand is visible to hold a gun. The other hand is on the recoil. You should be able to describe his hand, if he's wearing a ring, color hair, because now you can see his face that clear. It's right next to the gun. It's sitting on almost on top of the gun, going through the scope. So you still have a visual of his face. No glasses, nothing obstructing it. He should have been able to literally draw how this man looks. Why would he post this video up where you can't see shit, but yet he can see everything through his RoboCop eyeball? Because that eyeball is something else. The advanced technology, the AI in this era, in the year of our Lord 2025, y'all, we almost into 2026. The AI is something else. It's impressive. Our advancement in technology and medicine is just mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. So RoboCop should have been able to tell us exactly how this man looks. He should be printing out images of this man using his fingertips. You can't make this up. What the hell? Can anyone see this person in this video? RoboCop said he saw. Candace would rather trust this video, but not the actual video footage of Tyler Robinson running across the roof and climbing down the side of it. And the DNA he left behind doing that. Because he scratched up his hands a little bit. He left some skin cells and some blood behind. Sweat, tears, hair. All of that is DNA. He probably peed a little. Who knows? He probably gave out one of those little sharks, when you fart and shit at the same time. May have dropped a dookie ball up there on the roof. Who knows? He probably shot that weapon and just had a recoil and a reaction, and everything just happened so fast. Left some pee and poop up there. You never know what's left up there on that roof. Somebody better call RoboCop to go check and see if Tyler Robinson peed on himself up there trying to make that shot. You can't make this up. Dead or alive, you coming with me? Tyler Robinson, boy, I tell you, man, it's remarkable how he was able to take this shot with a smaller gun, no scope at all, and still shoot over 160 yards away. Yeah, because that's where that building is. It's still the same building. Think about it. It's still the same rooftop, the same building. 160 yards away. But somehow Tyler Robinson did that with a much smaller gun, no scope, and RoboCop can't tell us the actual facial image of this person, since she doesn't believe that it's Tyler Robinson. She's thinking this is a totally different person. You can't make this up. She didn't even read the indictment. But RoboCop managed to get this video footage. Boy, we should ever be so lucky. But he can't tell us, like, here's the, image of this man based on the little pixels coming together, formulating in that eyeball of his. Because his eyeballs are the ones that's robotic. We can't, obviously, he can't just show us, like, plug in a USB drive into his ear. He's got these robotic eyeballs that allow him to see up close as to the exact weapon, to be able to even determine how big or small it is, because size doesn't matter, I guess. Oh, man. You're just destroying everybody's manhood at one time. They say size matters. I believe it matters. Size matters. Let's just go with size doesn't matter. Tyler Robinson was still able to use a smaller gun, according to Candace Owens, the alien from outer space. And then this RoboCop was able to see that perfectly, so clearly, even down to the fact that, you let him put it, there was no recoil from the gun. And who knows? And yet we can't even see an image of the face of that person. We can't even tell if it's a real boy. We don't know who it is. If you're looking at this video with the naked eye. Yeah, because RoboCop saw that clear and up close and personal. It was personal for him.
And he sees him crouched down. I said, I spoke to that person, and his testimony would be devastating to your prosecution.
RoboCop would devastate.
He saw the person on the roof. He filmed the person on the roof at 12:23 p.m. and he did not see that person take the shot. And this is not some random student. This is a guy who trains people to shoot guns at a range. He knows guns. Okay, he saw. He said what he saw.
He knows guns, but he doesn't know how to record and scan in and zoom in. Yeah. He knows guns, but he does not know how to use that zoom in feature. His eyeballs are robotic, y'all. RoboCop said, I can see you. I can see you. Subject number 43982. I see you. I see you up there. And then he proceeds to pull out his cell phone. Well, we can't see shit. You can't make this up. What the hell are we looking at? What? Oh, I know Erika Kirk was sitting there like this dumb bee. Candace, you tell us more about these communistic bees and this underground, tunnels and stuff. Can you give us more information on this? Shed some light on these communistic bees. I'm curious about this, the bee theory. I heard it was funny. You can't help but to clown her ass at this point. Why be mad? RoboCop is on her side. Y'all, RoboCop to the rescue. He could see the subject this far away who was still on the same rooftop, 160 yards away. But he made that shot with a smaller gun. And we get no facial recognition at all from RoboCop with the robotic eye that saw everything but the face, even though the face should be next to the weapon. He should be telling us if Tyler Robinson is laying on the ground on his belly. He's going against the surveillance camera footage evidence as well. I mean, there's surveillance cameras out there. I can tell you that. It's surveillance camera footages around there. So he's going against surveillance camera footages and what surveillance cameras picked up. This is the same heifer that does not believe in the moon landing or that dinosaurs are real. So she wants people to literally tap into this alternate reality where her and RoboCop had a conversation where he said, you know, I help people at the gun range. She doesn't know if she's being trolled. Candace, you haven't figured that part out yet. You have not figured out you're being trolled because you take any tip without vetting it, without thinking twice about it, without using any common sense. You just take any tip and you go with it. RoboCop called her. They had a conversation. RoboCop told her, I saw everything with my left eye. She didn't ask for any close-up images. She didn't ask for any images of the face, the gun, nothing. She just took this video and ran with it. Never mind the fact that if you could see close up, you would ask, okay, I need images close up, because if I just had to show this to people, my coat might buy it, but you know, Lady Luck Club is gonna hammer me on it because I'm just tired of her calling me stupid. She keeps saying I'm bad at this and I'm trying to be good at it. Candace, you're god awful, girl. You're awful at this, Candace. How can this RoboCop, unless RoboCop has a robotic eye, how can anyone see this with the naked eye? To see what type of gun is being used, whether there's a recoil, whether the bullet left the gun. But the person is on the same rooftop. This is the same rooftop, right? This shot was made 160 yards away. She's gonna call that person back and say, "Can you tell me who you are?" Because Lady Luck Club said you actually are trolling me. Are you trolling me? Y'all, it could be. Candace doesn't know how to vet a damn thing. Candace, you're such an easy target. Did you enjoy that phone conversation, girl? Did you and RoboCop have fun? I'm sure he told you the gun was still black. It fit in the palm of his hand. It was an easy shot. If it were a shot taken, it would be so easy. You'd be able to see everything if he pulled the trigger. But you know, he didn't pull the trigger. I didn't see that recoil. Candace, did you have fun in that conversation? You're not smart enough to know when you're being trolled. You know, that tip hotline need to blow up. Let's say it's RoboCop that called her, right? Think about why Lady Luck Club keep messing with me. Candace, this is why I laugh at you. You're so easy. You're so gullible. She has no idea. Candace has no damn idea. Candace, you can expect another call from RoboCop. Oh, I'm having fun. Y'all, you just gotta laugh at me. You can't help it. She has no idea when she's being trolled. This girl has no idea when she's being trolled. Y'all, she can't tell. What's going on, Lydia? You can't make anything relevant from that photo. No, because listen, all you got to do is call her or send an email, right? And then you say something like, "Oh, I enjoyed your live stream. You are so insightful. Did you know that the guy on the roof, you know, I saw this video and it just, you're right. He didn't pull the trigger. All you got to do is just repeat what she said, and you've got her hook, line, and sinker." You don't even have to make shit up. You can just repeat a little what she say and just throw that little teaser out. Like, Candace, just as long as you're taking to sit here and pretend like you're doing something, you can still get these calls and emails of you being trolled like hell. You can make this very easy or very difficult. I don't really care either way. We can go as long as you can, girl. You want to keep making this content? Yeah, okay. You're gonna keep getting calls and emails that you're refusing to vet because you're bad at this and you don't vet. And we can just all have a good laugh. I'm trying to teach y'all something. So when you call her and email her, just say, "Oh, I saw your video. It was so, oh man, it was so insightful. You know, you're doing a job right here. Let me help you out. So, in this video here, here's the link. If you look at the 43-degree angle of the building, like if you go up 43 degrees at a 45-degree angle, and you're looking like east northwest, east northwest, the wind is gonna blow. And check out this video here. You see the wind blowing east northwest. Because I'm a tactical engineer, right? I'm just trying. I'm trying to, y'all listen. I'm trying to give you some advice here. This is gonna be fun. I'm a tactical engineer, and what I do is, I take the analysis, like the wind blowing, and it determines how fast or slow the bullets are gonna go. I measure the angles. I give the angulations of it. So if it comes down like 45 degrees, it might curve if the wind blows a little to the northwest. You know about longitude and latitude, right? And she's like, "Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Uh-huh." You see? Yeah, uh-huh. So you do understand how longitude and latitudes work, because I'm just, I got like 10 more minutes before I got to get back to it, but just real quick. So if you look at the longitude and the latitude of this, and the winds are coming from the northwest at a 45-degree angle, there's no way that bullet would have went downward. It would have went to the right. It would have went rightward, because that's how it Oh, my stomach hurt. Y'all, can you imagine trying to say this without laughing? Okay. Take a deep breath. And then it went to the right way. It would go to the right one. So if you look at the bullet and the wind blows to the northwest, it's going to go rightward. But then it's going to shoot far left, right? Because northwest is going to go north and then west. And so what you do is, from that point, you take the angulation of that bullet based on the wind blowing, and it's going to give you like a signal. Once you see it go left, then that's when you clock it. And then you can see like the gravity is going to start pulling it downwards. It might even happen drastically. It might not even be a slow fall. It might be a fast fall, right? And when that fast fall happens, then you're going to go And as soon as like count to 4. It's like 4.89 seconds. Count to 4.89 seconds, right? 1, 2, 3, 4.89. And then once you see that, then you'll see where it landed. The bullet probably landed on the third row from the top where the stairs are at that 45-degree curve angle. Did you get all that? I hope you wrote that down. I guarantee you. I can promise you. She didn't write shit down. She's not going to keep up. She's going to repeat exactly what you said. Yeah. All you got to do is to call her. Call her, tell that. And then you can say, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back and I'm going to send some photos of this. That way you can see exactly what I'm talking about. And then it's going to come like in different photos, like in different frames. So it'll be like 4 frames and it'll happen over 4.89 seconds. Yeah. So the first frame is the first second, so forth and so on. Second frame is the second. Each frame represents 1 second. That last frame, though, is going to be just a tidbit longer because it's 0.89. So you got to account for that 0.89 second coming in. Like you got to account for that. And so once you do that, then you can see where the bullet landed. And it's going to line up to the third row. The step, it's like a step. It's like steps. Did you see the video? It was like they were staying on the steps. So if you count 1, 2, 3 up from the ground, then the bullet has got to be over there somewhere. And if you don't see it, more than likely it landed. And then people, when they were running, when people were running around after they heard the shot, it was a lot of panic and a lot of commotion. So it's understandable, people are going to run. But I could guarantee you, like, maybe the guys in the maroon shirt, it was like maybe a guy or so standing there. You mentioned the maroon shirts. Remember that? You remember when you mentioned the maroon shirts? I thought I saw 2 people in maroon shirts in that area. So in the midst of the commotion, it's natural to think that people are going to just kick things out of the way. So maybe when they were running, they... Maybe after the shot, then people started running. 2 of the guys wearing the maroon shirts, they went over there and they just kind of hurried up and ran across and they bolted like a lightning bolt. I mean, because all of this is happening in like 4.89 seconds, okay? So they got to be pretty fast. So you're looking for people who used to be track stars or they ran, for football, like, or, things like that. Like they run fast or they're trained to run fast, because training means everything. So maybe they ran over there and it's not on anybody's cameras. I didn't capture that in my camera. So I don't have any evidence on that. But I just, from what you said, because you said so much, girl, you said so much. Maybe from what you said, the guys in the red shirt, the maroon shirts, I'm sorry, maroon shirts, because you got to be specific. Okay. The maroon shirts ran over and in the midst, they made it seem like they were running out of fear when they were just running over to kick around that bullet. They were running to kick the bullet around. So it might not even be there. It may not have even been there when they started processing everything because the crime scene was an absolute disaster. It was a mess. People running around everywhere. Some people ran into the bushes. I thought I saw one of those maroon shirts in the bush that you pointed out. That Lady Luck Club, she said something about the ram in the bush, but we're not paying any attention to her. Candace, you lie so bad, I have to literally come up with the most BS filled story ever to bring laughter to my people. Y'all call her and tell her that tomorrow. Oh, yes. Yes. Thank you, Manny. It was the magic bullet. Candace, the doctors aren't really, technically, they're not lying when they say it's a magic bullet, because it starts off going to the right and then it does its quick turn to the left. So technically, that would make that bullet very magical. And it's amazing how I don't think the bullet fragmented upon impact. I don't think it did that. I think it was pointed out and whole. And so, the wind was kind of like, it was like a quick wind. If you watch the videos, you'll see there was like a sharp wind blow. Probably why the guy was wearing the hoodie. The green hoodie guy. Yeah, because he probably got cold for like 6 seconds because the wind was blowing. Oh, child, y'all just, oh man. Times like this, you can't help but to go hammer time in her tip line. Okay. You just can't help it. Candace, you give us content for days, girl. You understand? I can see you say you lie like hell. We all know that. But you give us content for days. You want to give us content and get mad when we actually make a video about your dumb ass. Oh, RoboCop sends his love. Y'all want to validate any tips that you leave? Just pull up a video. There's plenty of videos out here. And just point to the random thing. Like, oh my God, I think I see the reflection on the side of the building. Did that person land down? Some people were running past this tree, and the tree started shaking like someone was climbing up. You can't make this up. Sweet Jesus, you can't make this up. Oh, Lord have mercy, y'all. All right, we had to just. Oh, man, Candace, we trolling the hell out of you, girl, because you don't know who's calling, who's emailing. Harry must have been something else. Somebody had fun with that Harry Meyer thing. You can't make this up. Yeah, I had a name change and all of that, so you can't pull up any information on me past 10, 20 years ago. Like, no. When is Harry Meyer going to come out and reveal himself to the world? Because, you said he would, Candace. That's not my creation, by the way. I don't have a reason to come up with nothing like that. That's like you sitting here just bringing in military stories and stuff. I don't do that. That's weird to me, because at some point somebody's gonna fact check something in the military. You got too many people that are very serious about defending our nation and serving in our armed forces to sit here and allow you to goof off that bad about Harry Meyer. Like, I'm not gonna do that. But I will, Candace, because you never know. I might email you and say all kinds of hard 5-6 syllable words that you can't define, you don't understand, you probably wouldn't be able to pronounce. And I'm just gonna make it as elaborate as my creativity will allow me to be. And I just gave a great story off the top. I didn't even have to pre-script that, girl. All because RoboCop called you and said he can see clearly in this video who the hell this is.
Was a smaller gun. He said that this person was dressed in black tactical gear and there was no recoil.
No
That's
recoil.
devastating. That would be devastating to the prosecution.
And then the attorneys laughed and said, who the hell is Candace Owens? And then they looked at each other and said, is she serious? She can't be for real. This girl cannot be serious. What the hell did she just say? So this video is supposed to tell us that the prosecution case is going to be damaging. Can you pinpoint the gun, Candace, in this video? Why don't you Pinpoint the gun.
Person on the roof. He filmed the person on the roof at 12:23 p.m. and he did not see that
RoboCop
person
didn't
take the
see
shot.
that.
And this is not
I
some
guess.
random student. This is a guy who trains people to shoot guns at a range. He knows guns. Okay. He saw. He said what he saw was a smaller gun. He said that this person was dressed in black tactical gear and there was no recoil.
Can't make this up.
That's devastating. That would be devastating to the.
That campus looks mighty empty. Let me ask y'all something. Let's look at the beginning of this. How do we know this may not been where Paramount Tactical was out there doing a video going through the steps that Tyler Robinson took?
Person on the roof. He filmed the person on the roof at 12:23 p.m. and he did not see that person take the shot. And this is not
Was
some
it the
random
same
student. This
day?
is a guy who trains people.
Yeah, it looks mighty empty over here. It looks very, very empty. How do we know that's the same day?
As I told you guys, who filmed as he was on the roof. Remember the guy that's like, oh, there's somebody on the roof and he sees him crouched down. I said, I spoke to that person and his testimony would be devastating to your prosecution. He did not, he saw the person on the roof. He filmed the person on the roof at 12:23 p.m. and he did not see that person take the shot. And this is not some random student. This is a guy.
Y'all look at it. Where is everybody? This one person just so happened to see that far. So RoboCop was able to see that far away. And yet, RoboCop didn't run over there to the building while he's still recording to get closer so that he could see exactly what this guy was doing up there. Look how far away he was. He zooms in, and it seems like he zoomed in as close as he can get it. Wouldn't you think? Let me get a little bit closer, not too close to where you in danger, because the guy actually, Tyler Robinson, did pull the trigger on the gun. But either way, if this guy felt that this guy, the person on the roof, was not Tyler Robinson, and he could see the gun from this distance, this is before he zooms in, then he will be able to tell us the face, right? To confirm if it's Tyler Robinson or not, right? He will be able to tell us that. And even if you're saying, okay, for safety measures, I'm not advocating for him to run towards the shooter. He didn't get any closer. So for him to be able to say the gun is big or small from this distance, his physical location didn't seem to change. He just zoomed in with the camera. Because RoboCop can see, I guess, what looks like 200 yards away. A clear image. This far distance. This is man in recording. As soon as he turned on his camera, this is how far he was. Then he goes in. Let me slow this down. I'm gonna slow it all the way down. Then I'm gonna mute her because I just I can't hear her talk in slow motion. Then he goes in. Y'all see how he just zoomed in. He didn't walk physically closer. Somehow he could see everything. Is that what I'm led to believe here? Do you all even see the gun? This is at 12:23 p.m. Is it the same day? It's not like she's showing us the video with the details of the date and timestamp. None of that. I have this on the slowest speed possible. That's why I'm muting her. What do y'all see the gun? Sparks Automotive. So he's pointing to something that is nothing. He's pointing to the name. I'm just saying, he's. This is the same roof, right? You can't make this up. We're going to slow motion. Do y'all see a weapon? I slowed it down so we can visually try to see, even if you see, I mean, how can he tell what the weapon looks like? He didn't run towards the building either to get a closer image. Do y'all see anyone else standing over there? Nothing. So why is he standing away pointing at something else? This is the person on the roof. This makes no sense. And this is supposed to be damaging to the prosecution.
Investigators haven't reached out. Now they offered back. Well, maybe they haven't reached out because they have an even clearer video. And that's true. That's actually a good rebuttal. They're like, we don't even have to talk. A guy who trains people to shoot guns.
You
at a
can't
range.
make this
He
stuff
knows
up.
guns. Okay. He said what he saw was a smaller gun. He said that this person was dressed in black tactical gear and there was no recoil. That's devastating.
How can he
that
see
would
all
be
that?
devastating to the prosecution. And yet investigators haven't reached out. Now they offered back. Well, maybe they haven't reached out because they have an even clearer video.
How would you know if they reached out or not? They're not going to tell you if they reach out. Prosecutors are not going to tell you, Candace, or TPUSA attorneys, because they're not a party to the case, that they've reached out to a witness to get any statements about this video that shows nothing but a speck on the roof. You can't see a weapon up there at all, let alone determine the size of it or if there was a recoil or not. You might as well just say that this guy said he saw the person up there, but he didn't see a weapon or anything. But based on how far away it is and how small the image is, I mean, what can you see? She puts out video evidence that debunks the idea that this person was able to see a gun. We can barely see the speck. And this person also is saying that that's not Tyler Robinson. He's not confirming the identity. He's not confirming the weapon, nothing, because you can't see it. His RoboCop eye can, but he can't see it with the naked eye. Like we can't see that with the naked eye. Candace, you do realize that the jury will not all have robotic eyesight. There's only one RoboCop, okay? Nobody else on the jury will be able to see through RoboCop's eyeball. We're not even seeing video footage that could have been released from something more advanced like RoboCop's eye. Like we can't see up close. We're not getting any information. He didn't do any imaging or scanning of the, facial images, none of that. RoboCop can do all of that.
And that's true. That's actually a good rebuttal. They're like, we don't even have to talk to this guy because the video will speak for itself, and we saw what we saw. Okay, but wouldn't you still want to?
Why
speak
are you talking
to the
fast,
other guy
Candace?
so you could prepare? I don't know, to question him something.
Of course, you don't know. You know nothing, girl.
Coil. That's devastating.
I can't believe this.
That would be devastating to the prosecution.
RoboCop slipping.
Investigators haven't reached out. Now they offered back. Well, maybe they haven't reached out because they have an even clearer video. And that's
they don't know. She doesn't know if they reached out or not. She would not have access to that information, and neither would TPUSA attorneys. Mind you, she's talking to TPUSA attorneys who are not representing either party in the case. So they have no idea who the prosecutors have reached out to as far as witnesses or just getting statements or anything. They have no way to confirm this with her. She can't even confirm it. You can talk to whomever you want, but this video proves nothing except she's gullible enough to believe whatever anyone calls her into her tip line and tell her. They call or email to her tip line. You can't make this up. I highly doubt she talked to someone over the phone that was able to see up close of anything. Mind you, Candace said she does not care about this investigation. I just keep that in the forefront of your minds. So when you guys are trolling the hell out of her in her email, in her tip line, we know you said you didn't care, but you should care about this. Then you can guide her to whatever you want her to know.
True. That's actually a good rebuttal. They're like, we don't even have to talk to this guy because the video will speak for itself, and we saw
It was a good rebuttal.
We saw what we saw. Okay, but wouldn't you still want to speak to the other guy so you could prepare?
They're
I
not
don't know,
the
to
prosecutor.
question him something. I don't like if this investigation is going on, and I've apparently, or I feel as though I
They're not a part of the investigation, Candace. You're not talking to the prosecutors. You're talking to TPUSA attorneys. They're not the investigators.
spinning here. I don't understand the confidence, I guess, is the best way to say this. I told
No one expects because you
the person
don't.
on the roof, he
you
filmed the
go to law
person
school.
on the roof at 12:23 p.m. and he did not see that person take the shot. And this is not some random student. This is a guy
Can't
who
believe
trains
this.
people to shoot
Yo,
guns at a range.
RoboCop
He
came
knows
up.
guns. Okay, he saw. He said what he saw was a smaller gun.
I'm
He
having
said that this
fun.
person was dressed in black tactical gear and there was no recoil. That's devastating.
No,
That
it's
would
not.
be devastating to the prosecution. And yet investigators haven't
They
reached
don't
out. Now they
care about this
offered back,
video.
well, maybe they haven't reached out because they have an even clearer video. And that's true. That's actually a good rebuttal. They're like, we don't even have
Even clearer video. Yeah, the surveillance camera footage. You can't make this up. Candace still has not read that indictment where it cites the information from the security surveillance cameras. Candace, they don't give a damn about this video. They don't. You can't see anything. Tell RoboCop to plug in whatever USB cord into his right ear and give us the images that processed in his mechanical brain. That's what we want to see.
struck this guy because the video will speak for itself, and we saw what we saw.
Because
Okay,
we
but
saw what
wouldn't
we
you still
saw.
want to speak to the other guy so you could prepare?
Prepare
I
what?
don't know, to question him something. I don't like if this investigation
No.
is going on, and I've apparently, or I feel as though I spoke to more people than they have. I spoke, both of the people who filmed videos that day told me that they weren't reached out to.
Candace, you know why you're speaking to more people? Because you can't tell when you're being trolled. You have no idea when you're being trolled, girl. If you guys want to have a good conversation with Candace Owens, all you got to do is email her something so explosive and then tell her, you know, I too see dead people. Just say, I too see dead people in my visions. And I also believe that this is coming from something, someplace, somewhere on earth. And I just want to share this with you that this is some information that I've come across from one of my visions, and it lines up with what you've been saying. All you've got to do is use her words against her. Just repeat everything she's been saying in your email and then flatter her. And I guarantee you, if you say, I would love to discuss this with you a little bit further, she probably will call you. She will probably call you. So make sure you're calling from like a Google line or something like that. Not your actual number that goes back to you or anything. You know, just random NordVPN type of number. It just pushes sporadically anywhere on the planet. So when you call, the number comes up like you're in Zimbabwe. And then you just kind of flatter her. You open up and say, hey, I enjoyed the show today. You got to go all the way there. All right. Don't be repulsed. You just got to go there. And remember, I'm only doing this to troll the shit out of her. And that's it. Remember your purpose when you're sending her these tips in the tip line, these emails. It's got to be as flattering as possible. They got to be as imaginative as possible, but it's got to reiterate what she said. So it's like you're taking what she said and you're creating an entirely new storyline from it. You know, incorporating the stuff she said into your new story. And then you say, you know, I can't like give my source, but I can assure you that I've had 3 agencies to confirm everything I'm telling you, Candace. 3 different agencies have confirmed it. And I know you don't like the FBI, but they did confirm with their technology. Yes, they did. They confirmed it. I can say this with a blessed assurance. I have seen this in my sleep. I woke up at 3 a.m. and I was panting. I felt like it was a cold sweat that came over me. I was panting and breathing heavy. I was like, I feel like I've been running for 6 hours. And come to find out, I was running. I was on the UVU campus, albeit it was like a week later, but I was running on the UVU campus in my vision, and I saw everything so clearly. The maroon shirts, green hoodies, mysterious guys, the t-shirts all over the floor of the ground. Yep, I saw everything. It's not hard. It's not hard to really get her baited into something. The more wacky your story is, the higher chance you have of it being read on her show.
So I don't understand what's happening here. I don't understand the confidence, I guess, is the best way to say this. I told him I do not understand the confidence that is happening. Now, another really big thing that happened was they brought me Mikey's call logs. Okay. They brought me Mikey's call logs. And that is why I said this was a productive meeting. There is no other way to say it. I asked every question and they came with paperwork to show and to answer and to explain certain things. Also, which was, I thought, actually kind of sweet that I guess I did on the previous show. I was like kind of looking
him out.
Mikey and I couldn't find him. And someone said, I think Mikey's not his like real name. Like they thought it was his middle name actually. And I just assumed, okay, well, maybe he's using his middle name and that's why I can't find him. But Mikey really wants you guys to know that is his real name. And it is his real name. I found out shortly thereafter that they were confusing his
Oh,
middle
no,
name
she's not
with-
attacking
they
the
thought
guy
they were
anymore.
switched.
That poor
That
kid.
Michael is his real name. Just to clarify that, because I realized I actually didn't go back and clarify that.
I'm sorry. Why would no one assume that Mikey could be short for Michael? Candace, you really thought, see, when you explain things, we have to remember when she's explaining things for bots and cult members to understand. Because the average person understands that the nickname Mikey could be short for Michael. That we can just deduce that by the fact that thousands of other people on Earth with the nickname Mikey more than likely is being called that as a nickname for Michael. She's just not figuring that out too.
But Mikey's call logs, big piece of this. Okay.
How?
I'm going to, I guess, jog your memory on what Blake said about
Why?
Mikey that day. And then I'll tell you what
Just show us the call logs, girl.
actually happened because I don't think Blake has that great of a memory. Okay. Take a listen.
Huh?
So I was not with Mikey, or I don't remember being with him. I think I was ahead of him as we left. And then we get out and I run for, can't have been more
She
than
won't show us the
15 or
call
20
logs.
seconds. And then I realized there hasn't been another shot. So the shooter has likely been detained or stopped or something.
You can't make this
not
stuff
in
up.
immediate danger. I pause, I look around me and I see Mikey and I see Mikey there. And truthfully, I will never forget what I saw because I've seen Mikey almost every day for the past 2 years. I know his personality very well. He's a very bubbly guy. He's a very happy guy almost all of the time. And I'll never forget what I saw because it was clear in the moment that he was profoundly freaked out. What I'll always remember is the way his lip was quivering, which I'd never seen before. And you very rarely see from someone that he was freaking out. And then I think he literally said to me, I might be imagining this, but I think what he literally said was and then he was looking around and then he says, I need to call Erika. And then he takes his phone and he begins calling Erika. And I don't want to disclose how that call unfolded, but he did that. Your mind extends all of this, but that is happening within a minute of all of this occurring. I remember he calls Erika. Around the same time, I pull out my phone and I call my mom just to say, Mom, there's been a shooting. You're going to see it on the news. I'm okay. Pray for me. I've got to go. And I remember that call. And around the time I put that phone away, and then he immediately calls his dad. He calls Rob McCoy and he says, Dad, someone shot Charlie. You need to call all of your pastor friends. Charlie was hit. We need everyone to pray right now. And that's what he told him.
Okay, so that's just not right. And so when he says, I might be imagining this, I'll never forget, followed by I might be imagining this, probably means that maybe you forgot and like you really could be imagining. Now, for me personally, I think the normal physiological response in these high adrenaline situations for most people is you lock in. That they're literally your body, when it goes through something.
She can't say what a fight or flight response is.
Sort of like you are really paying attention to details.
No. Some people pass out, Candace. as a part of fight or flight response. Once again, she's trying to dictate how people have fight or flight responses. Sal says she's doubling down on the Egyptian planes, except they fly out of Israel somehow. Oh my God. She loves humiliating Mikey. I know. This is crazy. They showed the call logs, apparently because he gave them permission to do it. Because he felt like there was nothing to prove with it. But I would have done it because I'm not giving you content. Now, honestly, Mikey could just, send a tip to her tip line and get creative as you want to be, Mikey. Get creative as you want to get. They might be effing with her. Who knows? See, I'm about to drop the Yeah, do what you gotta do. That folks coming here. Candace is giving us anatomy lesson. Are y'all taking notes? Y'all, you can't make this up. I watched our whole episode today already. The beginning was crazy. This is crazy. She is literally trying to say how someone should respond in a fight or flight response. As if she gets to dictate that. It's different for every human being. But see, because Candace is an alien, not from our planet, nor does she belong in this reality. She doesn't know. She doesn't understand the human body or how science works or that, blood is real. No. Aliens don't understand that stuff. Y'all know that. An alien is like wah, 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 wah. Like they don't understand how to speak English, or that lying is a problem, or even deceiving and misleading people, being hypocritical, narcissism. They don't understand it yet. These are foreign concepts and terms for her. So now she wants to predict how people should behave in a fight or flight response, as if every human being reacts and responds the same way. Just because an alien is going to start recording things in their mind like it's a computer and remember everything, never mind the people that just flat out pass out and they black out and they don't remember, or people, even if you don't pass out, some people actually have a blackout during a fight or flight response because adrenaline is so high to where your body is trying to process everything that you're taking in. And to preserve your mental state, it might cause you to black out. Period. Just no differently than someone passing out, except there's a physiological response to that. You can literally just have a psychological response where you black out and you're not taking in anything because there's an overload of stimuli. The sensory, everything is off the charts. Everything you're seeing, hearing, going on around you, it's just overload. Sometimes the brain does what it has to do to preserve you mentally, psychologically, physiologically, so that it doesn't go into the stress mode. It's got to keep your heart rate, your breathing pattern somewhat normal. Some people have panic and anxiety attacks. She literally refuses to Google fight and flight responses. She refuses to read this information. There's so many responses that can occur in an event like that. And she just refuses to look the information up.
We've learned about this many times over in health class growing up. This is why
No,
they talk
you
about
didn't
that fight or
learn
flight
anything.
response, and quite literally there's stuff happening
learned
in your
nothing.
body. And so there's a lot of details here that are just not accurate. And the one that surprised me the most
How is
about
it
this
not accurate if it's based on a fight or flight response that is different in every human being, you alien? Just because it's what you would do or what you think you would do, Candace, does not mean it's the same across the board. We're trying to teach you the ways of Earth. We're trying to get you to understand how human being acts. It's not like you're cold. That's not normal. People kissing your ass and sitting here and worshiping you like you're God. That's not a normal thing. I don't know why you think it is, but it's not. But the aspect of the fight or flight response is it varies from person to person. That's how human bodies work here on Earth, Candace. I don't know why she just won't go back to Neptune. You can't
Logs
make
is
this
I
up.
certainly feel that we were given the impression over and over and over again that the first person Mikey called was Erika, right? He called Erika. We were told this by many people also that he trained he almost like went to a camp and trained, and Charlie was like 1 2 3 go, and like fast 1 2 3 go go. That's why he walked away. 1 2 3 go, and just told him this is what the first thing you do is. Well, he didn't do that. Actually, the first person he called was his wife. He called Elizabeth McCoy, and then he stayed on the phone with his wife for 10 minutes. And during those 10 minutes, he three-wayed Erika 3 minutes after the shot went off. And then he three-ways his father, and then he three-ways a third person who I am not interested in mentioning because it's not relevant. This is Danny McCoy, by the way, is his brother that's in the military, but that's before the shot goes off. Charlie Kirk shot goes off. I have that in detail. Charlie's brought to security. Mikey McCoy calls his wife. They stay on the phone for 10 minutes. Okay. In that same minute, because we know this because Blake Neff has given us his call log to his mother, Blake Neff called his mom. His call with his mother lasted 45 seconds. So we're assuming it went to 12:25. It very well could have stayed in 12:24, depending on the millisecond. Blake Neff ends that phone call with his mother. Mikey McCoy, after the phone call with his mother ends, adds Erika to the phone. Okay. So that when he was recapping and he's like always lips quivering and he's like, I got to call Erika. And he's like, and then I called my mom. That's not right. That's just not right. Okay. Mikey called Erika after Blake Neff ended that phone call with his mother. If call logs are to be believed above, human testimony. Mikey McCoy then drops Erika from the phone call 2 minutes later, and then he adds his father to the phone call. Again, he is this entire time on the phone with his wife. Okay. And then Mikey McCoy ends his phone call with his father. He does call another person who I'm not mentioning because it's just not relevant to anything. But that's before the shot goes off. Charlie
Let
Kirk
me
shot
go
goes
back.
off.
Didn't you say?
I
Didn't
have
Blake Neff say he called his mother, not Mikey McCoy?
was terrified. Actually, the first person he called was his wife. He called.
What's going on with this?
Is I certainly feel that we were given the impression over and over and over again that the first person.
Oh, let me go back because I could have sworn he said he called his mother.
Says, Dad, someone shot Charlie. You need to call all of your pastor friends. But he did that. Your mind extends all of this, but that is happening within a minute of all of this occurring. I remember he calls Erika. Around the same time, I pull out my phone and I call my mom just to.
He said he called his mom, Candace. Mikey McCoy did not call his mom. Blake Neff called his mom. Why is she confused about this? This is what listening skills will do for you. Blake Neff, Candace, called his mother. Blake Neff called Blake Neff's mother. He did not say Mikey McCoy called his mother. Blake Neff called his mother. So who lied about that? No one lied about that. Blake Neff said at the same time, I called my mother. Candace, you need some RoboCop ears, girl.
This, but that is happening within a minute of all of this occurring. I remember he calls Erika. Around the same time, I pull out my phone and I call my mom just to say, Mom, there's been a shooting. You're going to see it on the news. I'm okay. Pray for me. I've got to go. And I remember that call. And around the time I put that phone away, and then he immediately calls his dad. He calls Rob McCoy, and he says, Dad, someone shot Charlie. You need to call all of your pastor friends. Charlie was hit. We need everyone to pray right now. And that's what he told him.
Okay, so that's just not right. And so when he says, I might be imagining this, for I'll never forget, followed by I might be imagining this, probably means that. And this is what the first thing you do is, well, he didn't do that. Actually, the first person he called was his wife. He called Elizabeth McCoy. And then he stayed on the phone with his wife for 10 minutes. And during those 10 minutes, he three-wayed Erika 3 minutes after the shot went off. And then he three-ways his father, and then he three-ways a third person who I'm not interested in mentioning because it's not relevant. This is Danny McCoy, by the way, is his brother that's in the military, but that's before the shot goes off. Charlie Kirk shot goes off. You know, I have that in detail. Charlie's brought to security. Mike.
She's saying
And
something's not
trained,
right.
and Charlie was like, 1, 2, 3, go, and like fast. 1, 2, 3, go. That's
She said that wasn't right.
really, I think, the normal physiological
Huh? Oh God.
What he said was he was looking around, and then he says, I need to call Erika. And then he takes his phone and he begins calling Erika. And I don't want to disclose how that call unfolded, but he did that. Your mind extends all of this, but that is happening within a minute of all of this occurring. I remember he calls Erika.
So how would Blake Neff know who Mikey McCoy was talking to before the shot? Blake Neff was not aware of who Mikey McCoy called until he announced, I got to call Erika. Why is she making it seem as if Blake Neff is saying Mikey McCoy didn't call anyone else? That's not what he said. You see, because Candace, none of this BS you're presenting is going to be used in a court of law either way. You can't even meet a burden of a preponderance of the evidence. You definitely would not ever be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Blake Neff never purported this information as if Mikey McCoy did not call anyone else before he said, I got to call Erika Kirk. He's just recalling Mikey McCoy saying, I got to call Erika Kirk. Mikey McCoy could have very well called other people prior to that. He could have very well called someone else. He could have called his own wife first. I mean, naturally, most husbands would call their wives first. And then if their kids aren't there, they're going to try to get the kids. And then they may call their parents. And then he's calling Erika Kirk. So why is she making it seem as if he lied about something? He may not have known who Mikey McCoy was talking on the phone to prior to that. None of you know if I've gotten a call today. Now, if I say I just got a call from my son, how is that a lie just because you don't know if I called my mother before my son? I didn't disclose that information to you, but is it necessary? Do I have to give you every person I call for the day? No. Is Blake Neff supposed to know every single person that Mikey McCoy called? No. Who does that? You're going based on what he's saying about him hearing Mikey McCoy audibly say, I got to call Erika. Is he required to tell you every person he's called before that? Especially before the shot? Why is this? This isn't relevant to she's not telling us who the shooter is. So none of this is relevant. It would not be relevant to the prosecutor. The prosecution will not give two craps about this call log. That's why it's not important. But for Candace to sit here and to try to divert attention to this as if it's going to be used in the case, it's absolutely asinine. It's stupidity on steroids. The prosecution will not ever bring this up. They don't care. She can't connect this to the shooter. Mikey McCoy is not the shooter. We don't care who he called because it's not telling us who she believes to be the shooter. And she's not telling us that either. Candace, who's the damn shooter? You don't believe Tyler Robinson shot the gun. You want to stall on that because you want to keep making content. You want to leave people on the edge. You want to intentionally pretend as if you don't believe that. And for what? For you to sit here and talk about Mikey McCoy's call logs? Who gives a fuck? I said it. This is so irrelevant. None of these call logs are going to be shown to the jury. None of it. She still can't tell us who the shooter is. We couldn't even see the person on the roof in that video, which would be inadmissible. because the jury can't make out who the hell that is on the roof. That's why it would never be admitted. The jury is the one that has to see all this evidence. Candace still wants to pretend like she doesn't know how this goes when she admitted that the state of Utah is the one that's leading this investigation. When people were saying this, she didn't care. That video would be inadmissible. You can't make out anything. And it's irrelevant. It's a moot point. Just like these call logs. Moot point. No one cares about these call logs. It does not show anything connected to a possible shooter of any sort. And she can't say Mikey McCoy shot Charlie Kirk either. So if he didn't have a gun in his hand and he wasn't sitting on that roof up there, no one gives a damn about these call logs. It's nothing more than a distraction. She will never, ever be able to tell anyone who the shooter is. And that is what she said she will be finding out. She's going into areas that is completely irrelevant, and she knows it. She knows that she can't get the evidence related to this investigation. She knows it. That's why I said just F her up in the tip line. Just go crazy in that tip line. She wants to turn this into a show. I mean, you know, people can just start trolling the hell out of you, Candace. I'm telling you, to the point where you feel like I'm being tortured. Yeah, okay. No. I think there are a lot of smart people out there that are smart enough to deliver you a dose of your own medicine, Candace. And it's high time that you start finding out. And I mean, every minute of the day, you should be getting tips where the stories should be mind-numbing. Oh, man, it should literally have you looking like Boo Boo the Fool. These call logs say nothing. She still can't tell us who the shooter is. And she's trying to give this false impression, this false perception that Blake Neff knew exactly who Mikey McCoy called before Erika Kirk. It's absolutely ridiculous just because she wants to invoke herself into this. And they still don't take her seriously because they're going to watch the show and they're going to say, this has nothing to do with the conversation. And apparently she wants us to respond. So everyone at TPUSA needs to ignore the hell out of her. Erika Kirk needs to ignore the hell out of her. Period. Candace is still not going to get that grand reunion on stage with Charlie Kirk or Erika Kirk or anyone. She probably will never be invited to AmFest. They probably gave her some call logs and she probably can't even verify if they're authentic or not, but whatever. Let her think these are call logs. Like I wouldn't even appease her in this. And if you give her anything, she has no way to vet it. So who says this is real? Chabu. And then, you know, you can just clap back in her tip line that she doesn't vet. Because this is crazy. At the very least, Candace, make us laugh if you're going to see him be this big of a clown. At least let it be funny. This is pathetic. I got to sit here and come up with stories about longitude and latitude for you. Because you're sitting here talking about call logs that no one cares about. When you can't tell us who the shooter is, you're bad at this, Candace. You are bad at this, girl. That tip line is finna blow up on you. Your tip line is finna backfire on you.
Erika, around the same time, I pull out my phone and I call my mom just to say, Mom, there's been a shooting. You're going to see it on the news. I'm okay. You know, pray for me. I've got to go. And I remember that call. And around the time I put that phone away, and then he immediately calls his dad. He calls Rob McCoy. And he says, Dad, someone shot Charlie. You need to call all of your pastor friends. Charlie was hit. We need everyone to pray right now. And that's what he told him.
This is crazy.
Okay, so that's just not right. And so when he says, I might be imagining this, for I'll never forget, followed by I might be imagining this, probably means that maybe you forgot and like you really could be imagining. Now, for me personally, I think the normal physiological response in these high adrenaline.
He said he might be imagining this. I don't know what else to take out of that other than he might be imagining it. I don't really care what he said, Candace, because he's not the shooter. Michael McCoy is not the shooter. The end. You're not telling us who the shooter is. You want people to be on a cliffhanger. Girl, we about to start tearing up your tip line.
In situations for most people is you lock in. Like they're literally your body when it goes through something. When it's
Ooh, we finna tear
terrified,
that
it's
tip
going
line
through those
up.
sort of like you are really paying attention to details. We've learned about this many times over in health class growing up. This is why they talk about that fight or flight response, and quite literally, there's stuff happening to your body.
Ooh,
And
that'd be a
so
good story
there's
for
a
a
lot of
tip
details
line.
here that are just not accurate. And the one
Oh
that
my
surprised
God.
me the most about these call logs is I certainly feel that we were given the impression over and over and over again that the first person Mikey called was Erika, right? He called Erika. We were told this by
You made the assumption because you assumed that he's supposed to know everyone he called. Mikey McCoy is a grown ass man, and he's not bothering you. But Mikey McCoy, if you're listening, I'm sure you can come up with something very imaginative to send her as a tip. I promise you, she will not bet it, and be as creative as possible.
many people also that he trained like he almost like went to
Set
a
that tip
camp
line
and
up.
trained, and Charlie was like 1 2 3 go, and like fast 1 2 3 go go
Yeah,
go. That's
make
why
that
he
a part of
went,
your
1 2 3
tip
go. And
story,
he just
Mike.
told him this is what the first thing you do is. Well, he didn't do that. Actually, the first person he called was his wife. He called Elizabeth McCoy, and then he stayed on the phone with his wife for 10 minutes, and during those 10 minutes he three-wayed Erika
So
3
what?
minutes after the shot went off. And then he three-ways his father, and then he three-ways a third person who I am not interested in mentioning because it's not relevant. This is Danny McCoy, by the way, is his brother that's in the military, but that's before the shot
Why
goes
do you
off.
say the name?
Charlie Kirk shot goes off. You know, I have that in detail. Charlie's brought to security. Mikey McCoy calls his wife. They will stay on the phone for 10 minutes. Okay. In that same minute, because we know this because Blake Neff has given us his call log to his mother. Blake Neff called his mom. His call with his mother lasted 45 seconds. So we're assuming it went to 12:25. It very well could have stayed in 12:24, depending on the millisecond. Blake Neff
Why do
ends
we
that phone call
care?
with his mother. Mikey McCoy, after the phone call with his mother ends, adds Erika to the phone. Okay. So that when he was recapping and he's like, oh, his lips quivering, and he's like, I got to call Erika. He's like, and then I called my mom. That's not right. That's just not right. Okay. Mikey called Erika after Blake Neff ended that phone call with his mother. If call logs are to be believed above, you know.
When did he say that? What did he say? He said he called. He said, I may have been imagining this. I mean, he started with that. He started with that. To say he's lying when he said, I may have been imagining this is comical to me. So the next tip line that can go to her, this next great story that can go to her tip line is that there was a fourth person on the call. And that fourth person used to work for Ghostbusters. We had a 4-way call going. And she thought it was a 3-way call. But there was a fourth person listening from Ghostbusters, right? And then that person sent this message through Telegram. Or, it was either Telegram or Signal. The same platforms that Charlie Kirk used. And then a message automatically went out to like 5 of the employees that were wearing those blue shirts, that the media never interviewed. Yeah. So they got these simultaneous messages from that fourth caller. And the fourth caller, text them and said, go Max.
Call Erika. He's like, and then I called my mom. That's not right. That's just not right. Okay. Mikey called Erika after Blake Neff ended that phone call with his mother. If call logs are to be believed above,
go Max.
Human testimony. Mikey McCoy then drops Erika from the phone call 2 minutes later, and then he adds his father to the phone call. Again, he is this entire time on the phone with his wife. Okay. And
this entire time, the former employee, the employee with Ghostbusters caught those kids that were, they were so shaken up. And they all got that simultaneous message from Telegram or Signal. It was either one. It was either Signal or Telegram, right? and they checked their phones, and it said "Go Max," and it rocked them to the core where they recorded everything like RoboCop's brain. RoboCop brain kicked in, and then they started recording everything. And you know, I mean, of course, they were having a panic attack. They were crying. One of the guys was crying real bad, but they had all gotten that same message from the fourth caller it's a mysterious person. But you know, I heard, you know, someone told me I got a tip. It was so incredible. It was verified with 3 different agencies that they did work for Ghostbusters. They did work for Ghostbusters. They absolutely, and it was verified. So you can believe what I'm saying, or you know what, not, but whatever. But this is a fact. They work for Ghostbusters, and then they sent that message through Telegram, and they thought it may have came from Charlie's phone, but it didn't, because it's like, well, he's not able to send the messages, but it came from that verified fourth caller on the phone. Their number was blocked out. I couldn't tell there was a fourth person, but they work with Ghostbusters, and they sent 5 of the employees that were there wearing those blue shirts and stuff. They were so desperate to talk to the media, and I just don't understand why the media didn't interview them. But they all got the same message that said "Go Max," and they had no idea what that was. They were so scared. You can't.
And then Mikey McCoy ends his phone call with his father. He does call another person who I'm not mentioning because it's just not relevant to anything. You know, not
Watch, it still says the
story,
name.
rather. And then he ends
Character in
phone
the
call with
story.
his wife, and a minute later,
Candace, you seeing these people as characters in a story, you know, because we can all do this. We can all create characters. Y'all add a character to this story. We can all add a character to this damn story. These people got add a character to the story. I'm adding in an employee from Ghostbusters sending out messages that says "Go Max." Add a character to the story. Who y'all got? Yeah, be as creative as possible. This is so crazy. You can't make this stuff up. It has nothing to do with who shot Charlie Kirk. Dear Lord, she's calling these people characters in her story. These are characters in her story, y'all. I can't listen. I'm giving her a view just for the sake of reacting to this. Hopefully, you guys walk away with ideas of what to send in her tip line, because she got it, boy. That could be just the best clapback of all. Having her wonder whether or not anything is really real. Is her tip lines now fake and gay? That's what she should be asking herself. Are my tip lines fake and gay? I'm going to have to change the email addresses to my tip lines, because I don't know what to do with all these tips. You can't make this up. Oh, man. Oh, you can't make this up. And her candy ass cult members have no idea. They have no idea what they're being told. They just hearing it from Candace, and they're saying, "Yes, God, we hear you." You know, because they're comparing her to Jesus Christ now, because it's a dumb cult. But you know, they have no idea who might be feeding her these stories, because she still doesn't know how to vet a tip. Man, ask Scruff McGuff, add him in there. No reply, said I'm adding Scruff McGruff. Scruff McGruff. McGruff. Scruff McGruff is her new detective. Attorney Big Feet at Law. Listen, man, we can come up with all kinds of Barney the dinosaur. It's the new DA. She don't believe in dinosaurs, but this dinosaur she will believe. You can't make this up. Add a character in this story, because that's all it is. Candy San Diego. You can make this stuff up. Hey, this call log doesn't tell us who the shooter is at all, but there's a fourth person in that call, y'all. It wasn't a 3-way call, it was a 4-way call. She's not telling you all that. It was somebody from Ghostbusters. He sent out these messages mysteriously to 5 people, and it said, "Go Max." And then that person then reported to the FBI. They just felt like the call logs would be so they would be so highly regarded. You gotta carefully curate those call logs from Mikey call logs. Mikey McCoy. Call logs. 1225. Mark it down. And that's it. Like this is for her. She considers this investigatory. We don't know who the shooter is, Candace. Tell us who the shooter is.
His brother calls him
Fuck's
back,
sake.
and they stay on the phone for 10 minutes.
Babysitters
I did
Club.
not get this from everybody speaking about this Mikey McCoy call log. I know that you guys did not get this. I did not get this. I don't know why she was disappeared from this. Like, you could go, like, the wife wants privacy. No, she was like, main stage at the memorial, has been, I would say very involved.
Her calls to her husband are private. You don't even know if these are verified. Candace, you'll believe in anything, girl.
In a lot of this kind
The
of
calls to her husband
it's
are
very close
private.
that she's close with Erika. They went on the vacation together. So I don't get this disappearing act. I found that to be like, okay, but
Privacy.
they were forthcoming with it. That feels good. That feels good, guys. Like, wow, we don't have to guess. Now we have solid answers. And like I said, when you come out,
That don't tell us who the shooter is. To the candy asses. Are we missing something here? Who is the shooter? Tell us who the shooter is. Yosemite Sam. Oh my God. Look at that super from Glenn. Oh. Thank you, Glenn. Oh my God. Merry Christmas and thank you. You have been a positive voice amongst the insanity that was becoming depressing. I'm glad the world is waking up. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the 99 super. Oh. Oh. God, it's so good. Ain't he good? Oh, Candace. Oh man, this is what happens when you tell the truth, girl. Thank you. Listen, thank you so much. Oh my goodness, that's a blessing. You know what? Let me get to super. I have a couple supers back here. I got a 99-cent super sticker from Care Bears. Thank you, Care Bears. Thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate it. I don't care how large or small. It's a blessing. It's a blessing. This is such a blessing. People don't have to do this. I appreciate both supers. I do. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Glenn, for the 99.99 super. Oh my goodness. You see what I have to go through in this chat, right? The candy ass is still sitting here talking about she's got millions of people and all that because they're confirming she's doing this for likes, clicks, views, and money. This is nothing more like God has a way of turning bad into good. Like what the devil meant for evil, God will turn around for good in your favor. Thank you so much. This is an absolute blessing to me. Thank you so much. Oh my God, there's $2 super. Thank you. Miss Veronica, thank you so much. Big ups to you, Miss Lady Luck. Happy holidays. Thank you so much. Oh my good Lord, y'all gonna make me cry. This is I don't think I've ever had a 99 super like that. Y'all, I mean, I could go whole live streams for 3-4 hours and not get warned. And I just, man, it warms my heart. Large or small, man, it's a blessing. Wow. Thank you so much. Shout out to you, is it Miss Vernica? I just want to make sure I say your name correctly. Thank you so much for the $2 super. I appreciate this. This is a blessing. My mind is blown. I want to cry, man. I want to cry. Oh my God. Thank you so much. Y'all see, we got to deal with these catty asses in the chat. They don't know how to act. They still aren't asking her who the shooter is. These cult members aren't even trying. They're not saying, can you tell us who the shooter is? The shooter isn't in the call logs. Just tell us the name of the shooter. You don't believe that Tyler Robinson do it. Mikey McCoy didn't do it. Tell us who the shooter is. Because if she felt it was Mikey McCoy, she would just say it. Tell us who the shooter is, Candace. You can't make this up. Thank you, Blue Moon. God is so good. I'm about to get up and shout. We got some gossip music. So, Lord, we thank you. Thank you so much, Blue Moon. Look at this. Yeah, man. This is awesome. Thank you for the $4.99 super. Candace is compulsive liar. I do not understand how her worshipers don't see that she used them. Exactly. Thank you, S Files, for the 99 super sticker. Yeah, shout out to you all. Shout out to you all. I appreciate this. This is so awesome. Oh my God. Blue Moon. Listen, Blue Moon. I'm with you on that. All of you all. Glenn, Miss Vernica, I feel you all. Care Bears. Oh my God. This is S Files. Heather Rose sent the $9.99 super. Merry Christmas. You're doing the Lord's work. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Y'all, oh my God, man. I don't even know what to say. I'm just speechless now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh man, thank you guys so much. I appreciate this. You guys are fantastic. We pushed through this. We pushed through the bots, the cult members. They come in here, they call me names. They say they try to disrespect my mods. They disrespect my members, the Luxters here that are just trying to engage in thoughtful conversation, ask questions. We're going to have our opinion of Candace Owens. She's an airhead who can't tell us who the shooter is. She's not even trying to read background information on why evidence isn't released in an investigation. Like basic information. What is an endowment? She's not even trying. And we have to sit here and deal with their nonsense. Do I go into Candace Owens' chat and go after all her people in that chat? No, I don't. Whenever I leave a comment in her chat, when her videos are premiering that she's already pre-scripted and pre-recorded, I ask questions. I don't leave derogatory names. I don't call people. I don't say half the stuff that her people say. That's how the bots are programmed to be evil. They're bots. The cult members are just like her. She says, I hate everybody. They show that. But I don't go into Candace Owens' chat when I'm able to catch her live. And I've recorded a few of them, leaving questions and comments in real time. And I'm just cussing and going off and calling people names. I don't do that. You can check all the actual live streams that I've recorded on my channel of me leaving comments in real time, and you will not see that. And the cult members are so depraved and disgusting. That's why I don't give a damn how they think or how they feel. I don't give a damn because they can't even articulate a statement or a question without it being all caps, a copy and paste, or this hive mentality where they're practically saying the same thing 15 different ways. They can't even express any level of intellect. And even if there are people, let's say, that does support Candace, and they're genuinely just asking questions and asking for my thought on things, those comments sometimes get lost in translation because of the quotes in the bot. And all they do is attack, name call, and say stupid stuff that no one cares about. And people who might be, okay, I listen to Candace, I still support her, whatever. I'm not here to change their mind. If I don't care of what they say and how they think and how they feel, why would I be trying to change their mind? It doesn't stop me from saying what I want to say. I'm not here to change their mind. But if you have someone that does say, listen, I don't agree with everything she says, I still watch her, I still support her. How do you feel about this? Those comments and questions get lost in the midst of all the other BS. And it goes against what Charlie Kirk was trying to push out, which is exercise of free speech. Now, the comments, when it gets to the point where it's just derogatory or defamatory, somebody making a threat, Rick making a threat, I'm going to pay a price one way or the other. Just because you think you have the right to say whatever doesn't mean I have the right to read that crap. So here, where I'm the queen of this, yeah, I'm going to get rid of that crap. But they have this entitlement as if you're supposed to just read their stuff, and they sit here and whine and cry and throw tantrums like petulant children. Oh, you're sitting here restricting free speech. No, we have the right to not read your garbage. You can't even try to be civil and have an actual conversation, which goes along the lines of what Charlie was trying to put forth. Then are they truly supporting anything that Charlie was trying to build and his legacy, any of that? These are the same people that worship the ground Candace Owens walks on, who sits here and talks about her love of Charlie Kirk, but won't get her cult members under control. Won't remind them free speech works both ways. It's not just for us. It's for everybody. But not one time will you see me leave something in her chat, whether it be a statement or a question, where I'm just being derogatory. I'm just going in and cussing and calling people. I'm not doing any of that. It's on my playlist. I don't have a reason to. Because if I'm going to hear and watch her live stream direct and put a comment or a question in it, it needs to be something valid, whether she reads it or not. I don't have to flatter her. For her to sit here and take my slogan, you're bad at this, it's all the proof I need to know she's listening. And she won't even acknowledge half of these bots and cult members if you paid her to. You got to sit here and flatter her. All I have to do is a video and not give her a dime of my money. I don't have to subscribe. I don't have to give her any of that. All I have to do is speak the truth and show facts and evidence. Use common sense, logic, and wisdom. All the things her cult won't do, which is why she could care less about any of them. Any of them. That is something that blows my mind as to why they haven't figured that out. Blows my mind. That's a blessing. Thank you so much, Heather Rose. I appreciate this. Man, y'all are awesome. Brad said the $5 super. What good has come of the meeting? They should have done the live stream. Tell me something positive, please. Listen, all that came out of that meeting was the ability to use Candace's own words against her to light up her tip line. That's it. That's it. We can come up with some very elaborate stories of what she's saying in just this one episode to tear that tip line up, because nothing else came out of that was fruitful. She was supposed to be telling all of us who the shooter is. We're no closer to that. We're no closer to that, Candace. You're talking about Mikey McCoy's call logs. The prosecutor doesn't care. The defense doesn't care. It's irrelevant. If nothing else, the positive thing out of it is that it will be irrelevant to the case. There you go. What positive came out of this? Nothing Candace is saying will ever be presented in the actual investigation that the state of Utah's attorney general is presenting against Tyler Robinson. Thank you, Jesus. Amen. None of this garbage will be used as evidence. We bless God for intellect. Yeah, it's the best thing of all, knowing that none of this garbage will be presented to the jury at all, because this has nothing to do with the actual murder investigation. I'm very happy about that. And for a giggle, why not just use this to light up a tip line? I'm just saying she doesn't vet it anyway. This none of this will be evidence, Candace. None of this will be evidence. None of it. I'm gonna sleep peacefully on that. You can't make this up. Thank you, Brad. I appreciate the $5 super. Such a blessing. Yeah, we can all be assured that these call logs will not come up in the murder trial at all against Tyler Robinson from the state of Utah. They're doing the real investigation. That's what we care about. This stuff here is for laughing giggles. That's it. We understand. No, Candace has no ability to ask questions and get messages of Charlie Kirk saying, someone was trying to kill him and murder him the next day. Like, none of that. None of that. Even when she has opportunity to be presented with information, they give her the call logs, but not those messages that came from Charlie Kirk's phone or from his Telegram or his, Signal accounts. Like, none of that. She didn't post up those messages. Nope. But she took time to post up these call logs that we don't care about. It has nothing to do with the investigation. Nothing. Just smile and hope and pray that someone this week will be creative enough to turn these call logs into a tip that will blow her mind and that would have all of us laughing at the stupidity of it all. Sir Kelly, thank you for the $2 super. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Y'all are awesome. Thank you, March, on for the $50 super. Oh my God, y'all. Y'all enjoying me screaming and holler right now. Oh my God, the neighbor's gonna think somebody over here butchering me. Oh my God, thank you so much. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, March. You have given us the gift of joy this holiday season, Miss LLC. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I thank you right back. This warms my heart. It really does. Oh my God. Yeah, I always tell you all, like, look, just hit the like button and share the video, share the content. This is such a blessing. Christmas is coming up. Oh man. Thank you all so much. This is amazing. Oh my good Lord. Thank you so much. This is absolutely amazing. Oh my goodness. I appreciate this. I really do. Oh dear. Oh, y'all just hear me scream. I can't believe this. I can't believe this, y'all. I can't believe this. This is so, man. Oh my God. Blue Moon sent a $4.99 super again. I would say her fans feels dumb now, but they are too dumb to see she lied to them and played them while making millions. That's why I said, listen, calling me names in the chat does nothing. I don't care. To the candy asses, I don't care that you all are throwing tantrums. I don't care what cult leaders think and how they feel, or members. Cultists, I don't care. You either gonna come out of this or you're not. Most of them just go through her actual transcript in her video and they copy some things she says and they just paste that all over everybody's videos. I'm like, it's mind numbing. That's why a lot of the comments I just kind of skip. One of them so often I'll pick out one and put it up. But like I said, it's finding hard the genuine people that are asking questions and leaving real comments because you got to sit through the cultists. You got to sit through the cult members and the bots. The bots are just, they're bots. But all they do is compute, copy, paste. That's what they're, bot farms do what they do, right? But, oh man, to think real people, real human beings are not even asking her, can you just tell us who the shooter is? Give us the name of the shooter and a photo. Can't make this up. Like they all want to say, well, it's Tyler Robinson. We just don't know. Like, no, it's him. But whatever. Oh my goodness. Shout out to you, Blue Moon, for the $4.99 super. Thank you so much. This is amazing. Glenn sent 49. LLC, please do a deep dive on all the past candy issues. Let's dive into the Jews invented the dinosaurs, etc., etc. Please and thank you. She needs to be fully exposed. Listen, I sure can. I can look into that. That means I will have to line up all her conspiracies and just go through it. Candace, maybe I'll put it in the form of a story and just, just play the clips of her and then just add in something to, because it's so crazy. These conspiracy theories are out of control. I've already gone through her lawsuits. Yeah, I guess you might as well. All right, cool. Game on. Thank you so much, Glenn, for the $49.99 super. Good. I thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. We're still gonna finish tomorrow. We're gonna finish up the rest of the tax documents. We gotta finish up this video, y'all. Thank you all so much. I appreciate this. This has been, man, this is a blessing. I appreciate this. I really do. You have no idea. Thank you all. Oh man. I say this because I've been doing YouTube for going on 6 years now. 6 years with 2 channels. You do it because I do this because I enjoy it. I enjoy the spirit of research and reporting, exercising freedom of speech, free press, and exchanging of ideas. I enjoy that. I have a regular day job, I have 2 kids. I enjoy being able to pull up information and connect the dots based on just background research. Even if, I say, hey, you guys inform me of this, to be able to exchange information and ideas, to learn from one another. That's fun for me. That's like kind of like my release from work, like my escape from the 8-9 hour a day job I have. I get to mentally escape from that by diving to being able to learn and research and share information and have this exchange and this dialogue with you all. That's, to me, just that and me spending time with my kids. Greatest joys of my life. So when I say I enjoy doing this, I do. I would love to be able to do this one day full time. But I'm also realistic, right? So there are times where you have, just information I'm reading, sometimes up 1-2 o'clock in the morning, looking up information, going over court documents if I'm going over a lawsuit, looking up background, just basic terminology, and putting in some man hours into this just to do an analysis video, like the endowment, the endowment, the TPUSA endowment video, debunking rules and finance and Candace behind because they failed to read. It took me at least 2 good days of research to be able to get the information to put it together. It's one thing to just show you all stuff. It's another thing where you can put it in a way to where people can understand it, whether they're young or old, whether you are financially savvy or not. to be able to explain endowments, the various types of endowments. And then, of course, presenting that type of information can be boring as hell. Like reading lawsuits and court documents, that's boring. Everybody knows that. Courts are boring. They're meant to be boring. You have an outlandish case going on in the court of law, that's making the news and something's probably going wrong. But for the most part, court is boring. So to be able to have to do that and to keep it entertaining and fun, keep you guys engaged, it takes I have to pray before I do this. I still get nervous sometimes, but I have to, have it together to where you guys can learn and be engaged and, have some entertainment. I have to be able to do that right. And so you could go and do I could do a live stream for an entire week. And now I don't even have a goal or anything, not see anything. But I still do it. As long as you guys are hitting the like button, that lets me know that you're enjoying the content. And so anytime I see these supers like this or cash apps or anything, it's a blessing to me. It does give me some assurance that people do appreciate it. Hitting the like button, commenting in the videos, engaging in the chats. That's reassuring to me that I'm going down the right path at least. And you guys are enjoying it. And that's what's very satisfying about this, is like seeing you guys respond and being able to converse back with me, share information, impart knowledge, and just having a good time. Having a good time. That's what it comes down to. The super is just an added blessing. It's like the cherry on top, y'all. You have no idea. So she may never go live like that, but I go live. I'm not pre-recorded, pre-scripted. This is live for me off the top. And I thank you guys for the support. I really, really do. You have no idea what that means. So I'm looking forward to hitting 30,000 supporters and then growing to 50,000 and plus. That means so much to me. You guys have no idea. And to any other content creator, that will all tell you that. Good content creators will tell you that. It's so reassuring to see people learning and engaging in it. And it just warms my heart. So thank you all so much for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I can't thank you enough. So let's get back to this, finish this up. Y'all, we're not even halfway there, but we're going to get there. I'm going to try my best not to pause it because I want to get through this. We're just going to laugh and giggle. All right.
And give solid answers, and you're not weird and calling people names and saying all this stuff. It allows people to go, okay, I feel a bit more like we can trust this process because we have communication. That's the reality. And so I wanted to update you with that. Also, another thing that really, I think, surprised them and I think surprised me is getting back to this Hamptons retreat. The thing about the Hamptons retreat, and I communicated this with them.
Oh, dear Lord.
That makes me so uncomfortable is how many little lies were told. I think I've been clear about that. Like Steph Dillon definitively pressed Charlie at this event. Now, whether it was in a hypothetical, which it was in a hypothetical, but he got fired up in the hypothetical of Charlie discussing potentially tweeting something against Bibi Netanyahu. It did lead to this firecracker moment. Again, this is one of those things where I go, why am I always being hung out to dry for telling people the truth? Especially when I wasn't going, oh, well, Seth Dillon killed Charlie Kirk. I just, this happened. It factually happened.
It was part of a cover-up.
Yet everybody's kind of putting out these weird statements and they're not being honest in them. And I was saying to them, that made me feel really weird. And I would love to know more about this Bibi Netanyahu offer to fund Turning Point to the next level. At which point Erika said she was not aware of that happening.
No one is aware of that.
Obviously totally possible that was kept in the business lane of Turning Point USA. But I'm certain, I am absolutely certain that I did not get this from an obscure source that Bibi offered to fund Turning Point to the next level. And it was part of my frustration with that sit down with Alex Clark, where Andrew said, oh, there was not $150 million that's made up. I told them, Andrew Colvett was my source. Andrew Colvett told me.
Why is that a secret?
That Bibi Netanyahu offered to take Turning Point to the next level and that Charlie turned that money down. So I said there's a bit of a predicament when I'm being like lambasted by all of these voices and people that are attacking me and these paid campaigns. And when I say paid, yes,
Voices in her
okay,
head.
actually have the names of people. Different ways they're being paid. Some are being paid by PR firms. Too many are being paid by Prager University, which is upsetting to me.
What?
Because I know Marissa and it's just dirty. But it's especially crazy when people are calling it a conspiracy when I'm sharing things that are told to me from the spokesperson of Turning Point USA. Okay. That's weird.
But you're not telling us who that is.
They were forthcoming. Nobody's ever denied this. So this was not on our list of lies about the fact that DB Netanyahu did call him. Okay. That did happen. Bibi shared that, by the way. Our source for that could have just as well been Bibi Netanyahu. And not a lot of clarity on, I don't know, why some people think he didn't make this offer and why definitively.
We don't care about the offer, Candace, because he's not the shooter. Tell us who the shooter is.
3 different sources who would have knowledge of this confirmed to me that Bibi Netanyahu did indeed make this offer. I never said $150 million ever, not once on the show.
Who's the shooter?
I wouldn't have even said that, by the way. If you said take Turning Point to the next level, I actually would have assumed it was more, if I'm being honest. That's a hefty offer and it leads to a lot of questions. So there was not a lot of clarity there.
To a nonprofit
Lastly, I want
organization.
to add, of course, I was locked in this meeting when people on live were another round of debunking the Egyptian planes. I want to be very clear. We discussed the Egyptian planes, and I have since worked on an incredible document about the Egyptian planes, which we are going to put up on our website because I realized that when we shared that spreadsheet, people assumed that one of the columns, which was actually saying where the planes landed on that day, because it was plus or minus 3 days, was exactly where Erika had been on that day, and that was inaccurate. And so for clarity, I had been working on the last week.
All of the points are inaccurate.
That we can put up on our website because I'm certain that these Egyptian planes are incredibly shady and that they were in fact tracking Turning Point USA faith broader events. Of course, Erika was at some of them, Charlie was at some of them, but it is the pattern here is undeniable. So let the naysayers and people make videos trying to.
Where are the coordinates of where they were? It has to match up. You got to prove to us that they were at these same coords when the planes flew over. Why do we care about those planes? Because the planes did not deliver out any firepower to shoot Charlie Kirk. Nor was any passenger on those planes the shooter. And you won't tell us who the shooter is, Candace. Tell us who the shooter is, girl.
What are we, 5th round debunk these planes? I also want to say to you that I feel very confident that I know why these planes have caused such panic. And it is because there is overwhelming evidence that these planes regularly fly in and out of Israel. And I'm going to present that evidence tomorrow. I say that strongly. This is I feel very confident saying these Egyptian planes are flying in and out. And notice I'm saying planes because once I was able to connect people on those planes onto other Egyptian planes, I was able to realize that these planes are flying in and out of Israel.
Oh, this is priceless, Candace. Did you get that from the tip line, girl? You can't make, she making this stuff up. No, she's not making this stuff up. Her tip line is making this stuff up. Candace, oh my God. Why we don't have any video footage of these planes leaving and coming into an airport in Israel? Which airport would that be? Y'all know what airport this is? Oh my God. Do y'all know the name of the airport? What's the name of the airport? I must have missed it. She won't give up willingly, in my opinion. This is why Erika Kirk needs to absolutely ignore her. I said this. If you gotta respond with an attorney. She called them on the phone. She should have had one of her attorneys in person. And the attorney should have been answering all the questions. I'm going to object to that answer, that question. You can just ask us another one. It should have been just like that. Candace should have felt like her attorney was there deposing her ass. Yo, what's the name of the airport? I must have missed it. You can make this sound. Somebody said, hold on, it gets worse. Oh, dear Lord. Are you serious? Candace, girl. We're going into 6 hours. You guys are champions. Yeah, okay. We try not to go too much longer. Y'all are champions. I had to pause this because I can't believe it. These planes are coming in and out of Israel. Tell us the name of the airport, Candace. This is about to get good, I guess. It's gonna be funny.
And turning their transponder off each time that they do it. That is now makes perfect sense of why there was this mass panic.
But
right?
you
It's not
didn't give
exactly
us
like we have a strong-
evidence. What's the evidence that the transponders were turned off? You can't make this stuff up. Something you cannot see with the naked eye, by the way. The transponders are in the plane transmitting data to the air traffic control. So if anything, this data can be retrieved either from the plane, from the black box, or the ATC. You can make this up. I just wanted to know what's the name of the airport.
to realize that these planes are flying in and out of Israel and turning their transponder off each time that they do it. That is now makes perfect sense of why there was this mass panic, right? It's not exactly like we have a strong Egyptian lobby in the United States. Now we're like, whoa, well, those darn Egyptians again are trying to get TikTok censored. I mean, every person in the game, Barry, acting. Well, these are the usual suspects that act if something is a threat to Israel, okay?
What?
Which is, they should have just been forthcoming, pretended that it was changing apart. Instead, they're trying to gaslight us, and they're actually, frankly, just pissing me off. So I became locked in.
Oh,
on these
she's so
Egyptian planes
mad.
because that's how I am. Okay, you keep pushing me and keep pushing me. I will become an expert on these planes. I'll learn how to build an Egyptian plane. The reality is, like I said,
Why is an Egyptian plane going to be built any differently than an Israeli plane? I'm sorry, is there a different engine that's only specific to Egypt that cannot be used in a plane built in Israel? Does she not know you can have planes built in one country as like an order? Like you can have one country order some planes from another different country and they just fly and deliver the planes over to the country that ordered the plane? Does she not understand how this works? So she knows nothing about the FAA. No, okay. Oh, sweet Jesus. Candace knows nothing about how you can have planes imported, built, manufactured, and imported from another country. You can have a plane built with parts that come from other countries. Like the engine could come from like Italy. The wings can come from like France. The seats come from Angola. it's the Mediterranean. Like, who knows? She has no idea. Her planes are even built. Girl, stop. Felicia. Bye, Felicia. Girl, bye, Felicia.
tomorrow I will show you how these planes tie back to Israel. And there's no disproving this. So more
Yes,
on that
it
later.
is.
We'll be right back after throwing into some of our sponsors.
Oh God, no.
Free speech video platform.
Nope.
The description below.
Nope.
It was Danny McCoy in my head.
Girl.
Please correct that if you're going to make videos, not Danny McCoy that called him and then called him after. That is another assistant of Charlie's. So we want to be accurate. I don't know why I assumed it was Danny McCoy in my head. I may have done that.
You made a lot of assumptions. So you had to correct yourself on something else yet again. You're making a lot of assumptions, girl. You proving nothing. The planes came eventually from Israel. She just had to go through Egypt to get to that point. She was like, listen, I got to connect this plane back to Israel, but I got to first take it through North America. Then we got to go through, the continent of Africa, because Africa is a continent. And then make a pit stop in Egypt. And then go across the water straight to Israel. We're not going to Greece. We're not going to Italy. Nope, straight to Israel. This is priceless.
Views matter just as much. You can move to Rumble today. Just click the link in the description below, download the app, and join us there.
Girl.
I'll see you there. Okay, so a couple of things I want to say. First and foremost, I just got a live update that I thought it was Danny McCoy on
No,
the
you
call log. I
you
should
lied.
totally correct that, and I will correct that, and we'll be sure to trim it in post here. But it is not Danny McCoy. It is Danny, another one of Charlie's assistants. So I will correct that. Please correct that if you're going to make videos. Not Danny McCoy that called him and then called him
We
after.
don't
That
get
is
no video.
another
We
assistant of
don't
Charlie's.
care.
So we want to be accurate. I don't know why I assumed it was Danny McCoy in my head. I may have done that. Okay, another thing.
Jesus.
You guys may have been noticing that we
No, she did say that. Did she say it was a brother? A brother. Danny McCoy was the brother in the military or something. Candace, you was way off with that. It's funny how she's trying to attempt to correct herself while she still doesn't even take accountability and say, I misspoke. I said the wrong thing. You know what? It's not even a misspeak. I said the wrong thing. It should be the assistant then. Just like I had to learn about the maximum allowance with the taxes for apartments. I had to correct myself on that. I wanted you all to correct me on that. Shout out to Brandy. They had to give me correct information. I didn't bite her head off when I say, "Oh, how am I wrong?" I'm asking genuinely. I literally wanted to know because I wanted to make sure that I'm repeating this information correctly. I'm not a tax consultant or anything. So that's something I had to learn. And I appreciate that because people who want you to relate correct information, if you say something wrong, they're going to correct you. They said, no, this is what it is here. Because it can be factually supported, right? So if you look up tax laws, you can see like the maximum deduction you can get for rental space for an apartment is going to be capped at 500 square feet. That's a fact. Shout out to that. Shout out to tax laws that I refuse to sit here and really read and absorb because, oh man, that'll break your brain. We're doing math in real time, but that's what you do when you're trying to do it right. And I want to be correcting on those things. So factual information should be what it is. Factual. It should not be based on my opinion or guess or theory. If it can be factual, I want it to be factual. This girl literally said he was the brother. And completely off. The assistant.
You're getting into this weird space
Can't
where
make this up.
they seem to be almost writing like Candace Owens fan fiction. I can't even reply to things. And a lot of you sense that this was because we were getting close. I agree. I fully agree that these
Tell us to
attackers have
shoot him.
grown hysterical. Like I can't even begin to tell you the conversations between me and my PR person. I'm like, there's nothing to respond to. I mean, there's not even one sentence of
It's your PR person, but not your attorney. Because your attorneys aren't telling you anything as to why you shouldn't be saying certain words and terminology and phrases because you can get sued for defamation. More likely slander, malicious slander at that. Candace, you should be getting legal counsel from your 3 attorneys you're paying for. Your PR person, because she thinks all of this is a show. This is all a show for her. I'm going to tell you more about the planes tomorrow. I don't know why you could do it today. You're showing us call logs that are irrelevant. The jury won't see it in the murder trial. We don't care. You want to see him talk about planes coming from Israel, but they're Egyptian planes. We don't care. The jury won't care about that either. But yet, she wants to leave everybody on this cliffhanger while her PR person is telling her, yeah, you're doing great. Keep it up. Because she's got to keep making money at this.
that is true. Case in point, by the way, New York
Case in
Post
point.
does this article today. We were actually laughing, okay? Like
Yes,
inside
you were.
Candace Owens' sadistic and dangerous world, monetizing baseless conspiracies.
Yep.
This is after, by the way, they changed my husband's Wikipedia and said that he was a Qatari, like he had a Qatari passport or citizenship. I don't think my husband's ever even flown over Qatar. I could be wrong, but I don't think I know he's never been to Qatar. I don't think he's ever flown over Qatar. And they're just making it up and then they make it trend no matter what it is. And I'm like, this is happening. It's like a psychological operation.
You doing the same thing. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, heifer. They can put in next to your name on Wikipedia. I can literally do that. I can put in next to your name on Wikipedia, Candace Amber Owens heifer farmer. Because you can do that in Wikipedia. Anyone can update that. Why are your people, your cult fan base, changing his date of birth? Your people did that, Candace, not the New York Post. Your candy ass cult members changed his date of birth to try to fit whatever you said that still somehow was not correct. Because if you searched for his birthday, there are 3 dates overall on the internet, not just Wikipedia, where you don't believe in getting information. Factually.co had 3 different birth dates. So there's other information out here on the internet where there are 3 birthdays listed for Boys Club. Why they wouldn't put Boys Club next to his name, I don't understand. That'd be funny as hell. You can't make this
because
up.
they're trying to keep us constantly responding as opposed to focusing on our investigation, which is why I spent this weekend.
You're not an
and I just kept
investigator.
down on the Egyptian plains because it's completely crazy. And when you see a media storm like this, it can only be happening because Zionists are locking arms and going attack because they by and large control the media. They just do. Okay, one way or the other, Zionists control the empire medias, and they are scared about something in this investigation. We've noticed that from the very beginning.
They're not scared.
So they wrote in this article, the New York Post, just to give you an example of how insane this is. They said they had an inside source that told them that while I was at the Daily Wire, I just fought with people from the very source that in my first week, I threw my car keys at a producer and expected them to park my car. That sentence genuinely made me laugh so hard because I never once in the entire time that I worked for the Daily Wire did I ever drive my car to work. Okay. I just didn't. They had a driver that took me there. So I don't know why I would suddenly take the driver's keys and then throw it at somebody, but quite literally, I never drove the Daily Wire. So it's just when I say fan fiction, I'm like, this is fan fiction.
You got to prove
Secondly,
that, girl.
they say I did that to a producer and that I conducted, demanded others do my research. Could not be further from the truth. I have always done my own shows. I can't read a script. I riff my shows. I think that.
No, you don't. Oh, that's such a lie from the pit of hell. Girl, you pre-scripted. Your shows are pre-scripted and pre-recorded. You literally have someone in your ear telling you when you're wrong because they're reading the information. At times where whomever's in her ear, whoever that inner voice is, Mark or whomever, where they're telling her and correcting little stuff to her. She's like, I misspoke. It should be this. What do you mean? You're reading something. Unless they're telling you what to say. And sometimes you don't hear it all the way. It's pre-scripted, pre-recorded. She does not go live at all. You can't make this up. Candace, girl. Girl, just tell the truth, girl. Oh, Lord have mercy. I guess she just doesn't want to shame the devil. Make the devil mad.
It's pretty obvious that I demanded a huge studio, attempted to use their PR firm to get the cover of People magazine, like
the top of the
full fan fiction. There's not even a shred. I don't even think we ever had a conversation about People magazine because that would not be a normal outlet for any conservatives. That I wanted to be on the cover of People is insane. And
I can't believe this.
They said that their sources also said that like my team hated me. My team came with me when I got fired. My whole team's here. So
we don't know who your team is. Yeah, I'm just laughing at this point. I don't know what else to do. Oh, this is too funny now. If I want to watch a sci-fi investigation film, Candace, I know, right? It's so bad. It's so bad. Shout out to Glenn. Oh, did I miss this? Another $99.99 super. Good grief. You are the sponsor of our live stream tonight. Glenn, you're awesome. Thank you so much for the Candy Asses LLC as the best belly laugh on the internet. This is to give back to you, sis, for all the hours you've spent without expecting anything. Man, when I say thank you so much, This is such a blessing. Thank you so, so much. Oh my goodness. I appreciate this. This is such a blessing, you all. Oh man, I've been smiling and laughing from ear to ear because you guys have completely blessed me this evening. I appreciate it. I really do. All of you. All of you have blessed me this evening. I even sometimes, I try to, give give some credit to the candy asses because they come in here and they give a view. They won't hit that like button though, but they give a view. It's just, yeah, that's about it. That's about as much credit as I'm willing to give them. They come back for the banter. They love it. You can't make this up. Thank you so much. Thank you so, so, so much. Oh my goodness. I appreciate it. You can't make this up. Candace. Candace. She said her shows are not pre-scripted, pre-recorded. It's off the top. She's mad at the New York Post. Like, we are just hitting a turning point right now. Oh, shout out to my mod. Man, he says, all super chats, thank you for your support. Thank you all so much. I appreciate this. Girl, Candace is sitting here saying, ain't nothing scripted. I make this stuff up. Oh my God. This is why I went over these lawsuits, because you guys can see this pattern of behavior. All the Luxers can see it. She does the same thing. It's the same behavior. Some of the stuff she says, like her slogans and her statements and things, her accusations are about the same. It's some sort of psychological something. No, it's not. It's called real life. You're being sued. And it's like she's trying to mentally escape from that lawsuit. Like she said, her attorneys have probably told her, you're not going to win this. Here's a real possibility of what you're facing. And so she's trying to say, if your attorney's telling you that you're going to win everything, you need to get new attorneys. Candace, remember when you said that. Because I have that snippet. I'm going to make sure that it's time-stamped in your comment section of you saying that about the attorneys. If they tell you that you're going to win, then you need to get new attorneys. So I want you to remember that, Candace, as you go through these court proceedings with the Macron lawsuit. I don't give a damn about your Egyptian planes or Mike McCoy's call list. None of that stuff is going to be into today's evidence in the criminal trial against Tyler Robinson, nor is it going to be utilized in your lawsuit, Candace, that Macron's filed against you. And yet, you're using all of these distractions to cover up from the very real possibility that you are not going to win that Macron lawsuit. You're going to have to pay out tens of millions of dollars. And I will be here reporting every single word said in that courtroom. Maybe I'll get blessed, Candace, from some of your candy ass cult members to be able to fly up and be able to see a couple of those hearings in person. Oh, that's going to be awesome. Because at some point, they're going to get sick of you lying about everything. So, yeah. Yeah, you let me wind up with a round trip ticket and a hotel to be able to go to those hearings. I'm going, Candace. Do you understand? I will be there. If I am blessed with the opportunity to go, I will be there. You can't make this up. She's running from it.
Source that told them that while I was
She's
at the
mad
Daily
about
Wire,
an article
I just
from
fought
New York
with people from the
Post.
very source that in my first week, I threw my car keys at a producer and expected them to park my car. That sentence genuinely made me laugh so hard because I never once in the entire time that I worked for the Daily Wire did I ever drive my car to work. Okay. I just didn't. They had a driver that took me there. So I don't know why I would suddenly take the driver's keys and then throw it at somebody, but quite literally, I never drove through Daily Wire. So it's just when I say fan fiction, I'm like, this is fan fiction. Secondly, they say I did that to a producer and that I demanded others do my research. Could not be further from the truth. I have always done my own shows. I can't read a script. I riff my shows. I think that's pretty obvious. That I demanded a huge studio attempted to use their PR firm to get the cover of People magazine, like full fan fiction. There's not even a shred. I don't even think we ever had a conversation about People magazine because that would not be a normal outlet for any conservatives. That I wanted to be on the cover of People is insane. And they said that their sources also said that like my team hated me. My team came with me when I got fired. My whole team's here. So I was just going, okay, what is happening here? Why are we talking about Qatar? Why are they making these things up? And I have come to the same conclusion as you. It is because we are dangerously close to something. I think we have to keep pushing on the Huachuca Air Base, which we are doing. And tomorrow we are going to get back into the investigation.
Just tell us who the shooter is, Helper.
Because as I have said, and as I have maintained, I believe that Charlie was betrayed by people that are close to him. And I asked that question in the meeting. I'm like, okay, if we can agree that everyone around, I was like, I know there are people at Turning Point, they're not good people, right? And it's feasible that people, if
But
they
they're not
have
around them.
addictions, that they, you can definitively get yourself in a scenario where you are willing to sell somebody.
But what if he's not around them, Candace? You're saying people at TPUSA, they could have been, like part of the maintenance crew or something. People he may never have met. You're saying people around him in his inner circle. You really think every person that worked at TPUSA was able to have access to him like that? They probably would not agree to that. They probably, because of what you're saying. Are there good people that work there? Yes. Are there bad people that work there? Who knows? But are they in his inner circle? Are they around him? There's a difference, Candace. Because you don't understand words, you alien. All of this stuff is going over her head. And she's not going to ever explain this and be clear when she related stuff to her cult mates. They're just going to go with it. There were bad people there too that he probably never met, because common sense and logic, something she continues to say only when it's convenient. She doesn't use common sense and logic all the time. She only throws it out there and weaponize it when she thinks it's convenient for a stupid point. Common sense says you have a company with 3 subsidiaries. A few of your employees that you may never meet might not be good people. But if they're not around you in your inner circle, it would be irrelevant to you saying that there were people in his inner circle around him that did not care about him or would not look out for him. That means you're saying he had a bad judge of character, because it doesn't seem like he had people in his inner circle that he did not handpick to be in his inner circle that were bad people. And somehow he didn't pick up on that. His discernment failed him for the day. Candace, either you're saying Charlie Kirk had bad discernment or a bad judge of character, or he had the good discernment and he was a genius. Which one is it? Because it's not going to be both, girl. Nope. You're not getting both.
Yeah, this is a massive organization. How can we so confidently state that nobody had anything to do here, to do with anything here? And I think that one of the things that Erika was like, well, I'm not like a feminist, and I didn't want the vibe of that, which I think it did come across like a bit of a feminist, to say like, this is all my family. I'm like, how could this all be your family? I know people in this family and they're not good people. I wouldn't even do that with my own family. Okay. I got people in my family, like we all do, who aren't exactly walking a straight arrow in life. And yeah, so I've communicated that. I have not changed my position on that. I am not going to stop researching the characters in this that I don't feel good about. But further to sort of them just creating and making things up, Tim Pool has now gone out and extraordinarily claimed that I have the same security as Charlie Kirk, and that I'm a fraud, and that actually I have the exact same security. You will recall that Tim just said a week ago that I have no security. Okay, this is Tim Pool a week ago.
She is burning everything down. and she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you told me? She has no security. She doesn't deal with the we have to deal with. She's a piece of
She has security, just not on the level of you.
Oh, yeah, the one fat guy you mentioned with no wall and no barrier in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors. She doesn't give two No one's out for her. She's lying about all of this. You told me.
Here's the difference. He's repeating what you told him, Candace. There's the difference. He's saying, she told me. She said this. He's not saying that as a fact. He's saying, she told me. She said this. There's a difference in that. See, Candace, when you purport something to be a fact, you're saying it is a fact. Tim said, she told me. She said. He's repeating what you discussed with him, what you told him. And you're not directly debunking it either.
You went to her house and she's got a 4-foot wall and one fat guy, and she doesn't give a about her security.
So that was like Tim last Monday. This is Tim who said I had no security except for one fat guy, which I told you was not true. Now he's saying this. Take a listen.
Okay, I'll say things that I probably shouldn't say, but I'm going to say, 'cause I always get super heated on this. Candace Owens has the same security team as Turning Point and Charlie Kirk did. She's lying. She has the same security people. I've been digging into this. I've been meeting with people and talking with them, and I shouldn't say too much.
He said he was meeting with people and talking with them. So this is information that was sold to him. Because Candace, if you're going to sit here and report information, at least report exactly what he's saying. He met with people, he asked, and they told him this. So he's once again relaying information told to him. He's not saying it is a fact I've seen for myself. He said, I've been meeting with people and they told me. You know, Candace, it's a step up from what you do. You tell us you've had visions of people who are deceased telling you something. At least these people that talk to Tim Pool are real people. I am definitely more apt to believe that. And I'm sure the people that told him this will be more than happy to come forward. We're still waiting on this Harry Meyer to manifest himself. You know, because he wants to reveal himself to the world. Even though, unless he's the shooter, we still don't give a damn. Candace, we don't give a damn. Unless he's the shooter, we don't care about Harry Meyer. She got a whole lawsuit to worry about. And me reporting on it.
Because there's more that's going to be coming out soon. Because rest assured, people are filing legal paperwork against her.
Yes.
Candace has the same security team, or has
Yes.
the same security companies
They're
and the same
getting
security
sued,
personnel as Charlie and Erika did. So when she comes out and is questioning them, she is lying outright.
Yep.
Now, I've invited many of these people to come on. We'll see what happens. We'll see when they can. The issue is, the moment Candace goes on her show to millions of people and lies, litigation begins. And what happens when litigation begins? People don't do interviews about it. She is exploiting this, and she knows she is.
Y'all look at her face. This is a look of someone that's like, ah, shit, I got more lawsuits coming. Candace, you can't explain how you gonna be coming out defending yourself on this. You about to put your attorneys into overtime. She's gonna have to hire more attorneys. The Macron's lawsuit is over 220 pages. The first amended complaint is well over 230 pages. And it's 3 attorneys working on that. And they still ask for extensions of words. Candace, your 3 attorneys tried to prolong filing that brief to support the motion because they wanted to add in an extra 1,500 words the second time around. You can't make this up. 3 attorneys could come up with a brief that would fit the word and page limit according to court rule. And you think that those same 3 attorneys are going to want to take on all her other lawsuits that's about to come her way? Candace, how do you know that Erika Kirk and TPUSA does not plan on filing a lawsuit against you? How do you know they're not planning on doing that? You literally talked to TPUSA attorneys. You didn't think twice that they could have been recording the call and they were just waiting on that phone to ring. And then they gave you some information that they know they don't care anything about or could use against you to say, because you bullied and harassed Mikey McCoy so bad, he felt like he didn't have any other choice but to give you call logs and that he was coerced to do it. He felt he didn't have any other choice with regaining his dignity, getting his good name back. He was put in a position where he had no choice because you and your dumb cult members harassed and bullied. You doxed, you put out names and information that was unnecessary. How do you know they have no intention of suing you, Candace Owens? This is why I said she's not smart. And none of her 3 attorneys told her, you might not want to take this meeting. You have no idea what they're trying to do. Candace is not smart. See, that common sense and wisdom would come for average people. You know, just the average person would think twice and say, I wonder why they're willing to come to my house or meet up with me in my state. You know, because if any defamation happens, if there is an allegation of defamation, I'm repeating your words, Candace, throwing your words against you. If there is any allegation of defamation, it would have been done here in the state of Tennessee. Candace, you didn't think twice about why they possibly came out to you, to your state, so you can lie to their face in the state of Tennessee? You didn't think twice about that, Candace? You didn't think that then maybe, just maybe, they were asking questions just to get your responses, to create a record, to say they came to you in your hometown, where any lies that you told them, you made those defamatory statements in the state of Tennessee. You can't make this up. Hey, Artiste, how you doing, honey? Shout out to my mods. Candace can't prove what she told us the truth. She didn't think twice about this. She didn't think there's got to be a reason why all of a sudden Erika Kirk is willing to come to Tennessee and then called her attorney. So if Erika Kirk phones a friend, she's calling an attorney, TPUSA's attorneys, not the direct person that she's asking about. She didn't call Mikey McCoy. She called TPUSA's attorneys. And yet Candace has what? Her cousin there for optics. I guess the cousin is supposed to be the bodyguard or something, or be there for intimidation factors. She wasn't smart enough to put 2 and 2 together. Candace, what if they were recording you? What if they did all of this just so they can record her conversation, get her responses? They're telling her what they want her to know. They're showing her what they want her to see. She harassed Mikey McCoy and Rob McCoy and defamed them and dragged them through the mud. There's so many videos that can be played in court as evidence, to the point where Mikey McCoy felt like he didn't have a choice. If he wanted to reclaim his good name because of all the harassment between her and her dumb cult followers who believed every word she said. You see how I'm putting this, Candace? You can't tell me all the videos she made, every single time she said his name and demanded information she was never privy to in the first damn place. All of the attacks claiming that he was a part of some cover-up if he did not produce it. That's too close to extortion, Candace. But because you're not that smart, you heifer, you have no idea. Just like she doesn't vet her tips. She has no idea. This is so crazy. So they could be suing her. And if she's not listening to what Tim Pool is saying right now and paying attention, of course it's going over her head. Because Candace does not use the common sense that God gave a billy goat. You know, that ram in the bush that you keep obsessing over on UVU campus. The cult members always start leaving when I start talking because, you know, information for them is hard. But she has no idea. Candace, you heifer, I know you're listening. You don't know if these people planning on suing you. They could have said flat out, yeah, you know what? At least if we want to file a lawsuit, we'll file it in Tennessee. Because we went there and she lied to our faces. She said these statements that were inflammatory, defamatory. We felt cornered. We felt like we didn't have an option. She was going to continue to attack and defame TPUSA as she's been doing. And she had no evidence, no concrete evidence. She said it herself to the cult members. Where's the concrete evidence of that message again? When she said herself, your own cult leader said she never had any concrete proof to begin with. And then said she would have no way to verify it one way or the other. She would have no way to verify it one way or the other. That doesn't mean that Erika Kirk and TPUSA could or could not. The absence of the message proves that it never existed. But your own cult leader admitted she never had any concrete proof to prove one way or the other of what that message truly said. And then she comes and does a video. It says that they confirmed her to be right with no evidence. Candace, you are an airhead. And I say that with love.
To keep people wrapped up.
She's gonna
in
get
this
sued.
insanity.
Tim versus Tim, undefeated. And what I will also say is that's all a lie. It's almost like they have just sent a call, like they're getting too close and just said, I don't care what you write. I don't care if it's complete fiction, make it believable. Say her husband beats her, say her, like it's coming after my husband. They're coming after me and they're making stuff up. I have never employed the same security team as Charlie Kirk ever. We went our separate ways early. Actually, there was like, it's obviously been publicized before he had Schaefer.
Are you stuttering? Stay on script. You're a bad liar, girl. Stay on script. You said we went our separate ways. That doesn't mean you never hired one or used the same security firm. She could have used the same security detail or the same security company. Why even go into explaining how I've never utilized the same chef that my mother uses, but you know, I mean, we go back though, but we went our separate ways. You all would be like, wait, did you use the same chef as your mother or not? I mean, let y'all hear this again. Because Candace doesn't understand how the English language works.
Her, say her, like it's coming after my husband. They're coming after me and they're making stuff up. I have never employed the same security team as Charlie Kirk ever. We went our separate ways early. Actually, there was like, it's obviously been publicized before he had Schaefer Security, and Schaefer Security which was run by Greg Schaefer, who has issued a public statement. They had Dan Flood and Brian Harpool working for them initially. I told Charlie I did not like the security apparatus. I got my own security separate from Charlie from the very.
So you had some security working for you. Otherwise, how would you say that you don't like them? Y'all hear this? Because see, Candace, here's what can happen in a civil lawsuit. It's called a deposition, where they put your little ass on an oath, and then they ask you direct questions to where you will be forced to answer yes or no. You won't even be able to be given the opportunity to even explain. And for pathological lawyers like you, that's the best way to go. It is again, because she doesn't understand how words work.
Her say her like it's coming after my husband. They're coming after me, and they're making stuff up. I have never employed the same security team as Charlie Kirk ever. We went our separate ways early. Actually, back there was like it's obviously been publicized before he had Schaefer Security, and Schaefer Security, which was run by Greg Schaefer, who has issued a public statement. They had Dan Flood and Brian Harpool working for them initially. I told Charlie I did not like the security apparatus. I got my own security separate from Charlie from the very beginning. Okay, that's a fact. It just is a fact. There's no way.
But she can't say it's a fact without evidence, right? She would have to prove that, right? So it sounds like she did have the original security detail that was assigned to protect her. And when she went on her own, then she decided, oh, okay, I'm going to hire someone else. So when they ask you questions, Candace, they're going to be very direct. You won't be able to sit here and fluff it back and forth. You're not very good at this, girl.
Way to undo that fact. Trying to do this strategy of you're going to get sued, it's just threatening somebody.
No, it's not a threat. They can say that there's an intent to sue you, and that's not a threat. A threat is if you all see Ukrainians in Tennessee, they're not supposed to be here. Make sure you report that to the authorities. That's a threat. That a threat is one way or the other, there's a price to pay. You're going to pay the price one way or the other from Rick, your cult member. That's a threat. It's not a threat to say that there's going to be an intent there's an intent to sue. They're going to sue her. Because if they do it, they're not threatening you. But if they sue her and they don't give her some heads up, then, oh, they never sent me in a letter with the intent to sue me. It don't have to be a letter, by the way. They can say it in a video. We intend on suing Candace Owens. The end. Have a good night. That's it. That's not a threat, girl. And if they have evidence to validate the claim, anyone has the right to seek legal recourse in the court of law. They can seek legal resolution in the court of law. You out here defaming and harassing people, sicking your brain dead cult people after people to harass and dox people, because doxing is illegal. It's a cybercrime. Doxing is illegal. It's a cybercrime. You're impersonating investigators. You're invading people's privacy. You're posting up medical information that you didn't get consent from Erika Kirk to do. You're harassing people. You're bullying people online. To the point where Michael McCoy, poor guy, felt like he had to give a call log to you. That's how bad you bullied and harassed him. You can be sued for that, Candace Owens. And I hope they sue the hell out of you. Absolutely. Because she's not going to learn any other way. She's been doxing people for years.
If there was any truth to that, you can't just file legal paperwork. You have to send a cease and desist. You have to say,
no, you
something
don't.
you said on your show was
That's
untrue.
A lie.
Can you please?
Nope, that is a lie. I'm not going to let you lie, Candace. You do not have to send a cease and desist letter. You do not have to do that. They can just sue you. A cease and desist letter is a formality. They don't have to send you that. Where did she get that from? What law is that? Let me type this. I'm going to Google this. Because now we got to look stuff up because you're sitting here lying like hell. Is it required to send a cease and desist letter? Candace, you're an absolute idiot. She's lying about simple stuff that can be researched. It's not legally required because it's not. And the fact that you think somebody's supposed to send you a letter means nothing because the Macrons did the same thing. And look where we are. They still had to sue you because you don't know how to shut up. So since Candace, and I'm not telling you to shut up because the more you talk, the more evidence they gather against you. So since you refuse to shut up or be quiet or stop, then a lawsuit is the only thing that's going to get your attention. Sending a cease and desist letter before filing a lawsuit is not legally required, but it is often a strategic decision that can help resolve disputes amicably and demonstrate good faith. It is not mandatory. There is no law that obligates a third party to send a cease and desist letter before initiating a lawsuit. You can file a lawsuit directly to the court without prior notice to the defendant. They don't have to tell you, girl. They can tell you there's an intent to sue, but they don't have to do that. It would be a courtesy to you. Like they can walk away and say, consider this a professional courtesy. Candace, we're going to sue the hell out of you. Have a good night. That's it. That's it. Where did she get that from? That was an outright lie. Outright lie. They don't have to send a cease and desist. Yet again, she has 3 attorneys and she does not know the law.
Is any truth to that?
Idiot.
You can't just file legal paperwork. You have to send a cease and desist. You have to say something you said on your show was untrue. Can you please correct this? Okay.
No.
And if I ignore that, as I did with Brigitte,
You did with Macrons. She's about to go there. Candace, they don't owe you that. Once again, the entitlement is getting her. She's about to F around and find out. Shout out to you, Lene Stacks. How you doing, girl? What's going on? Tuned in for my other nemesis. I know, Candace, honey, she's something else. Show me the money. Candace is trying to FAFO. Exactly. Trump got rid of Candace a few years ago. TPUSA was instrumental in helping President Trump win. Candace was never coming back. Trump and Charlie were close. Yes, they were. It's how you can sue a ham sandwich whenever you want. Thank you. Erika says stop. That's your cease and desist. Exactly. Exactly. Sarah says Candy is burning bridges that she hasn't even crossed yet. Thank you. It's like expecting Hamas to keep a ceasefire. You can't make this up. Knowing this, you can't make this up. Candace, they don't owe you anything. You're not God. You're not Jesus. You're not their mother. You don't pay their bills. They owe you nothing. No one owes Candace Owens anything. And if her cult members want to give her undying loyalty and fealty and praise and adoration and idolation, I let them. I don't care. But no one owes her that. No one owes her that. Candace don't run nothing over here. Candace, I'm the queen of this over here, girl. And I'm telling you right now, you are literally lying when you say that you're supposed to send a letter. They're not going to do that. For what? He's going to sue the crap out of you. His house was shot up. And you're talking about he's whining and crying all over the internet. He got sick of you going after Erika Kirk and TPUSA like that. And you have no idea if you've got it coming from Erika Kirk. And you're not even smart enough to discern it. You can't make this up. In a moment he has an opinion, it says how he really feels. Like the rest of us have been saying, her entire cult army that thinks she's Jesus goes after him. In all the comments in his YouTube videos, on Twitter X, people coming by shooting up his house. And her response to this is he's whining and crying all over the internet like he owes her something. He doesn't owe you shit. And she says here, this is her response to this, and she thinks that people aren't supposed to sue her. No, they're going to sue the hell out of you. You got it coming, girl, because you ain't learned nothing yet.
Have just sent a call like they're getting too close and just said, I don't care what you write. I don't care if it's complete fiction. Make it
Oh,
believable.
God, how we get this far
say
back?
something. We have received no cease and desist from Charlie Security whatsoever.
You don't have to
Cool
get
working
that.
for them initially. I told Charlie I did not like the security apparatus. I got my own security separate from Charlie from the very beginning. Okay. That's a fact. It just is a fact. There's no way to undo that fact. Trying to do this strategy of you're going to get sued.
You can undo a fact with lack of evidence. So if you don't have any evidence to prove that, that'll undo that fact. It won't be a fact. It'll be a lie. Because there's no evidence to support it. You know, because her attorneys refuse to help her understand the definition of the word corroborate or substantiate. She doesn't even use those terms because it's too complex. You know, English is not her main primary language. She speaks Ewok. She's an alien. She said it, and we're going with that.
It's just threatening somebody. If there was any
They're
truth
going
to
to
that,
sue you.
you can't just file legal paperwork. You have to
Yes,
send
you
a cease and
can.
desist. You have to say,
No, you don't.
something you said on your show was untrue. Can you please correct this?
They don't have to do
Okay.
that.
And if I ignore that, as I
You
did with
gotta
Brigitte,
ignore
because I
it.
told the truth, as I did with Kim Clasey, because I told
With no scientific evidence to prove that this Brigitte Macron was born a man. No scientific evidence at all. They're gonna mollywop your ass in court, girl. Please do a lie detector test, Candace. Just appease us all.
the truth, then you have the grounds to file something. We have received no cease and desist from Charlie Security whatsoever.
No, who
Over
told
what?
her that?
I mean, the audacity that you're filing a lawsuit and someone got murdered on your
The audacity. They're gonna sue the crap out of you, Candace. They've been doxxed, they've been defamed, they've had credit cards stolen. All of this because you said something, as opposed to leaving these people alone. You harassed Mikey McCoy so bad to the point where he felt he had to give you call logs that still looked like it was typed up. It wasn't the actual call logs from a phone company, because we all know call logs don't look like that. They just don't. But for some reason, she's saying they gave her call logs, which I would not have done. Mikey McCoy sends his love. He also says to kiss his ass. That's it. That would have been the extent of that. And she typed some stuff up. It didn't look like a printout of a call log, because call logs don't look like that. They have actual information and everything. So she took typed stuff up and said, oh, they gave me the call logs. Why did you need to see that? The jury will never see that in the murder trial. Who cares? They're going to sue the crap out of her. And we're here for it. We're here for it, girl. I'm going to keep going over that court document.
watch. Because I accurately said that the
Nope.
Brian Harpole, the message he showed belonged to Dan Flood. It did. And that they didn't do a walkthrough on that day.
She won't
They
show us the
didn't.
message.
Like, and if something I'm getting
She just said she couldn't prove that message one way or the other. She couldn't verify it one way or the other. I have the print screen. Candace, you're so bad at this. You literally said earlier in the beginning of the video, you cannot verify this one way or the other. You still can't show us the message.
wrong and you'd like to show me that actually you did,
No,
send it.
they're not
Send it
proving
over.
nothing to you.
We're only interested in getting the truth, and we're not getting it. We're certainly not expecting to get it from Tim Pool. That is crazy. That's just crazy town. But I do think that is right now.
No, that sounds about right. So when he sues you, then whatever you think you need to see related to the case, guess what, Candace? That'll be discovery, girl. And you love getting to the discovery phase, don't you? In the midst of you filing for motions to dismiss, you'll get to that discovery phase when your dismissal gets denied.
Now the Zionist strategy, and that's why I want to encourage you guys to stay focused. Wachuca, which we're going to have a lot on tomorrow.
Zionist going to be in court
because there is something there, and I think that caused a panic, as well as the Egyptian planes, which I am telling you go back relate to
Oh,
Israel.
dear
And I'll
Lord.
be able to prove that tomorrow for all of the naysayers. And again, it's only because this is how they act. If they always overreact, and then it lets us know.
The naysayers. What about the black box data? the FDR, real data. Yeah, that young man that debunked her, he actually had secondary data to substantiate the first set of data where he subscribed and paid money to get that information. And he said she was 66% incorrect. He didn't even go unrealistic with it and say 100% or 99%. It said 66%. Guess what, Candace? It's still more than 50. If you're over 55, if you're 66% wrong in something, you are 2/3 off. 66% is a huge percentage error. Big percentage error. And you still cannot verify that Charlie and or Erika Kirk were at those coordinates at the same time those planes flew over them. And you said there were 73 points, 73 chords. And she's trying to go back and debunk the young man that actually showed data and cross-referenced the data and said, here's the truth, 66% incorrect. These planes were in other continents. They weren't even here. And she's trying to debunk that. And she doesn't understand how to read flight data recorded. Can't even print it out.
That we are close. They are like an alarm. They are just an alarm.
Oh, here we go back to easy.
Something else that I wanted to show you, by the way, I thought we were not supposed to be doing live streams while we were speaking, but Turning Point, I guess, has their daily show, but that I didn't feel like that was communicated to me. It felt like a ceasefire and then it got violated, but they had an
sue
interesting
them for it.
conversation on their show yesterday on the Charlie Kirk show about this trial, the upcoming trial about Tyler Robinson. And here is what they had to say. Take a listen.
So this is straight from the charging document. It says Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a, quote, stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. And when you see how easy that rooftop access is, you start to kind of put one and one together, and you realize that Robinson had a plan that he was going to ultimately take advantage of. And he obviously knew how easy it was to get up to that rooftop, which is terrifying.
It really is. And look, one of the other things that's being pushed around for a long time was that, TPUSA, both the local chapter and you guys, didn't advertise this event till a couple days prior to. Now, the insinuation there is that doesn't give Tyler enough time to plan for this. And what we found out with a little bit of, 20, not even 5 minutes of Googling and looking, look, you guys already put out on your website as early as August 27th. So we have at least almost a full 2 weeks prior to this.
Dear Lord.
Not only the time of the event, but the location, the exact location of the UVU courtyard. So when you have over 10 days of planning, and it sounds like that Tyler already was familiar with the campus to begin with, like a lot of the mystery of this starts to go out the window, and it starts to really conform with what is exactly being proposed by the state of Utah and the FBI in the charging documents.
Yeah, and we can attest, Andrew Cipher, who's our head of field, Charlie sometimes throw the events out, 7-10 days in advance. If something opened up in his schedule, he would be able to do these outdoor events a pretty quick turn. And so those whole that whole theory kind of goes out the window.
So unless I am mistaken, and I am not perfect, but I do feel like we worked really.
Oh no. Yeah, Candace, you flat out lied about a cease and desist letter. You said they were supposed to send this to you and required to do it. No, they're not.
Hard to see when this location was first revealed. The first time that we found that the courtyard was mentioned, because Charlie's speaking at events, so your assumption would be they're inside, right? You have no idea where it is. So it's not like you can see whether you have a shot to the courtyard unless you know Charlie's speaking in the courtyard. The earliest that we found that was on September 2nd. The local media mentioned on KMYU that Charlie was speaking at UVU in the courtyard. Okay, that's the first time that we found this. If I am wrong, please tag me, because what he's referring to on August.
Candace, you don't work there anymore. You haven't worked there since 2019. So unless you were still obsessively trying to keep up with events, You wouldn't know. You're not on the inside. You can't make this up. This is now, she's already lied about the requirement of a cease and desist letter. Lied flat out. That's a Google search, Candace. Once again, you're bad at this.
27th that happened, which we have on our timeline as well, and this is why I love a timeline, is that TPUSA, UVU, and the local BYU chapter shared a graphic announcing that Charlie was coming to UVU, but there were absolutely no location details mentioned.
Oh,
so
Jesus.
that actually does shred the idea that he could have practically gone and scaled rooftops before September 2nd. That's the first public mention is September 2nd. So they announced the event on August 27th, as he says, no location details. And then on September 2nd, there are location details provided by local media for the first time. Prove me wrong. Okay.
You
Prove
just
me
proved
wrong
yourself.
if
Wait a
that
minute.
is if
What?
I'm inaccurate, because I do think that we were thorough on that. I will update my timeline. If not, it does then go beg the question. Surely they must have footage after September 2nd of him testing the rooftop in some capacity to then realize, oh, it's going to be an outdoor event. This is an opportunity for me to go after him.
September 2nd to September 10th is 8 calendar days. That's not 2 or 3 days in advance. That's 8 calendar days. That's what they said. It was like 10 days, up to 10 days in advance. So that's closer to the 10 calendar days, Candace, than the 2 you said. She's arguing a moot point. Why won't she correct herself on the cease and desist letter issue? Because that was absolutely false.
We are waiting for that. And like I said, I was told that they don't have anything that the public doesn't have. So it's not obvious to me. I don't think it's obvious to the public. Now, I do want to get to Viva Frey.
You can't make this up.
Who had this to say regarding drones. Oh, sorry. Around the regarding the text messages from Tyler Robinson.
A lot has been made about these text exchange that went back and forth between Robinson.
Y'all, the candy asses want some attention. She said a cease and desist letter was required before you file a lawsuit. Are you able to read words? You understand English? That's what it is. This literally says it is not legally required. James Scapes. If you can't read, let me know. I can read it for you. I would love to know. If you can't read, let me know. James. You see here? It's not that hard. It's a Google search. This is Candace is lazy as hell. She's lazy as hell. She said that sending a cease and desist letter is required. Where do you see that here? It's a Google search. And I would love for any attorney to prove me wrong. Go ahead. Come on, James. Zionists have nothing to do with what goes on in the court of law. Their argument is about as laughable as anything else. You just need to be literate to read and understand this, not a Zionist. Read. Where's James at? They're just copying and pasting stuff. They're not even trying to read. Reading is fundamental. We do that here in the Lady Luck Club. So anyone is saying debunk her on something. Here it is right here. You got to be a Zionist to be literate and to know how to read. What does that even mean anymore? I know, right, Billy? What the hell does that mean? I'm waiting on James to respond to me. Because, the candy ass cult members want a little attention. Because when it comes down to showing facts, they're like, oh, we don't belong here. No. Here's where you learn something. Because she's not going to teach them. She's not going to teach them shit. So here you go. She's not going to show them facts. She's not going to show where she lied flat out about a cease and desist letter being required. Reading is just too much work for them. They're so lazy. The code is so lazy. It's the hive mentality. It's like they just hold their hands in a circle, like they're chanting, and they're doing it in a way. It's just copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste. None of them are trying to read a damn thing. And if you pull up something where it's factually proven, then it's something Zionist something. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. What I am is capable of reading. So here you go. I don't even care they're saying Zionist stuff. That means nothing to me. Where do you see it is legally required to file a cease and desist letter to her and to try to get her to correct something she just refuses to Google search herself? She has no common sense because she can't even just for once take 16 seconds out of her life and ask, I wonder if Erika Kirk and TPUSA trying to sue me. Why would they just be this willing to come to Tennessee to meet me? And then she calls her attorney. She calls TPUSA attorneys, which would be representing her if they filed the lawsuit on behalf of TPUSA. She's not even smart enough to just ask herself that. That way, all that lying she did to their face, that I'm sure she's done, it's done in the state of Tennessee. Candace, you trying to get your LLC switched there? You weren't successful at it, but you tried. But if they wanted to sue you, they can. And you've given them more ammunition because you didn't even think twice about this. You can't make this up. The candy asses refuse to research and read. It says right here, sending a cease and desist letter before filing a lawsuit is not legally required. They want everyone else to do the hard work. Prove her right, prove her wrong. Hell no. Tell her lazy ass to do it. You're a cult member. You have free time in between your worship and idolization of Candace Owens. Why don't you Google and search? Don't expect us to do that. No one needs to lie about anything from a legal perspective, like a legal matter. No one needs to do that because you can Google it. No judge will say you must send a cease and desist letter before you file a lawsuit. They can go in there and make that moot point if they want to, piss off the judge saying they didn't do anything and get paid. The judge is going to say, well, they're not required to send you a letter. They filed the complaint. We're here. And I hope if TPUSA and Erika Kirk does sue her, that they file a federal lawsuit. So it goes to a federal court. Go all the way there. That's right. A federal lawsuit. Then it goes to the federal court within Candace's jurisdiction of where she resides. Take it there. Go to a federal complaint. We told you to stop. She didn't. She wanted us to send her a cease and desist letter. We don't owe her shit. But here's the complaint and the certificate of service that she was served. Candace, you lack the common sense God gave a billy goat and a cockroach, girl. You can't make this up. They want everyone else. It's funny. They want everyone else to prove her right or wrong because, they enjoy the banter. But they won't force her to tell them who the shooter is. It's been 3 months. Tell us who the shooter is, Candace. All this
his lover, his trans furry gay lover, whatever. And people say it doesn't sound right. Well, there is a video that I want everybody to check out by Turkey Tom. I believe you've watched it now, Viva, where, and this has been authenticated as somebody who was in the Discord chats with them and apparently spent time with them at this apartment. And he said 100% this is how they talked, which is a striking finding. We're going to go into that more probably tomorrow or the next day, depending on how today goes. But I mean, I get the skepticism on this. At first, it struck me too, but apparently, this is how they talk, Viva.
That was not the most implausible thing to believe. Okay, so you have a text message. It does read, regardless of whether or not this is how they talk. People saying they were manufactured by or drafted by AI. To the extent that they're confirmed text messages, you can come to whatever conclusions you want after that. But whether or not this is how they talk regularly, to the extent that those were authentic text messages, they show what they show, which is whether or not his lover was aware of what was going on. You're etching bullets, and it's maybe not for target practice of a sporting nature. But like when I say I don't believe the official narrative, you have to go back to a number of things here. I put my sort of best theory as to what went down. I want to know who was on the Discord chat in advance, what they were discussing, and whether or not there might have been some other foreign, I say foreign, not foreign government, but outer influence there. Tyler Robinson is getting radicalized right about the same time as Thomas Crooks, right about the same time as the other guy, Ryan Ruth. He's being radicalized at a politically relevant period of time, right around the same time, oddly enough, as the alleged suspect in the January 6th pipe bomber. A time frame where political violence is potentially very useful for the upcoming election. So the time frame of the radicalization is very interesting to see whether or not he was on anybody's radar beforehand.
It's very interesting. Is the judge going to even entertain this narrative? Are they gonna sit here and say, okay, listen, I get what you're trying to say, but let's say it was a time frame 20 years ago where people were being radicalized. Can you connect all these so-called events, all these events that occurred to that time frame where people were being radicalized? What if you had 3 events that occurred that were standalone events, and the 3 people that carried out mass school shootings were just picking up left and right? But you had 3 mass school shootings where they're standalone events, meaning these people weren't a part of any discords or Facebook groups or any of that. So you can't lump them in and say, well, they were also being radicalized, because that theory falls apart if you can pull forth events where they were carried out by people who are not a part of these Discord chats either. When you're looking at these arguments, you have to look at both sides. So for every 5 people he might say were radicalized from these Discord chats and carried out these specific horrible events, the defense might be able to find 6 that are standalone events and say these 6 people did these horrible events and they had nothing to do with those Discord chats. You're pretty much having to say that the majority of the people in these Discord chats that are radicalized around the same time frame are the ones that are out here executing these horrible events. And the margin of error where you have people that are not a part of it not being radicalized within the same time frame, or they're not a part of these Discord or Facebook, whatever chats or groups they're in, is very slim. It's less than 51%. In a murder trial, you got to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So how well will this fly over where your burden is proven beyond a reasonable doubt? You want to make this type of argument for a civil matter, you want to sue for wrongful death, that's one thing. You're talking about a murder trial. This will not be that significant, because you will not be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that all the people radicalized during this same time frame are part of this group, are the same ones out carrying out all these horrible events, when you can probably find people who have caused harm upon others, executed people, and all the stuff that weren't radicalized during that time frame, or they're not a part of these groups. They're just standalone individuals that did evil acts. You can't go to a murder trial with that. You have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. You need concrete evidence to even support that type of theory. He finds it interesting. Will the court find it to be beyond a reasonable doubt? That's what it comes down to here. So you don't have to believe that Tyler Robinson acted alone, but they're not putting the gun in the hand of anyone else either. They're not showing proof someone else pulled the trigger. I don't care how he spoke. The fact that he admitted it and the fact that no other person has been presented to be a viable shooter is concerning. When they're sitting here talking about these theories that would not meet that burden. It just wouldn't. It will not meet the burden. And he's a former litigator. You can't make this up. You can imagine how many times he's probably been objected to in court for just irrelevance, lack of relevance.
We don't yet know that, and why there would not be confirmation on that can lead to suspicion. You remember the old man, George Zinn, arrested
You need
for
more than
claiming to be the shooter
suspicion
the
to
day
find
of and then
someone
gets busted
guilty.
for CP on his phone. Like, in my mind, if I'm making a plausible theory here, George Zinn was probably on some Discord chat with a bunch of young perverts, and he's an old pervert, and he's getting off doing whatever they do on those.
You're not making a plausible theory. That would not fly beyond a reasonable evidence, a reasonable doubt. You wouldn't have concrete evidence for that. And why would they take time and manpower and resources to go into that, to try to dig up evidence that more than likely would not prove beyond a reasonable doubt here? You said, if I'm making a plausible theory, oh dear Lord, he's proving my point. Would it prove beyond a reasonable doubt?
Chats. He knows what's going down. He shows up there and thinks he's going to be some useful decoy or distraction for Tyler Robinson because they know what's going down. That's my theory. But, you know,
it's just a theory.
It is the absence of total disclosure, the total lack of faith that anybody has, not just in the FBI per se, but in any state law enforcement. Nobody has.
He just said that's his theory. It's not relevant. It's just not. Being able to say 100 people in this Facebook group were all radicalized between the year 2020 and 2021, or let's say 2022. In the year 2022, because midterms is not concrete evidence to prove that all 100 people that were radicalized are the same ones that's carrying out these heinous, vicious acts. Because if you can find heinous, vicious acts that were being committed by people who were not a part of this group and were not radicalized, their lives, you're outliers. It's just a theory. He's not even providing concrete examples, evidence, case law, nothing. It's just, this is a former litigator giving his opinion, and he's trying to invoke some plausible theory. It's not plausible. You know how much evidence they would have to sit down and try to come up with just to prove beyond a reasonable doubt? Everything he's saying can be questioned. Everything.
He has any faith in our institutions anymore, and it leads people to go from
because we won't sit here and figure out who's radicalized,
to just not believing it, to concocting the most outlandish conspiracy theories imaginable. But then those text messages, you can understand how they will cause people to come to those types of conclusions.
He just gave a theory. He just said that's my plausible theory.
Tyler Robinson, because they know what's going down. That's my theory. But
see, you know, that's my theory. You just gave a theory, and now you want to sit here and dog out because he's trying to make it seem like no one else can have a theory. We don't want theories. We want evidence. Evidence for a criminal matter that proves beyond a reasonable doubt. We don't give a damn about your theory. And you're a former litigator. You are a former litigator.
It is the absence of total disclosure, the total lack of faith that anybody has, not just in the FBI per se, but in any state law enforcement.
You're not getting the evidence.
Nobody has any faith in our institutions anymore. And it leads people to go from, healthy skepticism to just not believing it, to concocting the most outlandish conspiracy theories imaginable. But then those text messages, you can understand how they will cause people to come to those types of conclusions. And
he just came with his own theory.
Allegedly, the rumors are Kash Patel, getting mad at Tulsi Gabbard and Joe Kent for trying to look into a potential terrorist angle to this, also does nothing to foment faith in the system.
Look, I think it's what he's saying there is perfectly valid, and we can all surmise about what we think happened that day. We can also ignore the fact that I broke the story that the nurses were told at Utah Valley, which treated George Zinn.
But you can't sit here and post up medical information, you dingus. You can't sit here and disseminate information, medical information given to you illegally. It was in violation of HIPAA privacy laws. That was not public information. And no one needed to know that. You disseminated information that the public did not need to know. It didn't help with a damn thing. Just like these weirdos and cult members trying to find out where a dead body is that they don't care about. The average everyday person is not walking around here trying to figure out where someone is buried unless you have a personal connection with them. This is somebody you love to care for. It's your family. Just wanting to know where his body is, it's irrelevant. It's not going to help them pay their mortgage. It's so stupid. This man can't get any peace, even in death, because Candace is still a thing trying to make content because she doesn't know how to come up with, information and then research and then report on that. She has to sit here and concoct dumb stuff up out of nowhere and then disseminate information that was given to her illegally in violation of HIPAA privacy laws, which are federal laws, without consent from Erika Kirk. HIPAA privacy laws protects patients' medical information, whether they are alive or dead. And if they're deceased, you're getting that consent from the next of kin. And for Charlie Kirk, it was Erika Kirk because he was married. Period. And she didn't even bother to look that up. Candace, you're bad at this.
Just ignoring the things that I broke. She has no evidence, but he told the nurses that he was paid to do that. So whatever, we can
No
all
evidence
theorize,
on
which we're going to do in the absence of any concrete facts. But I will say it's good that Turning Point is at least giving that.
But then she just said, okay, we're going to theorize in the absence of concrete facts. But your theories are still false because you're purporting them to be facts. You're reporting your theories as a fact with no evidence. It's so dumb. She's so dumb.
Error,
Oh,
right?
oh,
I feel like
God.
before, I think that might even be the first time Andrew Colvett has expressed that he thought that those messages were weird initially. That's good. That's what people want. They want fresh air at Turning Point USA. They want different perspectives. They want to feel like you're willing to have a conversation and that,
But
at
not to
least you're gonna
entertain your
defend people when they're
foolishness.
being called liars when they're telling the truth about something. That would feel more.
You have to show evidence that you're telling the truth, you ding dong, because that's what the definition of the word truth means. It involves documentation. It means evidence. It means you're not saying that they're legally required to send you a cease and desist letter before filing a lawsuit. That is false. That is inherently fundamentally false. There's no evidence to prove that. There's no law to prove that. No judge would agree with you on that. And your 3 attorneys should be calling you and saying, Lady Luck Club is tearing your ass up on this cease and desist letter. You might want to correct that. That is completely false. They do not have to do that. How about just not talk about it at all? And if you feel like you're being threatened, then we'll tell the judge that in court and see how that goes. Like, why even go there?
Authentic, I think. And so I am, just
thinking.
to say this, very happy that we are on much
Stop
better
thinking,
feet
girl.
and that we have opened the lines of communication. I
thinking,
do
start reading.
genuinely think that Justin Strife did a great job reffing that conversation yesterday. And I also do want to shout out Megyn Kelly because this was what we were trying to make this happen in the background really since Blake Neff fumbled the first invite. And thank you. That's in large part because of you guys at home that were like, what the F was that? And I think that they got enough flack that they were like, okay, we got to fix this. But I want
No, they
to
didn't know
commend
you
him
that.
for making that happen, for being the person that, kind of rolled up his sleeves and was like, okay, let's actually make a conversation happen and start answering some questions, which I think was done well. And Megyn Kelly, who was
Dumb
initially
question,
going
boy.
to, when we were
They
going to
all
live
think
stream
so
the
are.
conversation before the Barry Weiss moment, Megyn Kelly offered to ref that conversation. I felt like she would have done a very good job. I do think that she has kept it very even. She has not been hysterical and it's demonic, it's evil, how dare Candace? And I appreciated that. She has said
She lied 4 times back to back. I do not know Candace. Candace and I are not friends. I do not watch Candace shows. I do not take in that type of content. Yeah. Why lie 4 times back to back? Because the average person listening to Candace would easily be able to deduce, except her coat, minus the coat, because they're not average or reasonable or have a brain. But the average reasonable person hearing her videos for the last 3.5 months would easily be able to deduce that she was attacking TPUSA, which would include Erika Kirk as the CEO, And then when she started attacking Erika Kirk, it was because she was attacking Erika Kirk. There's no other inference to get out of that. She didn't even ask questions. She just went to just flat out attacks and saying, well, see, this is why you shouldn't be CEO and a widow at the same time. And what do you mean? You were the one that started all of this, Candace. So hopefully they see that trip to Tennessee as something useful that they can turn around in their favor. And they sue the crap out of you.
I don't agree with Candace, but I also don't think that she's doing this because she's been possessed by a demon. I think she actually believes these things, and I do. And I have a right to believe those things. And I don't feel any differently about the people that I mentioned on the show.
And they have
that
the
I think
right
are
to sue
shady
you for
at
it.
Turning Point USA.
If you're lying.
And with time, we'll see whether or not I was right. I think that's
No,
really what
with
it
a
comes down to.
lawsuit, you can see me right. Candace, they have the right to sue you. They can even file a federal complaint against you. They have every right to sue you, Candace. You can't make this up. So she doesn't want to be sued, Candace's Legion. She doesn't want to be sued. Thank you. Charlie Kirk married a woman he loved, and it wasn't you, Candace. You can't make this up. She doesn't want to get sued, though. But she's sitting here saying, I have the right to believe what I want to believe. Okay. Well, then they have the right to present facts and evidence to the court of law in a lawsuit. And no, they're not legally required to send you a cease and desist letter. That is something that can be Googled. But in the event you're too lazy to do that, Candace Owens, you should call your attorneys. You have 3 of them. It's funny. It sounds like they have, what is their background? Roy Barker. This is a last name for one of her attorneys. She has 3 attorneys. She won't call them or text them. Is it legally required to send a cease and desist letter? No. You can't make this stuff up. She's sitting here saying, I'm going to theorize in the absence of evidence. But then get mad when people say it's a dumb conspiracy theory that lacks evidence. And then she purports it as a fact. Candace, words matter. You can find out the hard way, girl. The Macrons are going to mollywop her in court. Oh, they're going to mollywop her.
But all around, definitely a productive conversation. I know it's 4 hours, so more things will come to my mind as they become relevant. But I think that's a good pause for right now. We'll throw to some of our sponsors. All right, you guys. So to help you dislodge, and which we've had for some time, sell out. It would have happened in the last 2 years. Okay, those offers were made, those threats were made. I hope you have seen what I have gone through to keep myself.
Playing the victim? No, we're not doing it. Is this her comments? Candace, I don't care about your comments. I don't care about your cult leaders trying to kiss your ass 5 minutes. Is she on her comments portion? She makes no sense. Man. Honey, I don't care what she knows because what she's telling us is not factually based. I made it clear. I don't even care how the cult thinks or feels. When you enter my chat, you enter at your own risk. I don't care when she's not showing facts. She's trying to debunk something she has no base knowledge or factual understanding of. How planes work. The black box, the components of such. What the FDR records and how that data looks when you pull it out of the actual system. You can't make this stuff up. It's insane. And yet and still, something as simple as this to Google. You're saying I don't know what she knows. I do know she does not know how cease and desist letters work. She doesn't know what they went out there to do. Candace has no idea what they went out there to do when they flew and landed in Tennessee. Period. Tim Pool isn't just speaking for himself when he talks about lawsuits coming. So when you don't understand that, and somehow the aspect of her being sued goes over your head, I don't want to. I don't think me knowing what she knows is imperative. I don't even want to even have to comprehend her dumb conspiracy theories. And she's already said she's going to theorize in the absence of evidence. You don't need to do that. I formulate my opinions based on a set of facts and evidence. I seek answers that can be actually found, that can be researched, that can be provided. She lives in La La Land where she wants things to keep circling in the air. Why don't you cult members go ask her who's the shooter and to finally tell us all? That's what she was supposed to be doing. Finding out who the shooter is. Why can't she tell us that? Why is she still asking that question after 3.5 months? And somehow she's supposed to have this wealth of knowledge in her head. But none of that knowledge is the shooter is this guy here. And here's his name in a photo. This is basic information she did not know. Why do I have to trust anything that she may know? You see how this works? Why do I have to trust anything that she may know when she doesn't know this? Basic information. Cease and desist letters are not required. She's not entitled to get a heads up if someone wants to sue the crap out of her. They have the right to sue her. And rights don't shift and change because it's your cult leader versus anyone else. Just like free speech means you can say what you want. But I also have the right not to read your garbage. So if a comment gets deleted, I'm exercising my right not to read your BS. You see how that works? That's how that goes. Can't make this up. It's like ridiculous. Candace inserted herself in places she doesn't belong. France, TPUSA, Charlie didn't invite Candace to his wedding. They were not close friends. Exactly. Blonde says she's a common shock jock. It's horrible to watch people believe her. She tells one kernel of the truth and then 55 lies. Said preacher, this is the preacher. S-File says, how many times did Candace say assume in this episode? I caught 4. A good 4 times. She flat out said that she's going to theorize in the absence of evidence. I don't know who the hell told her that. Same way she said presumption. No, she said, yeah, perception is 9/10 of the law when it's possession. Something that could have been fundamentally researched and Googled and factually stated. She still effed that up. She literally said perception is 9/10 of the law. It's possession. These are basic things that she can research that she doesn't take the time to do. You don't need to theorize. Just Google and read. It's so crazy. It's absolutely insane. This Black Girl's Life says Candace is grasping for straws. A few months ago, she was an entertainment reporter. Before GTH, at a right-wing grifter. Before that, a hired gun for political hire. Before that, a left-wing lobbyist. Yeah. Colleen said, I miss Charlie. And you know, a lot of people do. His kids, his wife, his parents. He had family that loved him. He had other friends. You know. And it's crazy. Christmas is coming up, and it was 2 kids. 2 kids involved. And for their sake, she refused to give it a rest. And now she gets scared when someone says, whenever she speaks, litigation begins. Candace, you might want to heed to those words, girl. It goes over her head. No common sense. They were close friends, but I agree. Her podcast today was not it. I wish I could send a screenshot of my comments being deleted. She called all of us followers crazy and that there were so many bots. Are you talking about me? Or are you saying her? I'm confused. In the comment section. Of her video? Candace didn't make me weary. It was when Erika gave her first public speech. Felt bad raising an eyebrow at her because no one was talking about Erika yet. My intuition is never wrong. Are you saying Erika has something to do with it, or what? I mean, I don't see how. What's this intuition that with Candace not telling us who the shooter is? It's been 3 months. What is she doing? Why is it taking her so long? Is she gonna wait till May of next year to then finally say, "Well, I never found the shooter, guys. So sorry for stringing you all along since September 10th of last year." It'll be May 2026. Predicted when the trial starts. Is Candace literally going to wait till then to say she can't find the shooter? I mean, the fact that she's going to go back to some planes tomorrow that have already been debunked with real evidence and data, something she can't produce because she doesn't know what a black box is. It's astounding. But it still doesn't tell us who the shooter is either. Tell us who the shooter is. Possession was a Freudian slip. She said perception. we had the closed caption on. She man, and she didn't even go back and like correct that. That perception is 9/10 the law. No, she meant what she said, perception, because she wanted people to believe this misperception, this misconception is deception, this misleading, the misdirection. She wants people to believe all this. And she still won't tell us who the shooter is. Where haha don't come correcting me with that. Haha. What? Okay. I don't speak code. So you're gonna have to resend that comment and make it make sense. And speak plain. Why do I speak in code? Yeah, she needs to back off already. No, sir, your theory makes zero sense. I have a recording of her comments today, 25 minutes of it. I'm no fan of Charlie Kirk, but Candace is crazy as AF, and Erika is a grifter who knows what else already had to be said. Hey, everybody have their opinion. Erika knew it was like this January 1, 2025. Erika, your hubs would die. This, babies would be fine. Player kids would be something parentless or something like that. What do you mean? That's horrible to say. You bringing up the kids? Why? You want the kids to be parentless? What's wrong with you? Play or your kids will be completely parentless? What are you talking about? That's really dark to say something like that. You want the kids to be parentless? Oh, God. Now I gotta say a whole prayer because stuff like that. And people find it hard to believe that the kids are getting kidnapping threats. Anyone who judges a widow 3 days after her husband was assassinated is ignorant. Exactly. I don't even get this. This comment right here is eerie. What do you mean her babies would be fine? I don't think they're fine when they're catching death and kidnapping threats. I think that is absolutely horrible. You really think these kids deserve that? They deserve to be in this tense situation where perfect strangers want to know where her father's buried? And she's having to process her dad's never coming home again. What makes you think they're going to be fine? You really think they're going to be fine? The kids. They're under the age of 4, right? There are 2 kids under the age of 4. Technically, they're toddlers. And you really think they're going to be fine? One day they're going to have to grow up and see these videos of their father being taken from them on national television. How is that fine for them? It may require counseling and everything. What is this? Listen, I always say this because I don't, cult members and bots and all of that. Y'all gonna say what y'all want to say. That's why I have no quarrels in saying you're brainless bots and candy ass cult members. I have no quarrels with saying that. It doesn't bother me at the end of the day. Why bring the kids into this nastiness? These why say that about what the kids being referred to? Why are they in this comment? Do you really believe that these children, these toddlers, will be fine having lost their father in the way that they're going to find out he was assassinated in front of thousands of people on national television? And then these same crazy ass people listening to one dumb woman who refuses to Google whether or not a cease and desist letter is legally required before she gets sued for defamation and slander, malicious slander, are going to be okay after they see those videos. You really think they're going to be okay? You can say whatever you want about me. I don't give two shits. Why bring in two small kids that are both under the age of 4 years old? Why do that? This is why, and just for, the cult members that think comments are being deleted. No, they're not. If I call you out, I say you enter at your own peril. I have no quarrels with saying exactly what I want to say. You're always free to exit. But like that is dark and evil and sinister. And these are the people that support Candace Amber Owens Farmer, the ding dong, alien. They get mad at someone calling her an alien, but you say stuff like that about these kids being okay. I don't know how they supposed to. What the hell? They can say what they want whatever they want about me. And no, I don't have to read your BS comments. But stuff like that, it's just an example. It's the epitome of the hateful, evil people that support Candace Owens, who herself said, I hate everyone. So when people are saying you're hating on her, they don't understand the definition of that word. Could be a literacy problem where they've refused to read. But this is coming from people who support a woman that said, I hate everyone. Those words came out of her mouth in a whole ass video. And she said, I will never apologize for this. Fine, don't. Don't get mad when we call you a mean, evil, hateful spirited person, Candace Owens, and your cult members are a reflection of that. Because one of your cult members think that the kids are going to be fine. It's dark. It makes no sense. No facts, no evidence, no nothing. Love how everyone knows all there is to know about Erika. Having never met her, how would you like to be judged with no facts, just someone's opinion or intuition? Charlie haters are not Erika haters. Yeah, because they're listening to their God, Lord, and Savior, Candace Owens. It's a cult. So I expect them to have this hive mentality, copy and paste. They say the same old thing she says, and they just go on auto repeat. That's why I still have this post still up. That's why my screen is still showing highlighted information that is easily researchable, easily Google online. Information at our fingertips. And she still lied about this. Lied about a cease and desist letter being legally required. Lied like hell. Same place she might lift up her eyes one day. Candace, you could one day lift up your eyes in hell. And you can't control your cult, which is disturbing. And they're saying stuff like this about the kids, these babies, being okay. While cult members want to know where this man is buried. To do what? You follow someone who says, I hate everyone. It's gross. And people's like spawns of Satan. You can't make this up. Candace is insane. The coldest reflection of that. I can't believe someone will say that. You can say whatever you want to say about me over here, but why bring the kids into this? Why even mention them? It's so dark and evil. And it's sadistic. I was asked yesterday, what type of person would threaten to kidnap the kids? People who think like that. That's the type of person that would threaten to kidnap children, babies. These are toddlers, babies. Sick, sadistic, evil people who follow someone that says, I hate everyone. It's not hard to believe that they're catching death and kidnapping threats. That's what Erika is sick of. And Candace is too stupid to see that Erika's willingness to fly to the state of Tennessee, she didn't even have to do that. Take out time out of her life just for Candace to get back on her show and have more content. That's all that did, was give her more content. That this could all be for them to have more evidence to sue the hell out of her. She's too stupid to see that. Because she won't Google simple things such as, is a cease and desist letter legally required? You can't make this stuff up. I bet these ignorant people who hate Charlie and Erika don't even know them. Charlie wanted to only debate and probably didn't watch all of the debates, just clips, then proceed to hate. They don't watch them at all. They just listen to Candace Owens. Loose screws. Erika knew. What's January 1, 2025 have to do with anything? These people are deranged. Some things don't need to be repeated. This comment is sick. No child should ever be told to be better off without someone. Yeah. Only a coward would threaten kids. Exactly. It was probably a threat they received. Charlie and Erika got them frequently, and now Erika gets them even more so. Good job, Candace. Exactly. But she cares about her. And she really thinks Erika Kirk flew out to Tennessee just because she wanted to help Candace get some clarity. Candace, you're an alien from outer space. You clown. That might just one day lift up her eyes and help. You have no idea what they're trying to do. She cannot put two and two together to save her life. And still want to go back to the plains. No one cares if she likes anybody at TPUSA or not. They don't care. I think the goal was achieved when Erika Kirk got TPUSA attorneys on the phone. Oh my God. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. Actually, I didn't even get the chance to Google to see if Tennessee is a one-party consent state since they were inside the state of Tennessee. Let's see. Because Candace, if it is, yes, it is. Candace, Erika Kirk could have recorded that whole thing without your permission and have exactly what she needs. You're an idiot. Tennessee is a one-party consent state, meaning you can legally record a conversation if at least one party involved consents to the recording. Erika can give herself consent. Candace, you're a moron. You are a moron. There you go. So whether they went to Tennessee or Candace went to Phoenix in Arizona, they're both one-party consent states. Candace, you're not that smart, girl. You're not that bright, you heifer. I told you you're bad at this. And your cult members are showing that you're soulless at this and very evil. They're bringing up the kids. Kids are just off limits. Bring that energy my way because I won't give a damn either way. But don't bring up the kids. These are babies. They gotta grow up and watch these stupid videos Candace have made about their father for what? All because she feels something. Facts don't care about your feelings, Candace. Prayerfully, they went out there and they recorded every little thing you said and did. And they didn't need your permission to do it because laws are laws. This is insane. I hope they sue the hell out of her. Tennessee is a one-party consent state. There you go. I know, right? Hey, Susan Q, how you doing? These poor kids will see all of this someday. Also, how Candace attacked their dad. I feel so bad for them. Who, child? You can't make this stuff up. Juju says Conspiracy needs to go find her kids because Erika children are blessed and loved, still respect. Yeah. This is absolute. Oh God. That's it, man. When I say very scary people, Tifa's your cult leader is compromised. You can't make this up. People just can't admit they're going to follow Candace blindly. So instead, they turn their hate towards Erika and criticize her. Yeah, because they're running out of ideas. That's what's so crazy, Mike. Shout out to you. They're running out of ideas. Candace is going to run low on content at some point. And hopefully for just the sake of a lawsuit. That is the only reason why Erika Kirk took time out of her life to fly out to Tennessee to make sure she got what she needed on the record so she can fly back home and handle her business. TPUSA attorneys in that phone call. Candace didn't call her attorneys, because funny how she didn't do that. You can't make this up. Candace, the idea of them suing you even the more in your own state. Lord, please let it be a federal lawsuit because they can file it. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. The malicious slander. You think Erika Kirk is your friend? She ain't studying you. She get ready for AmFest, Candace. This is absolutely insane. Tennessee is a one-party consent state. There you go. You're a whole coat. Don't bring up the kids. You can sit here, you can hate my guts because the candy ass cult members already do. They can't stand me. They hate my guts. But don't bring up the kids. It's not necessary. Because they know I don't give a fuck about their comment either way. But why even say something like that about children? The kids. Like, good grief. Man, that was dark. You can't make this up. Good Lord. Y'all. All right, y'all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. We're going into 8 hours. Tennessee is a one-party consent state. So hopefully, Tim Pool, Mikey McCoy, Rob McCoy, Erika Kirk, all the TPUSA, they all sue the hell out of Candace Owens into oblivion. They do not owe you a cease and desist letter. It is not legally required or mandated for any reason. Candace Owens still refuses to Google and research and read. And I just want to thank all of you guys for the support here. Thank you guys for hitting that like button and the supers. Oh my goodness. What a blessing. This has been a fantastic evening all around. And I appreciate all of you all. You call it for Nick Fuentes. Yeah, we got to do a video about Nick Fuentes putting Candace Owens in check. Because obviously she's not going to stop. They understand they may have given her content, but hopefully they got something out of it as well. And that's just more evidence for a damn lawsuit. Let that happen, Erika Kirk. The Macrons are showing you how it's done. Get it done. All right, y'all. That's all I got. Make sure you guys hit the like button. And yes, you can leave your comments below. But understand, cult-like mentality doesn't get you anywhere with me. And bringing up the kids is unnecessary. And until the next one, you guys have a good evening. Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.